Hello, goofers. So what you see on my screen is the bash manual GNU-software.org, software bash manual bash.txt. Is that relevant to you? No, it's not. It's really not. But I don't care. So, hello. I hope you're well. I just like reading. I don't know what you want from me. Like, y'all know me. Y'all see me all day. I don't know what the fuck you want. I'm a reader. Some people get called breeders. I get called a reader. I have popcorn and I have I have popcorn on one hand, and on the other hand, I have a juice box and some water, and we have Terra Invicta today. So I'll launch it and blah. That's all. That's all. I'm gonna close this tab. All right. So I wanted to watch this because I got the teaser for Gucci Marx. You was hurting so bad, but I never actually watched it yet. So we're just gonna do that because I can and I want to. Thank you.
Gucci Marx generated this shit.
You was hurting me so bad. Throwing all these plushies.
I have to be distorting the audio through trying to filter it for great good, and it has to be for great evil. That's the case. Okay, now filtering's off. Dope.
Gucci Marx generated this shit.
I caught it faster this time.
You was hurting me so bad. Throwing all these plushies. Made me cry, made me so mad. With all these fluffy plushies. It harder than you think. Soft curvy plushies. Feeling blue, green, soft pink. Fucking plushies. Yeah. I manipulated you for years. Cause you threw those plushy bears. Those are dangerous, wrong and violent. So I tried to take away your smile.
Seeing Mizkif could have been such a vibe.
Dictating what you could wear. Cause you threw those plushy bears. Decided who you hang out with. Blackmailing you with rabbits. You getting higher viewership. Punched the wall and threw a fit. If I knew you passed my shit, wasn't gonna let you in.
Somewhere inside of me, deep below where the feelings sit, and some may even argue, rot. I have confusion, but that is fine. I forgot to do this. There we go. Please tell me that I just don't have it routed to the correct audio output? That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. Where the fuck is fucking ear trumpet? Please don't tell me the mass Windows fucking install of nonsense broke that. Hi, YouTube people. Live chat, not top chat. Top chat censors the people. Live chat's where it's at. Merde. 1 teeny second. Y'all, I done did that thing. 1 second. I did a dumb bitch thing. With love and respect, but 1 moment, please. I'm about to be the most expedient manager of bullshit and chaos known to humankind, and we're about to have a good old time doing it. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I need to quickly do something really, really fast, and it is absolutely important. Alright, 1 teensy sec, my dudes. I don't know how this is gonna work, but we're about to try it. Alright, second. I'm almost there. I promise. I promise. I promise. I think I promise. There we go. Step 1, step 2. Good. Got it. Okay, cool. Sorry, I had to rotate my social stream ID, because my session ID, because social stream popped up on screen like some kind of absolute piece of shit goober. And yeah, fixed. Done. Done and done. Got him. Got him. So I guess if anyone was trying to use it, too late. Thanks though. Thanks for playing. Thanks for trying. But this broad doesn't, like, this broad fucks hard. Okay. And I was doing the ear trumpet thing too, when I, like, was such a dumbass that I made myself have more to do. That's nice. Good job, me. Good job. Okay, cool. And I have control of the game audio now. There we go. That was important. All right, so Gucci Marx, my big beautiful bill. Y'all, I had fun covering HB1 of the 119th Congress. It was a lot of fun. I had a good time doing it. I have no regrets. People misrepresented it so poorly, so well, I suppose, because they succeeded in misrepresenting it for a long time to a lot of people. But that's so poorly in the sense of, why would you be that way? You know? It's like, oh, why the fuck would you do that? Why wouldn't you just, like, spit it at me straight, Captain? Anyways.
Gucci Marx générique 18.
Lol, what?
My big beautiful bill. All the things that you can feel. You made me feel so alive with that incredible size. My big beautiful bill. Do you still wanna Netflix and chill? We can watch Brokeback Mountain. That movie ended in a big ass fountain. My big beautiful bill. Riding up and down that hill. And Hillary don't have to know about us. This some presidential, confidential ass love. My baby beautiful bill. This that love that can be kill. I wrote a special act in your name. Passing this eternal bipartisan flame. And I know you're a Democrat. I'm Republican, don't give a fuck about that. We were loving like Romeo and Juliet. West Side Story, baby, let's fake all that. We're together in these Epstein files. Presidential romance is still alive. Over longest party, we were dancing. They say imports can't stop advancing. You didn't have sexual relations with that woman. I know I was with you in a White House booming. Secret Service knocking while we were coolin'. Trying to be quiet when that big bill moved in. Hit up, and you just feel it, it ain't suiting. You better always not be down or we be coolin'. Hey, game stronger than a giraffe on that grueling. When you with Dino, you know that thing be drooling. Bill. You got a license for that drill. Missing you, my Billy Willy, boo. My Billy boy, whoop-dee snoop-dee, whoop. Billy, Willy, woo. Whoop-dee snoop-dee, woo. Billy boy, I think I love you. Whoop-dee whoop, Snoop-dee Billy, boo.
Bruh. Okay, I have this amazing litany of nonsense I'm dragging you through in really particular order because I was raised right and I want to. So I'm gonna, like, put this off to the side and move this over here so I can, like, keep pecking away and make sure that I get the same ID in the new, like, also rotate the ID. So, okay. Step 1. Make sure that I rotated ID appropriately in everything, because now on-screen chat and the docked one are both fucked. Get that sorted while we're still streaming. Play Terra Invicta. Thank fuck we have that. Close nonsense. I don't even know what it is yet. Salt stack notes. Dope. Closed it. Okay. Don't worry. It's not a lie. It is Code Wife Edition, but I'm currently debugging the extension host dying, so give me a minute. I'm working on salt stack shit today. Can't help it. Gotta do it. Important shit. Actually, let's just keep this up while I'm doing it. Like, that way I can get this done quickly. And also have something blasting in my earballs. I have popcorn, so it's good. See? Ow. See?
The Reddit mods are fighting back against Ethan Klein in the ongoing legal battle between Ethan Klein and the Hassan Orbiters, Denim Frogan, and formerly Casey Tron, who's now joined the Ethan Klein team. But we now have new filings, new stuff that just has come out that I'm going to give you an update today on the legal mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is a Fast Facts video, the quick and dirty version of the latest in legal news. So let's get over to it with the Reddit mods fighting back against Discovery.
We had to start
Obviously,
with this.
we have James Bond supervillain Ethan Klein over here, and as you guys know, the Reddit mods are a party to this, as they were included based on their alleged collusion with the content creators. So we already know that basically the status up today is that Casey Tron has recently settled, obviously paying him all of our legal fund, the public apology, agreeing to testify. But the Reddit mods are desperately trying to fight Discovery and the revelation of their true identities. That is their ultimate fear here. And what has just happened is Ethan Klein has filed a response and provided additional evidence that appearing to show collusion between H3 Snark and the creators. So this is one thing that, once again, it's not the entirety of the claim. And I think that's one of the errors that the mods make and that the kind of Denim's Frogan side makes, is they attempt to say that's all the case. No, copyright goes further than just that particular collusion. You can still have copyright infringement without some sort of conspiracy to collude. However, it's a major element, and it does.
Oh, by the way, we're abreast of it up to this point. That's fine. My point being, we're just abreast of it up to this point, and that seems lovely and fine and cool. But also, I want to hear this man's take on it. It works well with the 1-2 punch I'm about to drop on y'all.
Go to towards proving that this was intended as a market substitute for Ethan Klein's content nuke of Hassan Piker.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here.
So the mods have now filed just lately motions in opposition.
I'm going to have to bother this man and tell him, sir, I need you to please normalize the videos you're reacting to in their audio department, because that I would usually fix midstream. But I have heard Denims say, and I quote, if you liked doing whatever the fuck she said, throw a primes, throw a sub, whatever the fuck else she said. So, too many times. So I'm just going to let it go.
To quash the reply and the evidence. These are the two documents filed. You can see they're filed on 12/18. And they're filed in the case over here. So you can kind of get that case number and see the two filings. Here, the joint declaration and the Doe's response. So these two things were filed very, very recently, and that's what we're going to be summarizing on this Fast Facts video. So what's their new arguments? What are they saying in these two documents? And I'll go over these on separate slides. So in one document, first of all, Reddit mods argue that they've done everything correct procedurally. Now, this is something you guys really need to understand, and I'm going to say it multiple times. Civil lawsuits that are non-criminal, are often won or lost on procedure. It may seem like a ticky-tacky minor thing, but that's actually really, really important. And that's why you pay a lot of these litigators the big bucks, is to make sure that they get all that procedure right, that they do everything right under local, state, federal rules, because one little mistake can cost the whole case. The case can be completely over based on one procedural error, one failure to file, et cetera, et cetera. So they're arguing that they've done everything right procedurally, but Ethan is bad. Ethan has done things wrong in terms of evidence and procedure. So they've said their evidence, the evidence they've submitted, is good, right? So it's good evidence. It's evidence that is great. It's fantastic. And Ethan's is bad. Ethan's lawyer shouldn't be able to respond or submit evidence. So they kind of are saying at this time it's procedurally inappropriate.
Well, why did it cut out for all of 2 seconds?
Evidence, they're objecting to a lot of problems with the evidence. So saying at this point, you need to quash, meaning get rid of what he filed in this case. Ethan's evidence, they're arguing that Ethan's evidence and response should be struck from the record, that it's irrelevant and misrepresenting. So they go with this one individual, Dartoise. And they're saying Dartoise was not a snark mod. And they're also saying that, hey, this communications with Denims, guess what? Denims ghosted him. Denims didn't respond to him. So because Denims didn't respond, you can't really show collusion. And they also make, and this is a good point, that not all critics are allied with that H3 snark. That is true, right? So it is a truthful statement that not everybody that is critical of Ethan Klein is automatically in the camp of H3 snark and communicating with the content creators. That's true. That's a factual statement. The issue with that is, and I'm just going to go into this right now, is that is what discovery is for. That's the whole point of subpoenas. It's the whole point of depositions, to figure out what is true and what is not true, and to figure out which critics are truly allied with H3 and not, or the snark subreddit or not, right? So that's the whole point of the process. The whole point of the process is to get to the truth. And the truth is, yes, there will be some people probably that Ethan Klein tries to attach to these mods or tries to attach to the content creators, and they're really not that involved. They're really not as involved as maybe Klein is making them out to be. That is true. However, there probably are some, and we need to get all of the mail, all the messages, all the emails, every piece of communication we need to have in order to discover that, right? In order to know whether that's true or not. They're trying to say that Ethan's evidence is also legally garbage. So stuff like hearsay, without personal knowledge, lacking foundation, not authenticated, irrelevant, not the best evidence.
You know, I'm just going to say that I'm proud of myself. I made the password so fucking long that even though it decided to place it on the middle screen, y'all barely even saw a portion of it. That was fucking strange, weird, funny, silly, fucked up of it to do to me, but you gotta fucking take what you gotta fucking take. So then stare at this dumb bitch for 2 fucking seconds while she fixes this shit. Her fuck for the blah, 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 blah. Stare at a dumb bitch for 2 seconds. It'll be good for you. Put some hair on your chest. Make it do something or other. I don't know what it'll make you do, but it'll do something. And you're just gonna live like that. That's life now. Okie dokie. There. On screen chat. Refresh. Fixed. Done. Got 'em. That works. That's good. That's very good. It's okay, cool. We're good now. Desktop share. Boop. Got it. Sorry, I fixed it. Hi, I can wave now. See, I can wave now. See, I fixed it. See, I fixed it. See, I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it. But I also made the password so fucking god awful long that y'all are fucked. So, GG, brother. G fucking G.
These are all objections, legal objections to evidence, and they're throwing kind of the kitchen sink of objections and saying, hey, it doesn't meet these evidentiary standards. This is one document. In the next document, they're arguing that Ethan improperly responded and he has a blatant sense of entitlement. Now, once again, that is kind of cute. It is not, I will say this, it is not illegal, or it does not automatically make you, once again, a disqualified party or someone who's not able to submit evidence, even if you're evil. Evil people file lawsuits all the time. Evil, entitled, snobby, stuck-up people are still filing lawsuits all the time. In fact, those might even be a lot of the lawsuits, right? So his sense of entitlement does not necessarily disqualify anything here. It would only be if he violated a rule and the judge says, no, you actually violated this rule. We've got to roll this back. You can be as arrogant and as entitled as you want. That might put off your fans, but that's your right, and you can be the way you want to be. The mods claim to be defending constitutionally protected speech as anonymous online critics. That's their position. That's kind of their keynote there, is that they're just these constitutionally protected people that need to stay anonymous online forever. They're also claiming that they had no knowledge and they could not have known of any of the RH3 smart, nice scuff there, users privately communicating with denims or any other creators. So they're saying they had no
Okay, I kind of like that snark got swapped with smark. That's kind of fucking right.
no way to know what they're saying privately. So if these people are DMing or messaging or on Discord or anywhere else, they can't control everybody. Fair enough point. So we do need to figure out, what do they know? What do they not know? What were they privy to? What do they not know? So if they did see certain things, we need to know that. And that's where depositions come in, subpoenas come in. That's where Reddit comes in, going through their files, seeing what they did see or didn't see. Maybe we can see some read receipts. Who knows? That might get to the truth of that. The last one, and this is something that is very, very prominent through all of their filings, is the Reddit mods claim to be afraid of being exposed and receiving hostility. They claim that their family, friends, etc., are all going to be put in focus here. And of course, listen, when you're on the internet, that's going to happen. People are going to come and look up and bother people that are tangentially related to you, etc. That is very true. However, that also happens in court proceedings, and all the other parties have their names, information out there. Denims, Frogan, Casey-tron, a lot of them have their personal information out there. To me, that argument is the weakest of the arguments, because that's just what a court process literally is, getting all the information out there, exposing it, and getting to the truth. You don't get to have a magical shield because you're online. That doesn't really work that way. So my judgment here is that the outcome of these particular filings depends on the temperament of the judge and the interpretation of the procedural rules. And once again, civil lawsuits are won or lost on procedure, and the judge himself can have a feeling one way or another on that. So some judges are very stickler for rules. Some of them like more transparency. They're kind of like, oh, well, we're going to allow this in because we're going to side on the side of more evidence is good. We want transparency. We want everybody to know what's going on. So the judge could very well just let this in. The general trend overall is to allow evidence, particularly ones that will be proven or kind of threshed out through the process of discovery, deposition, etc. So I think this leans on the side of admissibility, right? However, it doesn't meet the criteria for admissibility. So they does need to be relevant, have, proper foundation, etc. It does need to meet the criteria, but I do think.
Is it rude to just cover this man's PP and face with VS Code? I should just ask him if that's rude. I'll just ask him to his face after I have already done it.
This is something that at this point probably more likely to be admitted. And the thing is, this evidence is likely to be admitted at some point anyways, because it could come out through other methods, through other subpoenas or depositions, and come in that way. So I don't think they're going to get this one and win forever, but it's always possible that the judge could say, hey, we're not going to allow this evidence now. We're going to bring this evidence up later. It's going to come up through a different venue, right? So it is possible that the judge could rule in the mod's favor. I'm very interested to see how this one comes out, because this is kind of one of those things where while the mods accuse Ethan of dragging the case out, they're really dragging it out too by fighting this, by slowing this down, when this evidence is probably going to come out no matter what. What do you guys think in the comments below? Let you know, and I'll catch you on.
He cut that very abruptly, and that was strange. Him saying, and I'll catch you next time on, then just trailing out to the dun-dun is fucking diabolical. He meant to say, he'll catch you next time on the legal mindset. Well, he'll teach you to be your own judge. That's what he meant to say with his words, but he did not say these words with his words because he was possibly in a rush, possibly forgetful, but more than likely funny to meme on. So I don't fucking know, man. Shit happens. Anyways, so guess what? Guess what happens? Guess what happens? I'll tell you anyway. Hey, my dears. So, anyways, Babionica, you know how I said I was going to force you all to listen to the Abrahamic folks if we're going to speak about the Abrahamic folks' affairs, and we're all going to just be happy and informed? Well, I'm going to play Terra Invicta and have fun with a lovely rabbi, channel name of Alpha Beta. I'm spacing on name. Otherwise, I feel like a dumbass. I'm failing. I'm going to his page. I'm going to his fucking page. Trying to do it. Trying to get it. I fucked up. Okay, anyways, we're still doing it.
The first piece of the process is just a little thing that you notice. You're looking at this text and you're just tra-la-la reading through this text, and then you just notice something. It could be something that's incongruous. It could be a word that doesn't quite make sense. Those are the beginning of opening up some windows. Windows which lead us to discover that, one second, this book really is a book like no other. This book is designed to open up those layers.
Timestamps.
And all of a sudden, it's like you're swept away. And it's like, oh my gosh, I didn't even realize I'm talking about some of the acute issues that plague modern people in their lives, but I didn't even expect I was going there. The Torah's ability to sweep you from something mundane into something grand is truly breathtaking. It's coming from God, but it's also coming in a way that almost feels godly.
Welcome to A Book Like No Other, a podcast about reading the Torah on its own terms. Hi, I'm your host, Imu Shalev, and the voice you just heard belongs to my teacher and lead scholar of Aleph Beta, my friend, Rabbi David Foreman. Each season on this podcast, Rabbi Foreman and I will be exploring a Torah text of his choice. Our only goal?
Based 8 trad code wife? Actually, I and based too. There's a binary joke in there, but I'm too lazy to pull it out right now. Oh yeah, we named the stream a little bit ago. I believe in the binary because I am too based. That was what we did before. I kind of spaced on it. I have popcorn. We have lovely Rabbi reading Torah. We have me playing Terra Invicta, and it seems like a cozy fucking day.
Taking the type of journey Rabbi Foreman just described, noticing the Torah's anomalies, unraveling its patterns, layers, and deep structures, and following wherever that leads. No agenda, no preset topic, no assumed conclusions. It's just us and the text, and you if you want. So let's jump in. Recently, Rabbi Foreman called me. He had some new research on the Garden of Eden, and he wanted to know if I'd learn with him and we could record our sessions, maybe even use it for the show. I was psyched. What better text for our inaugural season than the beginning of Torah, the Garden of Eden? It's got intrigue, drama, sin, temptation. But when I sat down with Rabbi Foreman, he didn't want to talk about any of that. He just wanted to talk about trees.
Emu, this may seem crazy to you, but I want to talk about the story with you from the perspective of setting only, rather than the characters.
Interesting. So that reminds me of, like, the Lord of the Rings. Tolkien can spend many, many pages describing the beautiful trees and the mountains.
Confession at hand. When I read Lord of the Rings, I skipped a lot of the setting.
Thank God you said that. I found the Lord of the Rings really boring.
Right? I did too. And I was like,
I'll take the movie.
How many times?
Okay, that breaks me. You try to get lesbian hot sauce to play Fly Night, but she's a pussy? Okay, first off, I can only agree with you there. If she is not playing Fly Night, she has gone full pussy. I'm so sorry. That must suck. And good news. There is no good news.
Times can I read about these trees and the leaves? So here's the thing. The reason why I think the Torah is different is the Torah is actually telling a story in the setting. And that's what I want to try to unearth with you here today.
I'm intrigued enough to follow you.
Oh my gosh, I really should just be an asshole and for like a week or some shit. Oh my gosh, I should just start addressing, whenever I address her, I should be like, hello, lesbian hot sauce. It's me, Sriracha Shithead.
If you think there's a story in the setting, I'm with you.
Full disclosure, I was intrigued, but I was not with him. How do you pull a story out of a setting? Well, over the next few weeks, Rabbi Foreman would show me. And it turns out my Tolkien analogy was right, just for the opposite reason that I had in mind. Rabbi Foreman was about to take me on an epic adventure, one that would crisscross Genesis, Deuteronomy, Exodus, Joshua, and would change how I understand the garden, its role in the Torah, and honestly, my own life. But we'll get there, because over the next 6 episodes of this podcast, I'll be sharing that whole journey with you.
Oh no, not XCOM, Terra Invicta. This is the game where you control spies that take over nations and corporations, and those spies that take over nations and corporations then have to go to space as you also fight an extraterrestrial invasion trying to dominate and terraform Earth that will do so in a way that raises sea levels and obliterates the Homo sapien population. It's even more... It is good. Oh, it's so good.
This episode is just the first step, noticing and questioning all the strange things in the garden we tend to overlook. And Rabbi Foreman had a lot of questions about those trees.
Here, let's just quickly show you the scale of this game. Here's Earth. Here's Luna. We prefer to call this Terra. Mars. You have all of the asteroid belt. You have all of the fucking exoplanets, and they come in at a gas giant somewhere early in the game. But you get full solar system to fuck with. One of the faction's goal is to escape the solar system, to escape the aliens. You all have to fight for each other. Your washing machine decided to fuck up, so that's fun? That doesn't sound fun. That sounds miserable. Sorry.
Sometimes there are these basic questions, very obvious questions in every biblical story.
The elephant.
Oh, by the way, I should just tell you, this game starts in 2020, or you can do a 2080 scenario. Guess what is about to happen? guess how all this goes. I'll tell you. Well, it starts with the Russo-Ukrainian War. So, let's go.
In the room.
The elephant in the room questions. So let me lay out for you a couple of these sort of elephant in the room questions that just have to do with the setting of the story. And the first one is this. Imagine you got the story and you're like this eager 7-year-old child as Grandpa sits down on your bed and reads you your bedtime story. So Grandpa starts and says, well, once upon a time, there was the Almighty God, and he created these human beings, and he made this special garden, and it was wonderful, and there were all these trees. But Emu, my dear, there were 2 special trees in the garden. And one of them was a tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the other was a tree of life. Now, if Emu is curious, even before Grandpa gets to the rest of the story, Emu probably has one of those elephant in the room questions percolating in his mind. So you might come say, Grandpa, these are very mysterious trees. I don't really associate trees with knowledge of good and evil. It's a whole shelf of philosophy books in your study, Grandpa, that deal with good and evil. If I wanted to learn about good and evil, I would go there. I wouldn't go look at a tree. And also very strange that you're talking about trees of life. I know what a huckleberry tree is. I have a cherry tree that I heard George Washington once cut down, but a tree of life is a strange way of classifying a tree. So Grandpa might say, yes, Emu, well, the trees are very mysterious and just get used to it. But it doesn't sound like Grandpa has got a very good story going.
Right.
And then, imagine Emu complains to Mom, like, I don't want Grandpa to come back tomorrow. He's a nice guy, but I don't think he's such a good storyteller. Right. And Mom,
I love how the 7-year-old version of me is a literary critic.
Exactly. And there's something unsatisfying about the story that, everything's got to hang together in a story. But there's a quality of randomness with these 2 trees. What in the world is the connection between a tree of knowledge and a tree of life? The thing that bothers me is not just that I've never met a tree of knowledge of good and evil and a tree of life. That's true.
Right.
The dissatisfying part is what in the world would one have to do with the other?
Right. It's sort of like I could see where the story's going if you said that, one was the tree of happiness and one was the tree of sadness.
I just realized since it's a static video, I can just not put it over the screen and show you the whole thing without moving stuff. We're quickly looking. So the tree of happiness and the tree of sadness. Well, we don't have either of those here. What we do have is a choice between a spy officer who would give us, I said spy officer. I meant to say, I don't know where I read the word spy. I'm dumb. Oh, because I read down a little bit. Nope. You want to, in an ideal world, recruit the spies. You do not have any currently. We have a journalist, a judge, and an officer we can recruit. They cost influence. We want more influence. We have a lot of control nation, and that's good, but we would need to likely find a high, high persuasion. We want that. Or alternatively, espionage goes high on the journalist. Loyalty's 12, a little bit low. But I'm going to go with a journalist this time. That seems like the way to go. Confirm.
Exactly.
Taken.
Right. So those are opposites. Tree of knowledge, good and evil. Tree of life, super random. I don't really see where the story is going if that's the name of the trees.
Right. I don't know. It feels to me like an important question to ask, but it's one of those questions I would have never asked.
So that was Rabbi Foreman's first question. Why a tree of life and a tree of knowledge? Those themes seem to have nothing to do with trees or with each other. And that question prompted me to ask one of my own.
Can I say what the question makes me think of?
Yep.
Like now that you mention it, I think kind of growing up, knowing this story, I almost forget about the tree of life because the story ends up centering around the tree of knowledge of good and evil so much that it's making me even wonder, like, why is the tree of life in this story?
And that's another good question. What is the function of the tree of life? And maybe we can even throw in, what is the function of each tree? What is the function of the tree of knowledge of good and evil? And what is the function of the tree of life? As Chekhov once famously said, if there's a rifle on the mantle in the beginning of Act 1, it's got to go off by the end of Act 3. You can't just have a random rifle in the story that's there without any meaning.
Meaning, even if we accept Grandpa's premise that there just is a tree of life and a tree of knowledge in this garden, and even if we accept that maybe these trees aren't all that connected to each other, at least we should be able to make sense of each tree's individual role in the story. But good luck with that.
Let's start with the tree of life that you mentioned. The tree of life seems to be the odd man out in the story. It seems to have been
Narratively irrelevant.
narratively irrelevant. You could eliminate that tree quite easily and just have one special tree. It's a tree of knowledge of good and evil. You're not supposed to eat from it. And we get tempted to eat from it. We get banished from the garden. End of story. How is the story enriched by having this other tree there? It's just hanging around at the edges, not really doing anything.
To support this point, Rabbi Foreman makes a surprising observation. Well, at least surprising to me.
Adam and Eve are never told about the tree of life. It's interesting. You read the whole story, and God never even reveals to them the tree is there. It's like it was irrelevant. So why do I, the reader, need to know about it?
I didn't even realize that. That's actually the first time I noticed they weren't told that both trees are there.
They were never told.
Interesting. So in their command, they're told, hey, don't eat from the tree of knowledge.
Let's actually go to the command, and I'll just read it to you in case anybody doesn't trust me on this. This is verse 16 in chapter 2. Vayitzav Hashem Elokim ala Adam lemor, and God commanded man, saying, Mikol eitz hagan achol tochel, from all the trees of the garden you shall surely eat. Ume'etz hadat tov v'ra, but this tree of knowledge of good and evil, lo tochal mimenu, you shall not eat from it. Ki biyom achalchu mimenu mot tamut, on the day that you eat from it, you shall surely die. That's the whole command.
No tree of life.
And right here, this is when I start to understand what Rabbi Foreman meant earlier about the setting having its own story.
The Torah is saying, pay attention to this tree of life, reader. It is visible to you, is less visible to the protagonists in the story, but that's part of the story of this tree.
Fascinating.
Just as that insight is sinking in, Rabbi Foreman points out something else about the tree of life I'd never noticed before.
And just to complicate matters, what's God's attitude about man eating from the tree of life?
The only tree he says you can eat from is the tree of knowledge. And it's not just that. The introduction of that verse is achol tochel mikol eitz hagan, is eat, surely eat from all the trees, just not the tree of knowledge. So I think you'd have a slam dunk defense in a court case if you got sued for this, is no, I actually got permission to eat from all the trees explicitly, except for the tree of knowledge, which means you can eat from the tree of life. I never realized that.
Yeah. So it sounds like
I meant to pause a bit more of an apropos time. So we went with delivering our manifesto because I was inspired to have the whole world eat from our tree of knowledge. So instead of being subversive, we went for max gain of influence, which means I can also go and recruit someone else, and they all know a shitload about us and all of our plans. So we're going to quickly pull this up, go to recruiting, and purchase someone who possibly, if you can't get a spy, get a hacker.
totally fine to eat from the tree of life. Well, welcome to the end of the story. At the very end of the story, in chapter 3, we find that after man disobeys, eats from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, he's kicked out of the garden. And I say to you, Imu, why is he kicked out of the garden? The answer is not just because he did the wrong thing. He's kicked out of the garden because of a fear that God expresses in chapter 3, verse 22. And I'll read the verse for you. Vayomar Hashem Elokim, and the Lord God said, Hein ha'adam haya ka'achad mimenu ladat tov v'ra. Now mankind's become just like one of us, knowing good and evil. And here comes the concern. Va'ata, and now, pen yishlach yado, v'lakach gam me'etz ha'chayim v'achal v'chay l'olam, lest he stretch forth his hand, and he eat from the tree of life, and he eat it, and he live forever.
So it seems like God doesn't want him to eat from the tree of life, even though he didn't forbid him from eating from the tree of life.
Which seems strangely contradictory. Not only...
Okay, if you're looking for a new laptop to work with cool models, I might honestly recommend, if you're interested in the consideration, you know how I was really glad that I have cute little mini PC on desk? That is really helpful because if I go somewhere with my Steam Deck, I can just take that. I don't know if that's the kind of thing you'd be considering, but if I go somewhere with my Steam Deck, I can run a heavy load on an external device. Either you can have one big powerful thing or you can have a litany of little modular things. I'm not sure where to look for a laptop at the moment, but I am suggesting let's say you want to keep my Steam Deck or a Chromebook or something, but you also need to do heavy workload shit. Well, this has 27 gigs of RAM, 32 gigs of swap, 500 gigs of disk space on an NVMe, and an AMD GPU. which wouldn't work with that. But we can presumably look for one that doesn't ship AMD, but might work with Nvidia, so you can have that CUDA action. I'm not really sure. And also, I'd highly recommend, like, not just pinning yourself there, but to also, Nvidia has a project for working with models already, and I forgot its name. Isn't it Nvidia Neutron? I'm finding it. So if you were going to look at it, here is the Jetson or Nano Super Developer Kit. This isn't the only thing, but it does label itself the most affordable generative AI supercomputer. And let's see, where does this try to take me to? Where does this put me to? What's it show on my screen when I click this? What's it show me? What to do? 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 Okay, cool beans, let's go. So it'll take you to their store, and it'll say for $249, you can purchase their shit. They do have a Thor developer kit, which is a 270,000 T-flops. Again, its GPU is a 2560 core Nvidia Blackwell architecture GPU with 95 5th gen tensor cores, as opposed to the 1024 core Nvidia Ampere architecture GPU with 32 tensor cores. They have a mid-range that's $999, but for almost $300, the Jetson Orion Nano Super Developer Kit isn't bad at all. At all, honestly. Just a thought. And for a laptop, what I might suggest then is like look for like a refurbed ass ThinkPad or some shit that you can find at a good price that lets you interface with other things. And from there you can do, like, if you want to do like stuff with models, then you get this and you just take it with you or something. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw me roll up with one of these at a point, and just like this, my little desktop server that runs AMD and is a one node Kubernetes cluster with a shitload of RAM and a decent bit of compute, and then just this and networked together. I would not be surprised if we saw me do that one day, because that seems cool. Would I pay the nearly $3,000? Would I pay the? By the way, if anyone is considering these and you do have $1,000 to burn, it's currently on sale from nearly $2,000 to $1,000 for the AGX Orion developer kit. So that's not like cheap at all, but you know, that is 2,048 Nvidia CUDA cores across 60 and 64 tensor cores. That's like a good savings of $1,000 fucking dollars. And similar goes to the Thor developer kit, which is $3,499, so 3.5K as opposed to 2.8K when it's on sale. And I don't know how long their discount lasts, but it is currently 20% off. If they disced this one by 20%, I would probably be begging to like rip one of these into my house right now for the Nano. But it seems like a good option if you want to, maybe. So I would genuinely consider, like, I don't use Facebook, and I would usually err against the marketplace, but so many people I know talk about it, I'm only going to mention it and also give that disclaimer that people get scammed on it like all the fucking time. So, you know, find a reputable reseller, maybe find like a discounted ass ThinkPad, because the little nipple on them is really fun to play with. That sentence needs to be burnt in a fire. And toss on like maybe an external payload worker for what you want to do in particular. I would totally go for that. If I could afford, like, without ever giving a fuck, if I could just drop this money on this and never care, would I? Yes. Like, absolutely. If I didn't give half a fuck and I was like, I'm going to get the most expensive Nvidia thing and put it on my desk, would I? Yes. Yes, I would, especially for like 20% off, like 3.5 down to 2.8. I mean, I would go for it, bro. If I could, I fucking would. That's beautiful. But if you're considering dropping 2,000 on something and you can offload 1,000 of it onto the mid range, that also seems like very helpful, right? I mean, space heater, just like, you know, launch a video game, sit in front of a computer, have fun, or, you know, of course, do embedding across a lot of stuff. Honestly, I am honestly kind of enamored with this kit. I only learned about it recently, thanks to an outstanding engineer named Eve who gives a fuck and tells me cool shit here and there and teaches me how to make themes. So anyways, look at the cooler on this thing. Look at how cool that cooler looks. Look at all these ports. Does this shit run Linux? There's so many questions I have to ask right now. Datasheet, let's go, brother. Okay, cool. Let's just look for that keyword. Oh, cool beans. Linux developer guide. Huh, lol. Okay, cool. 1080p at 30 frames per second, supported by 1 to 2 CPU cores. Supported SD card slot and external NVMe. Memory, it comes with 8 gigabytes of memory at 120 gigabytes a second for speed. The CPU is a 6-core ARM Cortex based. GPU is an Ampere with, we know the cores. Okay, and it does 67 teraflops as opposed to, where was our other consideration? Can I just like go back one, maybe? I don't know. How do I do this? What do I have to do? Who do I have to fight for this? Can I just go back one page? Based. That's nice. I can go back one whole page and get to it. See model data sheets. Ooh, that'll work. Unmatched in performance and efficiency for robots and other autonomous machines now have the flexibility to create the next generation of AI solutions with the latest NVIDIA technology. And again, when we were covering this yesterday, NVIDIA does seem to be the ones that are actually working the hardest towards making it accessible to get access to open shit. This is not the one. This is the one. Undo this. Leave. Come here. Get pinned. Anyways, NVIDIA does seem to be the folks who are going to make the most open stuff right now. This is not on here. I need to put it on here. I can't believe I didn't do that. Oh no, it kind of is. All right, so whatever. NVIDIA does a good job at making sure you can access things that should be free and open source. Like, bro, if you want to do research, I mean, like if you want to learn shit that people are still learning about, get in, have fun, fuck about. Don't forget, you can still fuck with quantum computing for free. Also, totally unrelated. And that FPGAs and ASICs are undervalued, and FPGAs especially do a lot of computation that is similar enough to what we're looking for in GPUs that I would say stare at them. Stare at them, stare at them, stare at them. But again, that's like, I don't know if people have done like model training and utilization on FPGAs in a consumer applicable way right now. But this is pretty. I kind of want it on my desk. I could put it on my little switch. I could I could just have my whole little like take it everywhere kit set up with like coming into this, going off of a switch, out of this. And if I ever go to a hotel or some shit, just plug in the WAN, run my little network on its little internal LAN. And this is why we should remember, you can have a ring network. You can have a ring network that also contains a star network. You can have a star anywhere for you network diagram people. Have fun. I'm a piece of shit. All right, back to lovely Rabbi talking about Torah. Back to it.
Only did he not forbid him to eat from the tree of life, but as you said, God commanded him to eat from all the trees, save one, which sounds like there was a command, at least implicitly, that includes eating from the tree of life, and that's a good thing. And all of a sudden, it's a bad thing, so bad that man needs to be expelled from the garden.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's maybe ways to deal with this question. I did struggle with this question in The Beast That Crouches at the Door, put out in 2007. I suggested then that perhaps God's attitude towards the tree of life changes. Maybe in the beginning, God's like, sure, eat from the tree of life, but that's implicitly as long as you keep the rest of my commands. Once you eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, my attitude changes. Could be, but it doesn't feel like a slam dunk answer. If you read that verse in chapter 322, to me, the sense of that verse is he's already done one thing wrong. What if he does this second terrible thing wrong? In other words, man has shown his propensity to rebel. What if he rebels further and eats from the tree of life, which sounds like it was
Like, if you do want to help looking into like current laptop offerings, I honestly don't know offhand. Just say hey on Discord later on as well, and I will look with you. But this changes like month by month, year by year. And I don't want you to get dicked down dirty, so I won't say that I'm an authority in it, but I will look with you and I will stare at shit with you.
always a
We
problem.
got the whole general channel to spam with it. They deserve it.
Tree of life. I just never imagined that man would do it, which seems inconsistent with the beginning of the story. So the tree of life seems to make absolutely no sense.
The Tree of Life might have made no sense, but it was certainly no longer forgettable. We're told about it, Adam and Chava aren't. Humans can eat from it, no they can't. It's like after all this hullabaloo around the tree of knowledge, God perks up and goes, oh wait, this tree does matter. The exile from Eden kinda hinges on it. So I still had my original question. Why is this tree here? But now it wasn't, why bother with this tree? Now it was more like, tell me your secrets, Tree of Life. Okay, so those were our questions on the Tree of Life. We're gonna move now to the Tree of Knowledge.
Let's come back to the second side of the question, which you asked. If I asked you, Emu, what's the function of the tree of knowledge of good and evil? Why is it here in this story?
I mean, it's the forbidden tree.
It's the forbidden tree, right? Every story needs a villain. Every story needs an obstacle. So
Yeah, the whole like RAM blowing up in price is not easy. I am so sorry. Like, I don't have laptop RAM, but if I were you and knew someone who did and you needed to swap in more, make sure that the device supports it. One time I had to swap in more RAM for my friend's laptop, and we found out they had hard tacked down a blank that was unfunctional. They had the port for the module, everything in there, and they just forcefully kept people from fucking with it. So if you find yourself looking at something, we will be definitely staring to people's teardowns and analysis of those teardowns, because honestly, I would never wish what I did on anyone else. So I took it apart, got heat and leverage, and I just removed the thing. But that is not what they intended to do at all.
you could say that sort of from the storytelling perspective, but if I drill down a little bit deeper, I sort of have a theological problem which nags at me. And, in teaching the story of the Tree of Knowledge of Good and Evil many, many times over the last 20 years to many different audiences, it's a question that consistently comes up for me, and I never really had a completely wonderful answer to. Why would God put a tree that he doesn't want you to eat from in the middle of the garden?
It's a nisayon.
Right.
It's a test.
And then you get to the problem that, do I really want to worship a God who puts this delicious chocolate chip cookie right in the middle of the garden and then waits at the edges of the kitchen to see if little Junior is going to sneak a crumb from it and then gets really mad at him? And especially because the name of the tree doesn't make it sound like the kind of thing which should be off limits, right?
Mm-hmm.
In other words, if it was a tree of villainy and
The
terror,
knowledge of raping and pillaging.
it was a tree of incest and murder, right? So then, sure, like, don't eat from the tree of incest and murder. But for God's sake, it's a tree of knowledge of good and evil. Sounds like a really good thing to have.
I always love the version of this question you asked a few years ago, which is, what do you call a person who lives next door to you? Let's call him Bob, right? And he's your neighbor. He's a lawyer, comes home, grills on the barbecue. The Only thing about Bob you need to know is that he doesn't have a knowledge of good and evil, right? What would you call a guy like that, right? The name that you call for someone who doesn't have a knowledge of good and evil is a psychopath, right? Exactly. Today he's barbecuing, hamburgers on the grill. Tomorrow maybe he'll barbecue you. Who knows? He doesn't have a knowledge of good and evil.
That's right. Bob is not a good neighbor. Absolutely true.
Yeah, so it's a good question. Why does God want to withhold knowledge of good and evil from his creations? And even if we grant that he does, why would he stick the source of that knowledge, which, let's just remind ourselves, is very weirdly a tree, right there under Adam and Chava's noses? So not only do the trees seem random as a pair, but each one individually is also fraught. If you're itching to start solving the problems we've raised, I get it, so was I. But Rabbi Foreman had one last question to share, and this one was the most bewildering of all.
Okay, Emu, so here's my next question, having to do with the relationship between these two trees. And the way I'm going to suggest this question to you is we're going to do a little role-playing game, okay? We're going to actually go through this story, the temptation of Eve, and I would like you to play Snake, and I'm going to play Eve. And I think you're going to see pretty quickly that this story goes off the rails in a remarkable way.
This is a role I was born for.
Okay, so let's go to chapter 3 for a moment. The snake, that's you, Emu, was very sly, much more crafty than any of the beasts of the field. And he strikes up a conversation with Eve. Af ki amar Elokim lo tochlu mikol EDSA Content.
They're offering us a non-aggression pact, right? A completing improved relations and a company if we just agree not to aggress them. Complete trade? Okay, we have an ally now. Dope. That's kind of nice. Oh no, I totally was gonna do that. That seems fun. Like there's no way I'm gonna I try to win this game with peace the best I can. The last thing I want to do is break out explosives on people. And as you can see, I've got my eyes set on taking over the states first. And if I follow my usual playbook, I'll try to make a united Afro-Eurasia that kind of just accepts that, well, this basically touches tips with Alaska, which touches tips with Canada, which touches tips with America, which is basically I should just take over the whole planet. So, yeah. By the way, Kazakhstan is definitely going to be one of our next big targets because it has an amazing boost potential, which means we get off the planet faster. You definitely want Kazakhstan. If you get the chance, you get the choice to. If you can go for Kazakhstan, you fucking do it. Welcome to Terra Invicta.
Did God really say don't eat from all the trees of the garden? It's patently untrue, but you're just trying to start a conversation. So Eve, I'll play Eve. Eve is taken off guard and says, oh, no, Snake. You don't understand me. Pre-EDSA Content. We can totally eat from all the trees of the garden. There's just one tree we can't eat from. You, Snake, have been lying in wait for this point, right? You're waiting for her to say what words? Oh, no, Snake, it's just which tree can't we eat from?
The tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Tree of knowledge of good and evil. Yeah. But what's fascinating is if you look at verse 3, she refuses to identify the tree that way. And here's what she says. It's just the tree that's in the middle of the garden. It's that tree that God said don't eat from. She does not name it by its qualities, which is how we have primarily come to know these trees. We've been introduced to them by God by their names. And when God forbids the tree, he actually says the tree of knowledge of good and evil, that's the tree that you must not eat from. But here, when it actually comes time for her to eat from it, she chooses to identify it a different way.
Oh, that's crazy.
I'd never noticed that Eve doesn't name the tree of knowledge as the forbidden tree. It just goes to show you how quickly we fill in the gaps for ourselves when reading Tanakh. All these years, I read Eve telling the snake she can't eat from the tree in the middle of the garden and just jumped to the conclusion that that meant the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Makes sense, right? But is that really a safe assumption to make?
Now, here's the question. If you're the snake, it's 1 second, hold it, Eve, which tree are you talking about when you say the tree that's in the middle of the garden? So let's go back to our geography manual. Where is our geography manual? For that, we actually have a verse, the verse that describes the placement of the special trees in the garden. That's back in the last chapter, chapter 2, verse 9. And what does it say? Just read the text.
It says, "Vayitzmach Hashem Elokim min adama kol eitz nechbal mer v'tol machal ve'etz hachayim b'toch hagan." The tree of life is in the middle of the gan. Ve'etz hadas tov ha'ra.
The tree of life in the middle of the garden, and there's a tree of knowledge of good and evil. Don't quite know where that is, but
it seems from verse 9 that it is ambiguous as to where the tree of knowledge is. Could be that it's in the middle of the garden, could be that it's not. But the one that's unambiguously in the middle of the garden is the tree of life. So she uses the word betoch hagan to identify which tree she can't eat from. It seems like she's saying she can't eat from the tree of life, or she doesn't know where the tree of knowledge is. It's very confusing.
it leaves open the question that maybe Eve doesn't know what she's talking about.
So was Eve just confused? Was she mistaking the tree of knowledge for the tree of life? But here's the even weirder thing. The text doesn't portray her as confused. The snake doesn't respond to her as if she's got the tree wrong.
Maybe if Eve really is mistaken, then the snake has a great opportunity. If his job is to get her to eat from the tree of knowledge, he could take an unsuspecting Eve, just walk her over to the tree of knowledge and say, here's this tree, and she thinks she's allowed to eat from it. Or if the snake's job is to get her to willfully transgress God's commands, then the snake's mission is imperiled by the fact that she thinks that the tree that she's not allowed to eat from is the tree of life. He should be telling her something like, actually, we're talking about a different tree, the tree that you're not supposed to eat. Let me just give you a primer, Eve, on the tree that you're not supposed to eat from before I tell you why you're supposed to eat from it. Come, let's eat from the tree over there. But the snake never says, let's eat from the tree over there. They keep on having this conversation about the tree that's betoch hagan. If you wanted me to be clear that Eve was eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, then back when he gave the locations of the tree, the one unambiguous tree that was betoch hagan should have been the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, if I were like the angelic editor of God, right after he finishes the first draft of Genesis, 1, 2, and 3, I would come back and say, hey, God, there's an issue. You have Eve identifying the tree as betoch hagan, but you use that word betoch hagan. Everyone's going to think that she thinks the tree that's forbidden is the tree of life because that's the one that's clearly referred to as betoch hagan.
Eve's misidentifying the trees, right?
Yeah.
So, let's just take stock of our questions. What's the deal with the garden with these two special trees in it that seem to have nothing to do with each other, a tree of life and a tree of knowledge of good and evil?
And Rabbi Foreman's second question.
What's the function of each tree? The tree of life seems superfluous. It just seems to get in the way.
I didn't mean to go into customization. I meant to go into augments. I wanted to give them more, was it espionage? Yeah, they're going to have to rock our espionage points. Get them to 7.
Tree of life just confuses me. Tree of knowledge also confuses me. Why should I not be allowed to eat from a tree of knowledge, good and evil? Sounds like such a great thing to have.
And finally, last but not least,
Eve seems to misidentify the tree. It seems like the tree that's for sure in the middle of the garden is the one that they can't eat from. When back in chapter 2, that's the tree of life. So we're quite confused, thoroughly confused by the basic setting of this garden.
Indeed. Confused.
Right? Confused we are.
I'm squirming uncomfortably in my seat. So you've taken from me.
No, the snake is a story of a dude who would lie to anybody, who tried to tell like a third of the angels that if they followed him, they could share in the throne. But meanwhile, he wanted to usurp the throne. And so he thought that if you had the throne, it gave you power, or at least that's what he said. Are you really going to take a liar at face value? So the serpent, Mr. Satan, not the one from Dragon Ball, was like trying to work so hard to like sow so many stories that I don't even think that like, I think that a part we should take away from the text is that like, I would not even believe that motherfucker thought that usurping the throne brought you power. Like, it honestly just seems like bro was having a tantrum because God was like, I'm having a son. and I love them. And I'm also making a place, and this place is gonna be of free will, and y'all don't have free will, so y'all can suck a dick, but they're gonna have free will, and they get to fuck up if they want to. And bro was like, that seems interesting. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take your throne, and I'm gonna take that as my new kingdom. And he then told like a third of his homies, okay, if you come with me, we can all share power. But he wanted power. So it's like, bro, what the fuck would you... I don't think this, bro, man just speaks not just in riddles, but in like a plethora of bullshit lie. It's so silly. Man's got like the biggest, I can fake it till I make it mentality. It is wild.
The earliest and oldest of the stories in Tanakh, and I need it back. So I'm excited for how you're going to answer some of these.
Hopefully, we'll come back and find some comfort. I think all of these maddening questions are leading up to a story that the setting is telling us about the two trees.
I'm with you for the quest, wherever it may lead.
Excellent.
After this session, I kept wondering how I'd miss.
But like, then there are serpents that aren't like shitty. Like there's the whole Moses throwing his staff serpent. There's like lots of like serpents that are imbued with like divinity. It's just that just so happens to be the weird one. And the whole like serpent shit really does give a lot of people question. Like, does it mean snake or does it mean dragon? Because like serpent would have meant both about then. And so you have some folks that like consider every snake just vicious and evil. And you have like, and I know motherfuckers on YouTube are snakes and they act that way too. I know, right? But like so there's is also seeing as like one of the omitted texts in like the more codified like Christian and Catholic faiths does have Jesus fighting a dragon. By the way, y'all, we missed out on Jesus fighting a fucking dragon because they thought it sounded too fanciful. So first the fuck off, that's fucked up. I want that dude fighting a dragon. He sounds like a nice humble Hebrew boy that did his best as a carpenter and worked his hands raw. Okay, why can't he also fight a fucking dragon? Bitches. And so like, yes, but no one's obligated to make sense, especially me, first off. But yeah, no, it does fall in line with what snakes on YouTube do. Do you really trust them? I don't know. Does it seem like most of commentary YouTube records calls? Not most. Does it seem like just a robot and Baack record calls and then leak them when it's effective or beneficial to them, even if they're wrong and it damns them too? Yes. So I think you should just think about like the old biblical stories of Satan. Like just imagine if Baack and just a robot teamed up together to try to snake people. Would you really trust a thing that they said to be true at all in any capacity ever? Not even if we take the throne, we can share power. No, not that part. No. Even worse, would you trust it so far as them even believing that they thought the throne would give them power? Like, I would not even go that far.
Missed all these glaring problems with the garden all of these years. I got now why Rabbi Foreman wanted us to focus on the setting. It's so easy to get caught up in the drama of biblical stories, but the details are where you find a lot of its treasures. And now, I couldn't stop thinking about those trees. Eden was our first home, ground zero for the Torah and for creation. But we barely got to look around. What would we find if we could go back? What would we learn about ourselves? I really wanted to know. Only now, there were all these big, giant question marks blocking the view. Next time on A Book Like No Other, we start getting some answers. Rabbi Foreman's going to introduce a single, elegant theory that will help solve these problems we've been grappling with and, in the process, paint a very unexpected picture of what Eden actually looked like. And strangely, the big evidence for this theory on the beginning of the Torah lies all the way at the Torah's end. You won't want to miss it, so make sure to subscribe. And hey, while you're at it, please share this podcast with a friend. If you liked it, maybe they will too. It really helps new people discover us.
What is this? Oh, this is S1.
A Book Like No Other is a product of Aleph Beta, a nonprofit dedicated to helping people fall in love with Torah. Visit alephbeta.org for hundreds of more deep dive audios and beautifully animated videos on nearly every biblical text. If you're enjoying this podcast, I hope you'll find a lot there that speaks to you.
Okay, so they put the playlist in backwards because I don't know why the fuck anyone would do that to me, but they chose to. So we've got to like scroll down and click. Good luck. Again, don't forget, I'm going to drag you all through all the Abrahamic folks texts. So we're going to be dredged through. We're gonna be dragging ourselves in chronological order through the texts of like the lovely Hebrew homies, the lovely Catholic and Christian cohorts, and I had a fucking alliteration for Islam and I forgot it. Piss. We're gonna be going through all the homies shit in chronological order.
I'm Emu Shalev, and this is a book like no other. Last time, Rabbi Foreman turned the Garden of Eden into unfamiliar territory by asking some burning questions about the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. Did Eve misidentify the forbidden tree? Why doesn't God want us to have a knowledge of good and evil? Why is the tree of life even there? And what in the world do these two mysterious special trees have to do with each other? Big picture?
We're gonna be giving each of the three boys their fucking ear. That's how we're gonna have to go for it. You're gonna learn today. Damn right. Damn right. You know, maybe is an embedding table for Hebrew? I did not know there was an embedding table for Hebrew. Oh shit. Oh shit. Gematria. I can't words. I'm dumb as fuck, actually. I'm struggle busting through Japanese periodically right now. That's like phonics as a like just getting phonics down without any hiccup is my like next big like goal. And I will be probably doing that during the week when I'm like offline being a goofball, just like grinding it out. Grind it out till you lose your mind out.
What's the story hiding in the garden setting? And how does that change the story that we thought we knew? So, you know, just the opening to the whole Torah hanging in the balance. But not to worry, because when I sat down to learn again with Rabbi Foreman, he had a clue to share with me. A single verse that would totally reframe how I thought about the trees ever after. And, quite elegantly, Rabbi Foreman had stumbled across this insight into the beginning of the Torah while perusing a section all the way at the book's very end. Deuteronomy.
Also, you can blame all the homies that put the names and goals of the Abrahamic homies. So that would incorporate Judaism, Christianity, Catholicism, which we're just going to tie those two together for now, even though it's a bit pedantic, or a bit, I want to be pedantic and say not. But anyways, and Islam together, we're just going to be like needle dicking through everything because a lot of motherfuckers put like their shit in their mouth, but they misrepresent them. And I am not going to try to contribute to this anymore. I'm just going to squash this shit by, we're just going to be nerdy. Like, I know that there is shit that I have like sewn together, but then again, I look at a lot of things inclusive of other faiths, like bits of Shinto, for instance, and Buddhism. Like, I look at it all as like a beautiful piece of a tapestry of the grand masterwork of all of us and all of our predecessors. And I think that keeping them all together in context of, you know, and appreciating them for what they can bring is beneficial. So I don't know. I don't get mad at myself for like kind of bullet blending some shit in my head, but it's never bad to bone up on something, is it? Damn right.
Deuteronomy chapter 30.
Emu, it's nice to see you again, albeit through Zoom.
Lovely to see you too.
I want to just bring you into one of the last things that Moshe says to the people at the very end of Sefer Devarim, the book of Deuteronomy. The context is that Moses is nearing the end of his farewell speech to the people, and he starts talking about the Torah. And he says, Ki ha-mitzvah hazos, asher anochi mitzavcha hayom, these mitzvot that I teach you today, lo rechoka, here they're not that far away, lo b'shamayim, here they're not in heaven. And then he comes and he says something else about these mitzvahs. And I'm quoting now from verse 15. Re'ei natati lefanecha hayom, see, I have put before you today, et ha'chayim v'et ha'tov, et ha'mavet v'et ha'ra. I put before you today what is life and what is good, what is death and what is evil. Gee, when Moshe talks about these terms referring to the Torah, he seems to be borrowing from something from the beginning of the Torah. I mean, maybe I was just reading the Garden of Eden too much, but here's Moshe talking about life, and he's talking about good, and he's talking about evil. He's talking about these themes that seem to emerge from these two trees.
The two trees in question are, of course, the Eitz HaChaim, the tree of life, and the Eitz Hadas Tov Ra, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So see what Rabbi Foreman means? Moses is referring to Torah when he says, I've placed before you life and good, death and evil. But 3 out of 4 of those words, life, good, evil, are lifted right from the names of the trees.
So is that just random? Moshe just happened to pick these ideas out of the air that so evoke these trees from the very first part of the Torah, or is that purposeful?
In other words, was Moshe seeing a connection between the two trees that we'd been missing? Something that made him connect both trees to Torah. Rabbi Foreman was willing to bet that he wasn't just throwing fluff into his final speech to the people. Now, if we could only see what Moshe was seeing, maybe we could start to understand these strange trees ourselves. But why would Moshe pick these words, these themes from the trees to describe the Torah? That's what was puzzling Rabbi Foreman.
And then I kind of began thinking to myself, okay, how would you describe the...
Really quick, I'm just going to show you all the full tech tree in this game. Look at this big tech tree. Look at how big this is. Look at how fucking big. One of these is unifying the nations, and there is so close to a chance. Oh my gosh, there's a mod that makes it possible to unify the entire world. But depending on claims you take, you can really make a big super nation and just have all the member states be entirely refactored and reformed in a way that best supports you getting a large chunk of it. Taking up most of Afro-Eurasia and most of the Americas isn't that hard. Well, okay, it is kind of hard, but it's kind of fun.
The Torah. Let me ask you this question, Emu. If I would say, a tree of knowledge of good and evil that you're not supposed to eat from, we know that the people transgressed that command pretty early on. Now, one of the interesting questions is, what would have happened if they didn't transgress that command? Would God have eventually given it to them? We don't know the answer to that.
Right.
No way to know. Except our intuition tells you that, one second, what is this tree of knowledge, good and evil anyway? I mean, if it's as it seems to be, which is just you get some understanding of good and evil, all of that seems very fundamental to our humanity. It sounds like eventually God maybe would give this to us. Now, there are midrashim to this effect. If we'd only held out till Shabbos in the garden, God would have shared this tree of knowledge of good and evil with us. But Emu, can you name me a moment in history when it seems like God did share his understanding of good and evil with us? When would that be?
Right.
Here is an alien ship coming to attack us. Y'all, here it is. Here it fucking is, bro. It's currently going to arrive in February 14th, 2023. It is clocking out at a whopping 238 kilometers per second. It is absolutely a gunship. It is an Astral Wind class gunship. It is a Wind class gunship, rather. It is absolutely chucking it to us. It has blah. We're fucked, is my point. We're just absolutely fucked. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna win anyway. Fuck it.
At Sinai, he tells us
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you all the good things and the bad things. Do the good things, stay away from the bad things.
That's totally it, right? So we would identify a tree of knowledge of good and evil at some level with the Torah. Let's just say.
Oh, little tangent. We also took Kazakhstan, since we can make some money and have boost component and take the states and Kazakhstan.
That sort of makes sense on an intuitive level. You would
Conceptually, yeah, makes sense.
Conceptually, what is the Torah but a knowledge of good and evil? It's like God actually comes out of the clouds and says, here's what to do in these situations. That's a really helpful Google Maps roadmap. It lets you proceed in the world without this aching feeling like I'm doing the wrong thing, because we all have this idea that we want to be moral people, and the Torah helps us understand how. So let's say that the tree of knowledge, good and evil sounds intuitively like it should be associated with the Torah. And then I say to you, Emu, what about a tree of life? Is there anything in your religious experience that connects the notion of a tree of life to the Torah?
Repeat the question.
Is there anything in your religious experience where...
I heard him the first time. I just didn't know how to answer that. I got the algebra, as Rabbi Foreman likes to call it, meaning the way the verses are connected. In Dvarim, Moses seems to connect Torah to the two trees. Play that out with the tree of knowledge, and it makes sense. Both are sources of knowledge of good and evil. But play that out with the tree of life. This one was trickier. I wasn't even sure how to think about the tree of life in the first place. Even less so after our discussion last episode. Throwing the Torah into the mix didn't help. The connection just wasn't landing. But it did strike me that Rabbi Foreman wasn't the first to make this connection.
I mean, a tree of life is everywhere. It's the name of like a gazillion synagogues. It's written on the Aron Kodesh in my shul. And actually, right, we belt this out every single week in shul. We sing, Eitz Chaim Hi, right?
Right. That's what we sing. And why do we sing that? Because there's a verse.
It has a pretty tune? Just kidding. Eitz Chaim Hi Lamachazikim Ba. She's a tree of life to those who grasp her. That's from Proverbs. It's sung when we return the Torah to the Aron. And if you look at the verse in context, it's pretty clear that Solomon is referring to the Torah.
So that you might even wonder if when Solomon came up with those words, Eitz Chaim Hi Lamachazikim Ba, he was looking at Deuteronomy 30.
Got it.
I'll be just 1 second. I'm going to drop you with Stellar Blade music for a second. I literally forgot something I need to grab really fast. Please forgive me. Oh, is it Illuminati the video game? Basically. Actually, there is a faction that is the Illuminati. We're fighting against them. So you can play as... and that's nations, never mind. I want to click on factions. Where the fuck? Intel. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna move this for a moment. So, the initiative. Exploit the alien arrival to gain power. You might know what that might sound like. So there's humanity first. They're going to do like dirty, dodgy ops that put people, the initiative, the Illuminati side. The servants, they want to serve the aliens. Project Exodus, they want to escape the aliens. They want to escape Earth. The Academy, they want to make money and convince the aliens we're equals. The Protectorate, they want to protect humanity by appeasing the aliens. Humanity first. Well, they... I already said them. Anyways, we are... what's our name again? What fuck we called again? The fuck is our faction called again? The fuck are we? The fuck? The initiative? No. The fuck are we? We are definitely not the servants, but I forgot what we are. Anyways, is it like Illuminati the video game? It is like if there were warring factions of the Illuminati the video game and also a space alien threat, an Earth populace to capitulate, and maybe gaslight. You think you fixed the washing machine? I thought you typed Washington at first, and I was like, you think you fixed the Washington machine? That would be amazing! You gonna drain the swamp? Because last time someone told me that, not enough people went to jail. Oh my gosh, what is the default faction name? The one that you get tutorial with? That's what we are. I forgot their name. I didn't need kind rabbi to help me fall in love with any group's texts. I like reading. I like learning. I like knowing people's experiences. So I have always been I don't know of a point when I wasn't like this. Like, bro, I was brought up in a Catholic environment. I was like always hanging out with and asking questions to my lovely Buddhist friends. Like, mom being from Japan, a lot of her friends kept with Shinto. I have questions everywhere, always. One time, my violin teacher got mad at me because I used to like just cuss a lot, but I'd mix up the language I'd cuss in, or, you know, exclaim shit in. And one day, new class, bro got a little bit miffed that I was just a little bit mad at something I did. And he didn't like when we cussed, period, or like said anything a bit too not studently. So he caught me in a very exacerbated oive and looked at me like I had just tried to subvert as well as gotten busted at the same time. Y'all.
He looks at Moshe using two descriptors for the same thing, the Torah, and says, well, sure, the Torah is a tree of knowledge of good and evil, but it's not just a tree of knowledge of good and evil, it's also a tree of life, just like Moshe says.
I couldn't argue with the evidence, but I still didn't know what to make of it.
Bro would not let anybody get away with anything unless it was direct and clear. And mind you, that's about when I was like learning Mandarin in school. So going to a Chinese school, if you can't exclaim in Yiddish and you can't exclaim in English, what are you gonna do? You're probably gonna reach to the other language that you're ensconced in. And guess what? That didn't fucking work either.
Scanning Dvarim for clues, something caught my eye. Moshe kind of talks about it. I never noticed this, but in a very intertangled kind of way. He doesn't say life and death, good and bad. He says, I put before you life and good, death and bad, sort of like intermingling them. Almost like
intermingling them. Yeah, that's right.
Meaning, I'll tell you how I feel. I read that and I'm confused. I'm like, which one is it? Which tree is the Torah? Is the Torah?
And notice also that the Torah is one thing, right? And here are these two trees. It's a little weird.
We'll get back to this weird intermingling a little later. For now, Rabbi Foreman wasn't going to let me off the hook that easily. I still hadn't answered his question.
What would it mean then to call the Torah a tree of life? What would that mean to you?
Maybe just this notion of like God is the source of life, and if you cleave to his commands, well, that's very lifey, that's very good. But now I'm back to using words like good.
So I think maybe a way to make it concrete would be to ask you, like, why do people spend so many hours nowadays in yeshiva learning Torah as kind of their central religious quest after high school? So you could say, because everyone else does it. All right, fine.
You need to get a good shidduch. You need to get married.
That's how you get married. Or let me ask you a more personal question. What do you get about being involved in a company like Aleph Beta, right? I mean, you could just be a lawyer and make money.
So I have to pick between, speaking of money, we have 20 units of currency, right? So if we only generate 0.6 just passively. We just took Kazakhstan. We're going to finish up here and take capital next. Then we can do priority lists, etc. And it's mostly going to go like, okay, so sometimes if I get a good chokehold on the like first world, it forces the other factions to put more money into welfare programs everywhere else because they need to build rapport. And then I can just march in and take those two, annex them, fuck it. So you can't stop me. I'm just like this. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. I'm just like this. You can't stop me. Anyways, so I'm gonna look for points I can spend in influence possibly to like get someone up to make another level 9 influence person. Bomb and base, let's go. But effectively, if you force them into a position where they have to capitulate to the social needs of folks in the third world, it's very funny because then you just get to like scoop everyone up as they get resources anyway. And I think it's hilarious.
money. This is where you go to make the big bucks.
Right. You go to be a lawyer. And as a matter of fact, you came here after you already passed the bar, right? You could have just gone on to Wall Street. What was compelling?
Actually, did not take the bar. I came after I got my JD.
I hear you. Okay. But a guy with your brains, Emu, you could have passed the bar.
To the sadness of my mother.
That's right. So what are you doing here, right?
It's actually kind of funny. I was studying for the bar, and my brother shoved your book in my hands on one Shabbos, and I read it from cover to cover, and I felt like, oh, this is Torah learning. So it gave me a really thrilling and exciting feeling, and I felt like I needed to meet you and find out what you were about and see whether I wanted to throw behind my legal career and actually come and work for you, teaching Torah like that. That's what happened.
So what I want to suggest to you is that's the tree of life aspect of the Torah. The chance to connect to the immortal source of all life. It's like a crazy thing that you should be able to do that, right? He's God.
Okay, little tangent. I'm sorry. Okay, so you know how we were talking about we're going to be covering like policy impacting, looking at a substrate neutral analysis of how to, make sure we're extending appropriate ethical care and consideration, regardless of species or substrate. Doesn't matter if you are made of silicon, made of meat, made of some thing that isn't meat or silicon that comes from an extraterrestrial origin. Check this out. We have encountered humanity first. This faction has gathered all of Earth's xenophobia into its ranks. Its followers have railed against the alien arrival without nuance, and they have even threatened humans who support finding a way to communicate with aliens. And they say, in quotes, they are not life forms or xenosapient. They are demons incarnate. They and their traitors who support them will face our judgment. Hans Castillo, Humanity First, Colonel.
God, the creator of your galaxy with all of its 100 billion stars, and he actually speaks your language, and there's words of his that you could understand. You would want to explore that. Why? Not so much because you'd practically want to know what to do, although that would be great too, but just the fact that I could delve into his words and know something.
You know what's going to really piss off the folks in Canada? When I annex Canada into the United States in this game, one province at a time. That's going to piss off some people. I'm going to do it. I'm a good American. I respect our president. I'm going to annex Canada. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking get it.
So where I thought you were going was Torah gives a person who studies it great chiyus, that actually like it's thrilling and exciting to learn Torah itself. But you're not really saying that. What you're saying is Torah is basically the words that come from the source of all life, regardless of what is actually being said.
Yes.
Whether God chooses to communicate a knowledge of good and evil, or is choosing to convey to us, the history of Mozart. Right? It doesn't matter what is being said specifically. The fact that it's coming from the creator and source of all life is an end in and of itself.
It's the primary way that we can connect him. We can't hug him. We can't touch him. We can't see him, but we can breathe in his words. By the way, breathe in his words is kind of interesting. If you go back to how God is the source of our life, back in Genesis, the language for God becoming the source of our life is he breathes into our nostrils the breath of life. And if you think about words, to make spoken words come alive in the world, you have the articulation of the words with the ideas, but you also just have breath behind that. You need to breathe in order for words to come. It's almost like he gives us life with that initial breath. And a later version of this is the Torah itself.
Wow, so God...
Not to be a dickhead, but I think Stephen Hawking proved you don't need breath for voice. You're welcome.
Creates us through breath, and then he expresses words to us, which, as you're saying, come as basically breath that actually forms itself into voice and words. And that's Torah.
And if you look at it that way, it's really not such a leap to say that Torah is a source of life as much as it's a source of morality. So maybe that's what Moses had in mind in Devarim, why he evoked the tree of life along with the tree of knowledge to describe the Torah. Maybe. It was a really beautiful idea. I'd give Rabbi Foreman that. But I also...
Oh, it's a gorgeous fucking consideration. The only good guys in Warhammer 40k are actually the orcs. Based.
couldn't help wondering, so what? I mean, let's say this was what Moses had in mind. So he was a poetic person and he used the trees as kind of a metaphor for Torah. How was that supposed to help us make sense of the problems we'd seen in the garden? How deep exactly did this metaphor run? While these questions were percolating in my mind, Rabbi Foreman had a light bulb going off in his. He noticed something, and actually what he noticed, besides being really cool, would end up helping us answer all those questions I just asked as well. So here's what Rabbi Foreman noticed. Remember,
I just noticed. So Rabbi Foreman has good observations, better than mine. However, I just noticed that our faction is the resistance. I had to I had to mouse over it. Yeah, our goal is resist the aliens, cooperates the academy, submit is the servants, various exploitable beliefs, the initiatives, escape the aliens, Project Exodus, appease the protectorate, destroy humanity first. And so we have 31% buy-in in the States and 32% undecided. As soon as I can just take the States by we're gonna fucking do this.
that he was talking about how Torah is a source of life, and he asked, how exactly is Torah a source of life? Well, it's made up of God's words, and God's words, they're made up of God's breath. And if we take a look at breath is the same thing that animates us. It gives us life. That's how God breathed life into Adam. So we've got breath that animates humanity and breath that forms words and Torah. That's how Torah is a source of life. But how exactly is a tree a source of life? We talked about breath as being a really important way of understanding how Torah is a source of life. But what does breath have to do with trees? In other words, the same thing that makes Torah a source of life. Is it possible that the tree of life has that in common with Torah? So what Rabbi Foreman noticed was a really interesting link. A link between the verse about how God's breath animates humanity, a verse back in chapter 2 of Genesis, verse 7, and the verse of how the tree of life itself was formed. Those two verses, the verse that describes the creation of man and the creation of the trees, they're actually pretty much right next to each other. Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, and Genesis chapter 2, verse 9. And not only are they right near each other, they share a nearly identical structure with really interesting implications. So we jump back into the text to take a closer look.
So come with me into verse 9 for a moment. And God caused to grow from the ground all trees that were beautiful to look at and good to eat. And there was also a tree of life in the midst of the garden, and a tree of knowledge of good and evil. So there's three clauses to this verse. God caused to grow out of the ground all these beautiful trees, and then there's this tree of life in the midst of the garden, and then there's this tree of knowledge of good and evil. Okay, but now look at the verse that comes 2 verses before this. And Imu, that verse is going to have 3 clauses also. Vayitzer Hashem Elokim asa Adam afar min adama. And God created man, dust from the ground, clause 1. Vayipach ba'pav nishmat chayim. And he breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, clause 2. Vayi Adam lenefesh chaya, clause 3. And Adam became this living soul. Now, let's play a little game with me for a moment. Do you see any connection between any of these 3 clauses and the verse we just read having to do with the creation of man?
Sometimes I call the espionage people espers because I like other games where stats matter, and esper seems like the fun way to call it. An investigator with 0 suspected loyalty. Though you might consider this worrisome, I think I want to go for this. because their investigation tact is at 9 and I don't have anyone to compare. They also have detain and investigate counselor, purge, which means you can take control of take a control point from places. They are just geared to take over places if we lose them. They cost 60. Oh, I can't take another one yet till I unlock more. Oh, I have to do more research to take another person. Oh. Honestly, this one's our worst one. They've got piss for every stat. Aside from science, their science is really high, but it's kind of a fucking, it's a mess for me, right? I should probably just wait till we can recruit another first, and that should be the way to go. Maybe there's a company we can purchase that'll allow us to do something. We do have an unassigned org, but that's just hostile takeover defense goes up by 4. And we gain alien assault when we get more operational resources a month, but that's not like the biggest. We're currently taking the states a bit by bit with 0 cash involved influence gain. I really shouldn't have spent the cash early that game. I should have saved it better. That was my mistake.
And any of the 3 clauses in verse 9 having to do with the trees that are created afterwards.
I was following along with you, comparing the clauses as you read, and I was like, that's pretty cool. I can definitely see in verse 9, Vayatzmach, Hashem Elohim, God is causing to grow from the ground, is perfectly parallel to Vayitzer, Hashem Elohim, God forms. And then Et ha'adam afar min ha'adama. So God is forming man from the earth. And here in verse 9, God is forming or causing to grow forth, again, min ha'adama, same exact word, from the earth.
Yes.
This time it's trees.
Yes. Good. So man's created min ha'adama. There's all these trees that grow min ha'adama. So much for clause 1. Let's look at clause 2 in each verse. Do you see a connection between clause 2 in the verse that talks about how man is created and clause 2 in the verse that talks about the trees?
So you have Vayipach be'apav nishmat chaim, where God blows in man's nostrils this breath of life. And in verse 9, that would be parallel to Ve'etz hachaim b'toch hagan. And there was a tree of life in the midst of the garden.
Textually, what's the link between clause 2 and each thing?
Chaim. You have nishmat chaim versus Eitz hachaim.
Right. So isn't it fascinating? I have 3 clauses in one verse and 3 clauses in another verse. And the first clause in each one is min ha'adama, and the second clause in each one is chaim. Now let's leave aside the third clause in each verse, which is a little bit more complicated for just a moment. Imu, what would you infer from these connections? What's the point of verse 9 coming, a short 2 verses after verse 7, and picking up on the same themes of min ha'adama and chaim?
I mean, the first thing that's coming to my mind right now is that man and tree are cousins.
That's right. They are related to each other, man and tree. Now, what do I get out of all these trees that are grown from the ground? What does the text tell me in verse 9?
Well, they're nechmad l'mareh and they're tov l'ma'achal.
So what do I get?
You get beauty and you get food.
Now, interestingly, these are 2 ways that we relate to trees, and both of them nourish us. The more obvious way we're nourished is when we think tree, we think, oh, great, oranges, apples, I can eat it. But
You think I should pick a fight with Egypt just because Twitch outsourced all their moderation there? And be like, now you're gonna ban Hassan. Think I should do that?
more subtle way they nourish us is just being around them. Scientific experiments show that we're better off around trees, just the beauty of trees.
They call it forest bathing.
Right? There's something about being around the beauty of the natural world that is actually invigorating. So now, what do you take from the fact that there are these cousins of ours that grow from the ground that nourish us in these ways? What is the ground for us in the first verse? The ground is where we come from. The ground is at some level our creator. And what obligation does a creator have towards its creature?
To nurture it?
Nurture it. You can't just give birth to something, you got to take care of it afterwards. The ground takes care of us through the medium of trees. If we could, we just eat ground, but we can't because we die. So where do we get all those minerals from the ground? Via trees, because we can't just connect directly to our source. So instead, we've got this tree that's rooted in our source that provides us all these things that come from the ground. So That's how clause 1 in each verse connects.
I happen to have a newborn at home, but it does very much remind me of breastfeeding.
Yeah.
Of like, this baby came from mother.
Well, the connection between tree and ground and how it nurtures us. Also, if we're going to talk about a newborn at home, my first thought was umbilical cord, not just breastfeeding, but also very apt. Respect.
There, and mother's not done. She can't just like walk away and be like, fend for yourself. Like from mother, there is a source of nourishment.
That's right. So Mother Earth nurturing us through trees is clause 1. But the truth is, man doesn't just come from ground. Because if we keep on reading verse 7, we realize he comes from someplace else also. Our body comes from the ground, but our soul comes from God, from his breath of life. And if God is the creator of our soul, that means that God has an obligation too, to feed our soul. So how's God going to do that? The answer is with a special tree. Now let's go back to verse 9 and look at the second clause. After we hear about the trees that modulate nutrition from the ground, we hear about a tree that modulates nutrition from God. God says, I gave you your breath of life, but you got to keep on breathing.
And you're basically saying, okay, in the same way that the breath of life comes to us from God in verse 7, there is a tree of life that nurtures our life in some way in verse 9. But that bowled me over because it's kind of scientifically true. Trees also breathe, right? Trees,
don't they?
Right? Like trees, they are the source of all of our breath. They're the source of all of our oxygen, right?
Right? And that's like really important. Even if
Trees do breathe, but the thing that I can't stop forgetting, plants, for the large part that I can recall, do respiration when it's dark out. So they do nutrient gathering when the sun's out, and respiration, which is another part of their metabolism, they'll do when it's darker, or at night rather. So your plants only give you oxygen when you're asleep. So if they don't like you, they can suffocate you in your sleep, but they don't need a pillow. Eat that.
I said, like, how long could you go without eating fruit and survive?
Probably the rest of my life.
How long could you go without breathing oxygen from trees and survive?
Also, same answer, the rest of my life, but it would be a lot shorter.
It would be a lot shorter. I mean, like, so there's this subtle thing that we get, but boy, is that important, right? Our life comes from trees, right? So,
do you think that anyone's seen this?
Modern lens to this, we are nourished by trees, yes. But trees are also nourished in large part by not just other trees, but mycelia structures that network between trees, which sometimes function as a means of conveyance of other a little electrochemical stimulus, which is really cool.
In like thousands of years, because they didn't know that oxygen comes to us from trees, but like here it almost feels like very clearly in the text, like what's parallel in these verses is breath from God, breath of life from God in verse 7, and then verse 9, there's a tree of life. And we know, right, in the 21st century, that trees actually do breathe. They breathe out. It's kind of...
It's
The Serbians are taking Russia. I should have gone Russia first, honestly.
It's really wild.
I hope you're delighting in this as much as we were. It genuinely blew my mind. But here's the thing. If all the Torah wanted to say was that trees give us oxygen so our cells have the energy they need to grow and reproduce and all that good stuff, well, do we really need a separate clause in the verse for that?
Do you think Russia would sell us Siberia for 1 cup of American coffee and a Netflix password?
We already said that trees nourish us physically. Why not just lump breath in with this physical kind of support? Rabbi Foreman actually had a more subtle point to make. Regular old oxygen, that you could say comes from the trees that grow from the ground. The tree of life was supplying a different kind of breath because it was a different kind of tree.
If you actually look at that verse, something is weird about it, because in clause number 1, we know where the trees come from. They came from the ground. But then EDSA Content, that sounds like, and there was a tree of life in the middle of the garden, as if like, whoa, there was a tree of life in the middle of the garden? I mean, if I took it seriously, I would say there are all these trees that grow from the ground, but there was a tree of life in the middle of the garden, as if it didn't grow from the ground, as if it had its source somewhere else.
Speaking of knowledge, okay, so we're going to put more into economy for Kazakhstan. We're going to solidify into government. We're going to do well into funding. We're going to do an okay job we're going to, for now, we don't actually need space. So we're going to actually drop these down to a slightly lower priority for the moment, not forever. And we're going to, let's see, develop atomic bomb. We can just levy the ones from the States. Build army, we'll keep it, but lesser. Military, we'll keep it, but lesser. Mission control, same thing. We're mostly going to put into funding, and we'll put a bit into spoils to keep the nation. And let's see, funding, is funding the nation's welfare? Funding directs national resources into legitimate government and private efforts to support space programs and other goals of the owners of its control points, as well as profits for the spoils priority. It does not harm the nation. Completing this priority permanently increases the nation's annual funding by 13 units, which becomes income for owners of control points. Okay, where is it? Oh no, it's welfare. It's literally right there. Okay, we'll drop it into welfare and economy. We'll keep most things backed down a little bit. We'll just use this one as a template. We'll drop some things down a little bit then, and we're mostly going to push their economy and welfare, dropping boosts down, dropping space down, kicking spoils down a little, but let's copy this one to the rest. And then we have economy at 14, welfare at 14, the rest are 9 down, leave space and boost, which are now 5 for the moment. We literally do not need boost at the moment, and we happen to have a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, this is Terra Invicta. It's a fun ass game. Okay, so we do have very little space boost, but we're going to be using that mostly once we take the states. We're currently trying to solidify our hold in Kazakhstan. We're pushing really hard against humanity first, as well as, oh no, the initiative. We have 29% approval. The initiative has 37 and growing or falling. We're the only growing faction there. We just have to hold national welfare bomb. We need to do that. You're gonna go shop? Oh, you're gonna go shop? Oh, you're gonna go shop? Oh, ooh, 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 ooh. Good luck.
Looks like a tree, but its roots are really in heaven. It modulates breath from God that keeps our soul going.
When you come back, I'll have Canada annexed, and I'll have a maple syrup taxed, where if they don't give me maple syrup, I rage against the machine.
We have breath and nutrition that keeps our body going. That comes from the terrestrial trees. But we have breath and nutrition that keep us going, and that comes from the EDSA Chaim. 2 kinds of breath. There's a
all your poutine belong to us.
Terrestrial kind of breath, and then there's a heavenly kind of breath.
A heavenly kind of breath. That's what the Tree of Life gives us. Seeing this really hit home the connection Rabbi Foreman made earlier between the tree and Torah. Torah, he'd said, was a source of life, a wellspring of God's heavenly breath composed into words, which allows us to connect with our life source. We immediately made a connection between that.
Okay, you'll notice that I dropped the welfare down to a lower in one slot. That's so we can pull 15, 8, 10, 10s down the road for most of the things. We're gonna just get economy to 15, that's all.
And the Tree of Life, because, hey, the name is glaring, Tree of Life. But now, Rabbi Foreman was unpacking why the tree had that name, how it reflected its very nature and purpose. And the similarities with Torah were becoming so much more nuanced. Just like the Torah, the tree was a source of God's breath. Just like the Torah, its function was to nourish our souls. I was actually starting to see why the Tree of Life is all over my synagogue. A tree is really the perfect image to represent Torah as a continuous and organic source of life. But I never would have seen that without Rabbi Foreman's help. Okay, so that explains how the first parts of Genesis 2:7 and 2:9 are related. But what about the tricky part? The ending of the verses. Rabbi Foreman had dodged tackling this earlier, but now that we'd gotten this far, there was no turning back.
Look at clause 3 in the first verse. Vayadam lenefesh chaya. Man is a composite being. It is a nefesh, it's a soul. Chaya, that's alive in the world, that has a body. So, the first part of the verse says, God gave man a body from the ground, The second part of the verse says God gave man a soul, and the third says that's how man became a soul body, a nefesh chaya.
Now, think about our second verse, the one that describes the creation of the trees. First part of that verse says how God nourishes the body. Second part of the verse says how God nourishes the soul. So do you see where Rabbi Foreman is going with this?
The third clause is how you nurture a soul body. A soul that's not just a disembodied soul, but a soul that's actually connected in some weird way with the body, that's alive in the world. It walks around. It lives in the practical world. How do you nurture that kind of thing?
You teach it good and evil?
You teach it good and evil with an EDSA Torah, because that's how you learn to live in the world. What does it mean for me to be a soul that's alive in the world? I actually have to do things. I actually have to figure out when it's ethical to fire an employee in my company that's not really working well, but has a family to feed. It's not just enough for me to connect to God's words. I actually have to figure out how to live in the world. Practicalities, tachlis. Talk to me about what good and evil is.
What you're saying to me feels almost...
Well, good is, if we're supposed to engage about what good and evil is, good is something that you can find through effort, introspection, and consistency. Evil is a cop-out that people like to use to excuse away their horrible actions.
It's like, I don't know, like a response to the ascetic, sort of like saying, hey, ascetic who tries to deny the body and is purely spiritual and sort of lives outside of the world.
Yes.
There's this thing called knowledge of good and evil, which will allow the ascetic to actually enter the world. And you don't have to desist from the physical world, but there's actually morality, which governs how that which is spiritual can live with that which is physical. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I make peace with the world through morality. It allows my actions to reflect my soul. The EDSA Chaim is there because I'm a soul. My soul needs breath. I have to have it or my soul dies. I need to connect to God in that kind of way. EDSA Dat is the merger, is the part of Torah that's there because I'm a soul body. Torah has to speak to both parts of us. We need to be nourished in both ways. We need to just connect to God because our being demands it. And we got to know what to do because our doing demands it.
Even though Rabbi Foreman and I had both intuitively seen a connection between Torah and the tree of knowledge of good and evil, this insight took that connection to a whole new level. It pushed me to think about morality, not just as a great gift, but as a source of nourishment, specially designed for just the sort of creature a human being is. Stepping back, that's what verses 7 and 9 were all about. Verse 7 was about our creation, physical, then spiritual, and finally the merger of the two. And verse 9 was about these trees, not random trees, but the exact trees we needed to nourish us as bodies, as souls, and finally, as soul bodies. I asked earlier how deep Moshe's metaphor between the Torah and the trees ran. I was starting to see it ran pretty deep. And Rabbi Foreman was making me question whether metaphor was even the right way to think about it.
These trees are somehow predecessors of the Torah. Maybe later on, the Torah is our vehicle for connecting to God, for knowing what to do in God's world. But before that, we didn't have the Torah in the garden. We had trees, precursors of the Torah. A tree that was planted in the heavens, right? This tree of life, or this other tree of knowledge of good and evil that modulates these nutritions of breath to nurture our being, but also gives us ways to act in the world. This tree of knowledge of good and evil.
It's actually interesting that you say that particular piece. When you took us to Deuteronomy, and you talked about the Torah as being a source of life and of good and evil as well. The text there, if you just read it simply, isn't saying the Torah, or Moshe isn't saying, behold, I've given you this Torah. What he says is, behold, I've given you this mitzvah.
Yes.
Which is very interesting because the very first mitzvah that God actually gives us is about these trees. You say it's a precursor to Torah. We don't have to talk about it as a cool idea, a nice idea we're making up. But like, if you are tracing the history of mitzvah, the very first mitzvah is Vayitzav.
Yes.
So it's right.
It's possible that it's that the trees are the embodiment of the first mitzvah. It's at least curious that the first mitzvah that we get is all the way back then, and then all of a sudden we're introduced to these trees. But one way or the other, the trees seem to be this precursor to the Torah. Before we ever had a Torah, right, we had these trees.
Beautiful. I really like this. But now I'm having a really hard time because you just convinced me that we really should be eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Exactly.
And the tree of life.
So for some reason, God says there's an order in which we do things. God puts the tree of knowledge of good and evil behind bars. Now the question is that forever or is it temporary? We don't know the answer to that in the story because man eats from it quickly. But the question is, what if he didn't eat from it? The Medrash says God would have shared it eventually. God was waiting for something. That's something which I'll have to explore later on in this series. What was God waiting for?
What was God waiting for? I promise we'll get there, but have patience, because Rabbi Foreman wasn't quite done with his reading of Dvarim just yet. So far, Moshe's language opened a Pandora's box that helped us understand the function of the trees in the garden and of Torah. But remember, we still had some major issues with the text in Genesis, not least of all that Eve seemed to misidentify the tree she wasn't supposed to eat from. Could Dvarim help us solve that one?
And now let's actually go to the point you made. When you read Deuteronomy 30, that verse, you noticed something about the intertwining of that language, which I think is really interesting. Let's go back to that verse and just revisit that point that you made. What does Moshe say? Ra'ei natati lefanecha hayom. See, I've taught you today, I've given you today, right? Et ha'chayim v'et ha'tov, et ha'mavet v'et ha'ra. You see, even if he wanted to just tell us there were these two trees and they were very separate, what would he have said?
I've given you life and death, and I've given you good and evil.
But he doesn't. He says, I've given you life and I've given you good, right? He's like intertwining them together. So, Imo, I want to share with you a theory that can begin to help us answer the other questions that we had before. By the way, this theory was originally suggested to me by Eitan Aviner, who is one of our PC members. And here's this crazy theory. Basically, just an Occam's razor point.
Sorry, I hit the
Occam
microphone. My
famously
apologies.
said in philosophy that all things being equal, the simplest explanation is always correct. If you can cut out a step in your logic, and it doesn't make that much of a difference, just cut out the step. Keep it simple. If there's this thing called the Torah, and there's these two ways of relating to the Torah, and the two ways of relating to the Torah express themselves in two trees, but the two trees are really just two aspects of one thing. What if there's only one special tree in the garden? What if the tree of life is the tree of knowledge of good and evil?
Why would that help? How does that answer our questions?
If that's true, Eve doesn't misidentify the tree anymore. She was told that she can't eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And all of a sudden we had so many problems because when she identifies the snake what tree she can't eat from, she said, I can't eat from the tree that's in the midst of the garden, but we said that's the tree of life. What if they're both the same tree? In other words, going back to that verse that describes the trees, what if I read it this way? Vayatzmach Hashem Elokim min adama, God caused to grow from the ground, kol eitz nechmad l'mareh, v'tov l'machal, all these trees that were wonderful to eat, that were wonderful to look at. But the eitz hachayim b'toch hagan, there was a tree of life in the middle of the garden, not that grew from the ground, it was just there, it was always there. The eitz hadat tov v'ra. And also, you can think of it another way, it's a tree of knowledge of good and evil. What if it's one tree? If it is, then Eve doesn't misidentify the tree anymore.
So this is actually elegant because it basically is saying the tree of life was in the center of the garden, and parenthetically, you should know this tree of life was also a tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Ian, let me just interject for just a moment. What that's suggesting is, what is the tree most fundamentally, a tree of life or a tree of knowledge of good and evil?
Tree of life.
Yes. Is a tree of life in the center of the garden. By the way, it's also a tree of knowledge of good and evil.
But if it's true, if you're right, that it's one tree, why wouldn't the Torah just say that it's one tree? Like, here we are splitting hairs to force this duality to be one thing. But why wouldn't the Torah come out and actually say hey, this is one tree and not play with us by making it feel like there are two?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that, honestly, but I have a little bit of a theory that I'll share with you. One of the great differences between us and God is that God is one and we're not. When the philosophers talk about what it means that God is one, Baack ibn Pakuda in his famous work, The Chovas HaLevavos, what he suggests is, it doesn't just mean there's one God and not many gods. It's a description of the quality of God. God is a simple oneness. He can't be broken into parts. There's nothing in this world that's like that. Every oneness can be two. I have a stender, I can take an axe to it and there'll be two. I have a house, I can take it apart, it'll be two. I have an atom, I can take it apart. There's no oneness
It'll
that
be
I haven't.
Eve and Adam.
That's right. It'll be Eve and Adam. There's nothing that I've met in this world that I can't take apart. We live in a world of twos. We don't live in a world of one. Every unity that we have in the world is actually a tension between opposites. The orbit of any planet that goes around the sun is the tension of centrifugal force versus gravity. If I just have centrifugal force, planets go flying off into space. If I only have gravity, planets go crashing into the sun. But I have these two things together. I've got this nice thing called an orbit. I have capillary action, and I have gravity, and I have water going up the stems of leaves. So
What rabbinical school did you go to? I'm just curious. Like, what did they teach capillary action? That was not in my...
9th grade biology. So the bottom line is that every unity that we have in the world is really not a simple unity. It's a tension between opposites. That's how human beings relate to life. We aren't God. We live in a world of duality. And so the Torah concedes that to us in all sorts of ways. We even see it in the creation stories. The two creation stories kind of tell two stories of creation from two perspectives of what it's like to be God. God as this sort of doer, and God as this sort of beer.
Just to give us some context here, by two creation stories, Rabbi Foreman means Genesis chapter 1, which tells the classic 7 days of creation story, and Genesis chapter 2, which tells the story of creation all over again, but in a somewhat different order and very different style. Another major difference, chapter 1 refers to God as Elohim, chapter 2 as Yud-Keh Vav-Keh Elohim. A lot of ink has been spilled on what to make of these two stories and God's mysterious name change. Bible critics will tell you, look, it's two different origin myths mashed together. Don't expect coherence. But a careful reader will tell you that there's a lot in these two texts to suggest that they're two sides of a single coin. Rabbi Foreman is one such careful reader, and there's a phenomenal course on Aleph Beta called The Tale of Two Names that goes into this in depth. It's linked in the description if you want to check it out, but I gave you all the background that you need for now. Okay, back to our conversation.
The two creation stories kind of tell two stories of creation from two perspectives of what it's like to be God. God as this sort of doer, and God as this sort of beer, right? God as doer, his name is Elohim, the God who's very, very powerful, who comes up with all these plans, who decides he's going to make this and then goes about and executes it. And that's really the impression that we get from Genesis 1. But the impression we get from Genesis 2 is God doesn't sort of do things. God almost facilitates things by just being around, right? As a matter of fact, in the second version of creation, we hear about other doers, Eila Toldot Shamayim Aretz. These are the generations of heaven and earth, as if heaven and earth are father and mother, and God is around to try to facilitate. And then there's this stuff that sprouts, and God nurtures these things. God's name in World 2 is not just Elohim, but Yud-Keh Vav-Keh Elohim, a word, Yud, He, and Vav, He, that has a lot to do with being. Haya, Hoveh, Yihya, these words that are about was, is, and will be, being. The reason why we have these two different creation stories, God as doer, God as beer, is because it's a concession to how people think of God. What if you thought of God as a doer? Well, then you would look at creation this way. What if you thought about God as a beer? Well, then you would look at creation this way. The truth is the mysterious merger of the two. But the Torah can't talk about that, the reality in such terms. In our minds, a planter is a planter and a builder is a builder. These are two separate things. So the Torah helps us out and separates them. At some level, I think God is playing the same game with the trees. There are these two aspects of Torah. The easiest way to think about them is two trees, but of course, there's only one. So God can't lie to us. So God presents it as two trees. But if you're willing to read closely, you begin to see it's one tree. So I think it's the Torah's way of helping a being that lives in a world of duality comprehend the secrets of unity.
I have to tell you, I'm like super excited by what you just said, because you can see the two names of God or the two chapters of Genesis or even the two trees and just say, yep, sloppy editing, just real sloppy editing. Or you can actually see the spiritual beauty that the text is trying to encode here, which is, I think it's probably even more than just a concession to humanity, which seems to see things in dualities, but maybe even has to do with like the spiritual mission of humanity in general, which is to take a world that is seemingly dualistic and unite it, right? Like that there is an Elohim aspect to us. We are creators. There is a Yud Ke Vav Ke aspect to us. We are beers. Can you bring those two sides of you together? And so the same might be true here with this tree, right? Can you look closely at how this book is written and realize that duality is really a unity?
Yep. I think that's perhaps why the Torah might be playing coy with us. It's supposed to seem like two trees, but it's also supposed to seem like the careful reader, like maybe the two are really one. EDSA Chaim b'toch hagan, comma, ve'etz hadat tovra. Also, it's a tree of knowledge of good and evil. And that's the intertwining of the two that Moshe talks about in Deuteronomy 30.
Oh, that's got it. That's why Moshe intertwines them. That really, really resonated with me, because just to spell it out, the tension we were seeing in the names of God, in human nature, in the Torah, and in the trees, they were all variations of the same tension between doing and being. It was like the tree of knowledge was a bridge between our Elohim side and God's. The tree of life, a lifeline between our souls and Yud Ke Vav Ke. And the thing the Torah seemed to be asking us was, can we see past the duality of that whole elegant structure to find the unity underneath? And the Torah being coy about it, forcing us to be careful readers and make these discoveries for ourselves. That's the transformative part of learning. It's what this podcast is all about. Plus, philosophy and literary theory aside, it was a huge relief to have an answer to Eve misidentifying the tree. So maybe Rabbi Foreman was right. Maybe the two trees were really one. No. After a second thought, the honeymoon was over. Something in me is really not okay with this. Like God says, don't eat from the tree of knowledge, good and evil. He doesn't say don't eat from the tree of life, right? Like I feel like, so what are you trying to pull over on me?
Yeah. So you've just pointed to the great question with this theory. This theory sounds nice, but seems to have this big, gaping, huge hole in it, which is, why you just pick on the tree of knowledge being off limits if actually the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil are off limits? Why didn't you even tell me about the tree of life? That doesn't make any sense. Plus, Emu, to make matters worse, there's a verse at the end of this story that really doesn't make any sense. Full disclosure, I wasn't the first person to come up with this. In teaching this, I realized that somebody almost 1,000 years ago came up with this idea. The Torah, the great predecessor of the Shulchan Aruch, actually quotes this very theory, the theory which I've just described to you, in the name of Rav Yosef Kimchi. Rav Yosef Kimchi actually says that these two trees, the EDSA Chaim and the EDSA Das, Hakol Echad, he says, they're one tree. And he actually reads that verse exactly the way we read it, that it's a tree of life, and then it's also a tree of knowledge. It's like amazing. But the Torah asks a question that seems to be a theory killer, and it comes from chapter 3, verse 22 and 23. When God decides to banish us from the garden after we've eaten from the tree of knowledge, God says, now that mankind's become a knower of good and evil, now, what if he eats from the tree of life too? And he's going to eat from it, and he'll live forever. Now that really sounds like they're two trees. I mean, he already ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. If it was one tree, how could you have it that he ate from the tree of knowledge but didn't eat from the tree of life? It doesn't seem to make sense.
Yeah, like I'm just like noticing in this verse, it goes out of its way to say "V'lakach gam me'etz hachayim." That gam word, and also seems to make it really, really, really clear that there are two trees here. There's a tree of knowledge of good and evil, which they've already eaten from, and God is worried that they're going to take also from this tree of life. So thank you for wasting the last hour of my life.
Right. I'm really sorry. It was a very nice theory, but I've completely wasted your time. And I apologize to the audience that has given their good time shopping or the treadmill or wherever else you're listening to listen to this complete.
Oh, my good time while streaming? I enjoyed using it here. I would have no regrets. You wasted our time? Oh, fuck no. I've had a lovely time. I've had an outstanding time.
Rabbit hole dead end. Very nice idea. And by the way, that's the tour. The tour comes to this conclusion. It's a really nice idea, but there's just no way around this question. That's the end of it. I'm sorry. Goodbye, Rav Yosef Kimchi. And the tour says, I have no idea what he does with this verse. And that's the end of the discussion.
And wait, that's pretty cool. And that the answer to what Rav Yosef Kimchi does with that verse has been lost to us for the last 1,000 years until
we come back next time and talk about what Rav Yosef Kimchi would say if he could bat in the bottom of the 9th inning against the tour. Right? What is the answer to the tour's completely theory-destroying question? I think there's an answer to rescue Rav Yosef Kimchi's theory. And once you see it, it opens up not just this story, the great story of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, but how we relate to the Torah throughout the rest of the 5 books of Moses, and I think in our lives as well. So, Imu, until next time, thank you for joining me. I really look forward to episode
Wait, are you really
3.
going to leave me on?
We have had such a peaceful game. What the fuck is Iran doing starting a fucking war right now? Bro, Fuck no. Rolling out the tanks. Kazakhstan, we're going in.
On this cliffhanger here?
Oh, I totally am. You're not getting the answer.
Wait, are you serious?
I'm totally serious. There's got to be a next time.
Well, because now I'm stuck. Like, you
You're
can't
totally
go.
stuck.
1 second. No, I'm seriously stuck. Because on the one hand, you're either stuck on the Chava verse, and either she's just totally crazy, or just there's an issue because she's saying she can't eat from the tree that's B'toch Hagan, which, like, we now have an answer for, or this answer is crazy because it's basically saying that there is one tree, which explains Chava, but then we have this verse which makes it seem like there are 2 trees. So we're legit stuck.
We're totally stuck. See you next week.
Okay, and you're telling me I need to wait.
You need to wait. That's the way the cookie crumbles.
Looking forward. This was exciting. Thank you.
Okay, see you next time.
Man, I really was stuck. If you are too, stay tuned. Next time on A Book Like No Other, 2 trees or 1? Rabbi Foreman tries to save a 1,000-year-old theory and in the process offers a whole new reading of the garden. We get to what God's plan was, why we had to wait to eat from the tree of knowledge, and how it all went wrong. Basically, all the drama and intrigue we've been ignoring comes back in spades. Click subscribe to be notified when the new episode is up. And in the meantime, what did you think of this episode? Are you team 1 tree or 2 trees? And either way, how are these ideas about God and Torah landing for you? Leave us a voice note and let us know. We love hearing from you.
Thank you. I love hearing from y'all. So, my takeaway is that Eve got a really raw stick and deserved better and should be looked at as, you get to find divinity now, and you get to delve her in the most beautiful thing ever, finding kindness, compassion, and compunction just because you can.
I'm Imu Shalev, and this is A Book Like No Other. We're on episode 3 of mine and Rabbi Foreman's trek through the Garden of Eden. And coming off the cliffhanger from last time, things were feeling suspenseful.
Imu, I'll tell you the truth, in my off-camera or off-mic time pondering this stuff, it's been kind of mind-bending for me. How's it been for you?
I am on the edge of my seat. Just a lot of anxiety here. The source of all that anxiety? The one tree theory. That wild possibility that the tree of knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life were one and the same. Brilliant insight or absolutely bonkers? I really wasn't sure.
There was a lot of good evidence for this theory. In case the last episode isn't fresh in your mind, I'll recap quickly.
It's not just like Iran had to go and start a fucking conflict as the only one. I mean, the game literally shoves you into the Russo-Ukrainian war. So, I mean, also, we just took Uzbekistan, so yo!
First, there's Deuteronomy 30:15, which seems to almost equate the trees and the Torah, as if the trees were some kind of early Torah prototype. Now, most days that would be mind-blowing enough, because we tend to think of Torah as a text or a body of commandments. But Rabbi Foreman argued that the trees in the garden were meant to nourish us. Body.
The trees in the garden were meant to nourish us, and I'm considering making a unified Baltic state.
Soul, and the two combined. And that's a beautiful way to think of Torah. But then, Rabbi Foreman went a step further. Occam's razor. If the trees are Torah and there's one Torah, maybe there's only one tree. Maybe. No one less than Rav Yosef Kimchi seemed to think so. And this reading really helps with some textual problems. Chief among them, when the snake asks Eve which tree she can't eat from, she seems to answer, it's the tree of life. Big problem if there are two trees. Problem solved if there's one.
All right, I'm going to pick someone in chat and give the station your name. Enjoy. Welcome Moonanite 123 to being a space station. You're AFK. You won't even see this for a while. You're our first space station. I will hate it if you get boarded. That would suck.
So why am I feeling all this anxiety? Well, enter Genesis 3:22. One little verse that seems to have the power to topple this whole theory to the ground. And that's where Rabbi Foreman and I pick up in today's discussion.
The real theory killer, which we keep on talking about, is chapter 3, verse 22. Vayomer Hashem Elokim, Hein ha'adam haya ka'achad mimenu. And the Lord God said, now mankind is like one of us, ladat tov v'ra, knowing good and evil. Va'ata, and now, pen yishlach yadav v'lakach me'etz ha'chaim v'achal v'chai l'olam. I have to banish him from Eden, lest he stretch forth his hand and eat from the tree of life and eat it and live forever. This verse seems to settle the question of whether there was one tree or two trees. And it seems to unambiguously tell us this theory, nice try, but obviously there were two trees. Why? Because now that mankind ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, Ata pen yishlach yadav v'lakach me'etz ha'chaim. What if he eats also from the tree of life? It really sounds like there's two trees.
Right, that word gam me'etz ha'chaim also.
Gam me'etz ha'chaim also really sounds like another tree, right? And also, let's say it's one tree. If it's one tree, he already ate from that tree, right? So if he already ate from that tree, and that tree has the quality of being a tree of life,
And he's already going to live forever.
then he's already going to live forever. Well, what's God worried about? You already ate from the tree. That's a tree of life too. It's only one tree, so how come he's not living forever? Well, whatever reason he's not living forever by the first bite will be the reason he's not going to be forever by the second bite. So what are you so worried that he's going to take another bite of the tree? It seems like there's just no way out. There's obviously two trees here. So how is it that we deal with this verse?
Rabbi Foreman had a
We're pushing the states. 26% to succeed. Isn't great, isn't bad, but we've got 200 influence to burn, a fuckload of money, and we're about to shove it home. Not even send it home. We're gonna shove it fucking home.
possibility in mind. What if the problem wasn't actually in the verses themselves, but in the assumptions we were making about what it means for the two trees to be one? To see that, we had to step back and unpack what those assumptions were.
What does it mean to say that both trees are one tree? This is the crucial question, and let me pose that question to you, Evo. What makes this tree a tree of knowledge or a tree of life? In other words, if the tree has both qualities to it, then how do you know which one it is at any given moment?
I just can't get away from Hashem and Elohim, right? So sort of there's the Elohim tree and there's the Yud Kei Vav Kei tree.
Okay, quick recap.
I have no
part two.
idea.
As
I have no clue if Kazakhstan can successfully leave the Eurasian Union, but we're going to find out if 0% there means 0% of success. Because I'm pretty sure, and it's been a while since I played, but I'm pretty sure only the founding nation can allow you to get out. And we're about to be like, what if Brexit was unable to happen? Hey, how are you going out there, Ireland?
As we said last time, Elohim represents the God of power and doing, the big CEO in the sky side of God, the side of God we access via the tree of knowledge. Yud-Ke Vav-Ke is the nurturing God of compassion, who just wants to be with us, and who we connect with via the tree of life. But this duality, it's just a matter of perspective, which lens we happen to be looking through at the time. So what I meant was that maybe the tree was like that too. And that was a Right Foreman's first thought also.
Right. So that was immediately where I went to in my head at that time.
Oh, okay.
So I said, okay, I know exactly what's going on here, right? There are these two aspects of the tree, and what makes it one tree or the other is whether you're thinking Elohim or whether you're thinking Yud-Ke Vav-Ke. If you're thinking Elohim, then you're thinking judgment, right? You're thinking good and evil. So then tree of knowledge is what it is. But if you think that there's a loving God who's the source of our life, then it's a tree of life. Now, if I would have to boil that down to one sentence, Emu, what determines at any given moment what tree it is your mindset.
Right. So interesting. So you're saying that it's a matter of the human mindset, a matter of perspective.
Yes.
If I look at the tree in an Elohim sort of perspective, whatever that means, it's going to be a tree of knowledge of good and evil. But if I mock this just a little bit, if I squint a little bit and I cock my head just so, then it's a tree of life. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. My first instinct was, sure, it's just a matter of mindset. To borrow an analogy from the world of science, it's a Schrodinger's cat kind of tree, right? There's the famous Schrodinger's cat experiment. In quantum physics, there's this paradox of light. Is it a particle or is it a wave, right? And at some level, the answer is it depends what you're looking for when you look at light, right? And if you're doing an experiment which requires particles to show up, then light will dutifully show up as a particle. And if you're doing an experiment that requires a wave to show up, then light will dutifully shed its particle status and will look purely like a wave, and light will become a...
I love that bro gets to keep referencing how if they bring up the fucking, when did you learn this in rabbinical school, like little crack again, I'm going to die laughing if he says he learned this in middle school while he's talking about wave functions. I mean, it's the right place to learn it, but I kind of am excited to hear how this goes.
Chameleon, depending on what you want it to be. So maybe the Torah is like light, and it seems like a really attractive notion. The problem is it doesn't quite jump through all the hoops in the verses. Here's why. Let's play it out. If we're right, so then when God says, Emu, I'll play God, you play man. Emu, eat from all the trees of the garden.
He always does this, by the way. He never lets me be.
The Schrodinger's tree, is it the tree of life? The tree of knowledge?
God. I always have to play
You
man.
can play God if you want, but I don't think
That's
you're
fine.
in this experiment if I play God.
You got it.
I say, Emu/Adam, right? Eat from all the trees of the garden. They're wonderful. There's just one thing. I want you not to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So now interpret my words according to this theory I've just given. What has God just told me?
You want me not to perceive of the tree as a tree of knowledge of good and evil when I eat from it?
Yes. And how instead, by implication, should I view the tree?
I'm welcome to eat of its fruit so long as I am perceiving it as a tree of life.
Right. What he really means is, don't see me just as Elohim when you eat from the tree. See me more multidimensionally than that. And see the tree, therefore, as a tree of life. Don't just see it as a tree of knowledge of good and evil. Right?
Oh, I think I know where you're going. Is your point here that if God really wants man not to cognize him only as Elohim, he wants him to cognize him as Yud-Ke Vav-Ke, then that means that if man ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the very first thing God should want man to do is to run back, see the tree as a tree of life and eat from it.
Absolutely.
Not right. God wouldn't freak out and be like, oh no, he's going to eat from the tree of life.
Exactly.
God should want that. That's the antidote.
That's the antidote. In other words, if what makes the tree a tree of life is purely mindset, and if what I'm upset about is your mindset, that you've seen me the wrong way, then the antidote is I want you to see me the right way.
Or a whole way.
Right. So why would I keep you away from the tree lest you fix your sin and come to a proper understanding of me.
I'm with you.
That feels to me like a fatal problem. It's a fatal problem for the notion that what makes it a tree of life or a tree of knowledge is mindset. It can't be mindset, because then God should be happy for us to adopt the right mindset.
I'm at the edge of my seat again. I don't think it's two trees. I don't think it's one tree.
Okay, good. So it means that if it's going to be one tree, the only way this theory can survive is if there's another thing that determines whether it's a tree of life or a tree of knowledge,
Okay.
other than straight mindset. Let me put it this way. It's not that the tree is a chameleon, that it could suddenly turn into a tree of life or a tree of knowledge. What if we took a simpler way of viewing it, which is there's an aspect of the tree, which is a tree of knowledge, and there's another aspect of the tree, which is...
How funny would it be if my first act after I take over the States is to invade Canada and just like forcefully annex? I usually play peaceful as fuck, but I say we just forcefully annex. They don't have any armies.
is a tree of life.
You're saying like physically. This is what's mind bending for me here, right? So like how much of this is spiritual heebie-jeebie metaphor, and how much of this is like an orange?
Right.
Yeah.
What if it's really simple? So
Well, like after we do that, we'll just tell the states that soccer is now called football. American football is now replaced with hockey, since I think the brain damage a likelihood probably goes down in hockey anyway. And no more CTE for EDSA to fucking steal the glory of. And then we just call it good. Just, then we'll go for Mexico, and then we'll just keep pushing until we have the whole of the Americas. And then since the tippy tips touch, let's then take Russia.
Are you saying it's like a tree with two fruits on it? Like
maybe.
I was on the right track. Rabbi Foreman was suggesting that solving this problem lay in breaking the tree down into two different parts. One part that made it a tree of life, and one part that made it a tree of knowledge. But Rabbi Foreman had something a little more elegant than two fruits in mind. And it was actually his 13-year-old son who he had to thank for the insight.
Okay, so here the answer came to me through actually my son, Avichai. So we were puzzling about this over Sukkot, and Avichai noticed something fascinating. And here,
all right, so the whole start of this, first 3 episodes of this podcast have been about like the Garden of Eden, right? We'll annex the whole planet. We'll name it Eve. Shout out to homie who got done dirty. Shout out to Kerbal Space Program. We're gonna call the whole thing Eve. Fuck it. Let's go.
here's what he noticed. Avichai said, take a look at the moment Chava disobeys the command and eats from the tree, because that surely is the moment where the tree is being related to as a tree of knowledge of good and evil. So let's go back and take a look at the verse. Let's start from verse 2, right? The serpent has said, did God really say that you're not allowed to eat from the trees of the garden? Imu, can you read that verse?
Sure. V'tomer ha'isha ela
This
nachash.
is our big one.
Right, the woman says to the snake, Mipri eitz hagan nochel. Right, so she's contradicting the snake. The snake said, I heard you can't eat from any of the trees. And she's like, no, we can. We can eat from the fruits of the trees in the garden. Umipri ha'etz asher b'toch hagan. And the fruit of that tree which is in the middle of the garden, Amar Elohim lo tochlu mimenu. Right, God said, you can't eat from it. The lo tigubo, and you shall not touch it. Pen timusin, right, lest you die.
Yes. What do you see in those verses?
What do I see in those verses? Lo tigubo is sticking out like a sore thumb. God does not say you can't touch trees, but Chava is like
she's clearly wrong when it comes to Lo Tigubo. That's clearly a figment of her imagination.
Right.
So aside from her added prohibition that you should not touch the trees, what else strikes you in verse 2 and 3? What Avichai noticed is that there's a discrepancy from the way Eve is looking at eating from this tree and the way God looks at the problem that people might eat from the tree of life. Now let's go back to that verse for a moment in 3. She just told the snake not eating from the tree, and then Batera Isha Kitova Itzlamachal the Chitava Hilenaim V'Nachmada Itzlaskil Batikach Mipirio Batochal. Right? She saw that the tree was good to eat, etc., and she took from its fruits and she ate, and she gave to her husband also and ate. What Avichai noticed is that when eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, Eve and the narrator continually focus on the fruit of the tree. She said it to the snake, right? We're allowed to eat from the fruits of all the other trees. It's just the fruit of the tree in the middle of the garden. Remember, she never even talks about it as a tree of knowledge of good and evil. She just talks about it as the one tree in the middle of the garden. It's the fruits that you can't eat from it. And then when she eats, she reaches out and she takes the fruit and she eats it. And now go to the verse about the tree of life. When God banishes them from Eden. Now mankind's become like one of us, knowing good and evil. Va'ata pen yishlach yado, lest he stretch forth his hand, v'lakach gam me'etz ha'chaim v'achol b'chai la'olam.
And take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever.
But interestingly, when God talks about the tree of life and the fear that man will eat from it, there's no mention of fruit. The word fruit is all over the place in eating from the tree of knowledge, but nowhere in the fear of eating from the tree of life.
Are you suggesting that God's worried that they're going to eat? Oh, interesting. They're not going to eat from the fruits of the tree. They're going to eat the tree?
Exactly.
Why would anyone want to eat a tree? Is that like a hormonal imbalance? If that's what you were thinking, so was I. But at the same time, there was something really cool and compelling about Avichai's observation. When Eve is talking to the snake, she clearly specifies, Umi pri ha'etz asher b'toch hagan, amar Elokim lo tochlu. God told us we couldn't eat the fruit of the tree in the middle of the garden. The object of that whole discussion? It's the fruit. But then, if we flip to our theory killer in 322, right before the exile, and just take God's word at face value, what he's worried about there is that man will stretch out his hand, velakach gam me'etz, and take also from the tree. We kept stumbling over these words because we thought also meant also from the tree of life, in addition to the tree of knowledge. But Avichai was pointing out really a much simpler and more elegant reading. It means not just the fruit, but also from the tree itself. What God is worried about is that man will also take from the tree itself, as opposed to only of the fruit. So weird as it may be for God to be afraid that they'd want to eat the tree, it does seem to be what the verse is saying. And looking at the verse, I noticed a clue that began to clarify for me what God's fear was really about.
Wait, there's also something interesting here, which is that it's not just that v'lakach gam me'etz ha'chaim, it's pen yishlach yado.
Lest he stretch out a hand.
That phrase doesn't seem to be necessary.
The verse could have just said, now that humankind has become like one of us, lada'at tov v'ra, knowing good and evil, ve'ata pen yikach gam me'etz ha'chaim. Now, what if he takes also from the tree of life? No yishlach yado, no hand stretching necessary.
Yishlach yado is violence. Right? That word is...
When else do you have yishlach yado in Genesis? Al tishlach yadcha el hanar v'al tas lamuma.
Oh, that's the Akedah.
Genesis 22:12. It's the angel saying to Abraham, don't raise your hand against the boy or do anything to him.
It's the ultimate violence. It's Abraham at the Akedah about to take his child, right? Later on, the Chazal will appropriate the word shlichut yad to be illegitimate violence against someone else's things. God is worried lest man do violence to the tree itself.
Yeah, because taking the fruit is not violent.
That's right.
Wow, this is crazy.
Right.
Picking a tree's fruit doesn't hurt the tree, but eating the tree, that does. That destroys it. So putting aside why Adam and Chava would want to eat the tree, what was becoming clear was how God saw that desire as an act of violence.
So here is what emerges from Avichai's diuk, as it were, Avichai's inference. The fruits of the tree are the tree of knowledge of it. In other words, literally the fruits of the tree are knowledge of good and evil. But the tree itself is a tree of life.
This is mind-blowing. So it's the same tree.
It's the same tree.
The tree, the bark, the essence of the tree is life, but its fruits,
yes,
its fruits are a tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Are good and evil.
Speaking of a conflict between two trees, and if it's one tree and if it's Schrodinger's tree, we have to consolidate our efforts to take the United States quickly. Because if we do not, we are about to be on the back foot like no other. We're gonna push with a 37% chance to take using half of our influence, but it's worth it. And let's fucking go. Let's see if we can crack some more. And no, we can't. That's our best hope. Actually, we can. 11 here. All right, let's spend in the other half of it. We have 18 influence left. We're going to try to take 2 points in the US, which will significantly improve our standing.
And that actually harmonizes beautifully with our last session, right? Because world one is a world of fruits. It's a world of products. It's a world of outcomes. It's a world of results. But the actual essence of the tree itself is all about source. It's all exactly. Life, breathing life, giving life. And sure, it produces fruits, but it is the source of life. I was trying to put the pieces together. Avichai's insight helped us understand how to read 322. If there was only one tree, why was God still worried about them eating from the tree of life after they already ate from the tree of knowledge? Because one was the fruit, the other was the tree itself. But I was noticing how nicely this divide fit with Rabbi Foreman's reading of Genesis 2 from last time as well. He'd argued that the two trees nourish different parts of ourselves. As doers in the world, we long for God's practical guidance, and that's what the tree of knowledge gives us. How perfect that that's the fruit. Think about it even in English. We say things like, the fruit of my labor, or we had such a fruitful discussion. Fruit is a perfect symbol for outcomes and bottom line takeaways. But that tree of life, Yud-K Vav-K, pure soul connection, now that, very appropriately, was embodied by the tree itself.
Think about trees. If you read a book like The Hidden Life of Trees, they're incredibly sophisticated creatures. There's neural networks in trees that make an entire forest some sort of huge living organism that interacts with each other, that cares for one another, can keep stumps alive, but no tree has a brain. It's just being. I mean, I remember having this visceral reaction. We were hiking through Huddart Park, is this gorgeous redwood forest. I'm there with my son, and I was just struck at how silent it was. And I turned to Avichai and said, it feels like we're all alone. He says, we're not all alone. Look at all these trees, right? And it struck me, that's true. There's all these silent trees, and these trees aren't alone. They're in relationship with one another. I'm supposed to be in relationship with them too. There's a whole world of life here, but it's quiet, right? It's silent. These aren't trees that do. The whole doing part of life is not the domain of a tree. A tree knows about just what does it mean to be, to experience this world, to experience my life in connection with other trees, in connection with the earth, in connection with the air.
And for no tree is this more true than the tree of life. Remember last time through our reading of Genesis 2:7 and 2:9, Rabbi Foreman argued that the whole purpose of the tree of life in the garden was to connect us to God by being a source of God's heavenly breath.
There's leaves on this tree that exude heavenly oxygen that you're meant to just embrace and take in, which is why Solomon says, Eitz Chaim hi, not la'ochle pirio. It's not a tree of life to those who eat of its fruits. Eitz Chaim hi l'machazikim ba. It's a tree of life for those who are willing to grab a hold of it. He's telling you the mode of how you access the chaim of the tree.
That makes so much more sense, right? It makes so much more sense to sing Eitz Chaim hi la'ochle pirio.
Of course, that's what he should have said.
But it's not. We sing Eitz Chaim hi la'machazikim ba. When was the last time you held a tree?
Yeah.
Right? It's very counterintuitive, and yet that's the only way to interact with the tree of life, without being violent toward it.
Yeah, which is the answer to why God doesn't even have to tell you about the tree of life. All God has to say is, there's a tree in the middle of the garden, don't eat its fruits. What should I do? Just hang out in the garden. Eat all the other trees. Hang out, right? It's an impressive tree. Look at it. Breathe it. Be with the tree. Just bask in its beauty. Just enjoy it. Just be there. Maybe sidle up to the tree one day. Hold it, right? It's there for you. That's the magic of the tree of life.
This whole tree hugging thing may seem a little speculative, but it was actually based on a very close reading of our old friend, chapter 2, verse 9.
Listen to the verse.
And God caused to grow from the ground every tree that was pleasing to behold and good for food.
So we know that there's two ways man can relate to all these trees. they're beautiful to look at, and they're delicious to eat. And God says, Mikol eitz hagan achol tochel, from all the trees of the garden you shall surely eat. By implication, should you also look at them? Of course, you can look at them and you can eat them, right? But the reason why I'm mentioning the eating part of it is because I'm contrasting it to the one tree, b'toch hagan, you shouldn't eat.
Let's fucking go. Come on, crack the second control point in the States. Gimme. Fuck.
From. So therefore, what should you do with it? The answer is you should look at it. And that's how you relate to it. It's the tree that you just hang out with.
Just behold it. Just be with it. So now we had a reading for Genesis 3:22. Adam and Chava ate the fruit. God was worried that they'd eat from the tree itself. Plus, we had a way more robust picture of how these special trees, how this special tree, provided its different forms of spiritual nutrients. Knowledge of good and evil was packed into its fruits, and that's what was off limits. The tree itself nurtured our souls, our very beings, with God's breath. All in all, the one tree theory was saved. The mystery of Eden's setting was solved. Well, it's been fun. See you later.
Let's keep rolling it. Let's
No,
keep
I'm
pushing.
still here.
We
may have figured out the
This is
mystery,
an
but we
hour-long
were
episode. I don't know why I would even suspect that 23 minutes into an hour-long or 53-minute-long thing that it would actually be a sign-off, but it would have been funny if it was just static sounds for the rest of it. That would be kind of soothing. I'd be quite fond of that.
Far from understanding what it meant. There was still this question. Why, after eating the fruit, would Adam and Eve want to eat the tree itself? And here's another one. Why couldn't Adam and Eve hang out with the tree and eat its fruits from the get-go? The last question is a variation of one we've asked before. Why would God want to keep knowledge of good and evil from us? Now, Rabbi Foreman's already suggested that maybe God never intended for the restriction in the garden to be forever. There's even a medrash that says as much. So the question isn't really why we couldn't eat the fruit, but why did God want us to wait to eat them and just hang out with the tree first? I have to tell you, this question was genuinely eating at me. So between sessions, I sent Rabbi Foreman a voice message about it that sparked a conversation I want to play for you now. Unfortunately, this conversation didn't happen during a regular recording session, so the audio quality isn't the best, but I hope the content will make up for it. We're finally going to see how this shift in the setting of the garden from 2 trees to 1 has resounding implications for all the drama that happened there. And not just that, but going back to the connection between Torah and the tree, how the drama in Eden has resounding implications for how we're meant to relate to God's words. It's a rich discussion, if I do say so myself, and I'm excited for you to hear it.
We're going to need that
did you get a
audience
chance to listen to the voice notes I left you earlier
Sadly.
tonight?
What, there were voice notes about what we're doing.
Yeah. Do you mind just listening to us?
Sure.
Hey, good morning. Just wanted to let you know that I've been playing with one of the ideas that we were talking about.
The voice note goes on to describe how that Shabbos, I'd shared what we'd been learning at my table. Since no one else had Chumash.
Second note in the States taken. Yo. Oh, shit, brother. Oh, shit, bro. We're fucking coming for him. As soon as we take the whole States, we're going to pivot a little bit from welfare and economy and just go hard mill and space funding. But we're trying to take it, and we're trying to make sure we have resources while we do.
Hashim, I kept rereading the verses, especially the one about God creating all the trees, saying that verse over and over. I noticed a pattern. The first part of it describes the regular trees in 2 ways. Nechmad limar'eh, v'tov lima'achal. Pleasant to behold and good for food. While the second part of the verse also gives us a pair. The 2 special trees, tree of life and tree of knowledge. So it's 2 sets of 2, one after the other. And they seem to parallel each other. Rabbi Foreman had already made a connection between Nechmad limar'eh and the tree of life. Just beholding is a very tree of life way of relating. But that connection holds true for Tov lema'achal and the tree of knowledge too. For one, Tov lema'achal, good to eat, shows up in the second part of the verse explicitly in terms of language. It's an Eitz Hada'as Tov Vara, a tree of knowledge of good and evil. But also conceptually, good to eat captures such a tree of knowledge approach when you're asking what's the utility or value of whatever you're assessing. It was like these descriptors were instructing us how to embody the trees. Seeing it this way, Rabbi Foreman's insight that we're meant to relate to the tree of life first before eating its fruit became even more significant to me. It's not intuitive that relating to the tree of life should come before relating to the tree of knowledge, but that beholding should come before eating. Something about that did ring true. You can't really behold something after you've eaten it. And once you begin to think of something in a utilitarian sort of way, where you try and assess its value, you can't really go back
Faster
to
probes.
appreciating it on its own
And do you collect Steam cards? If I do accidentally.
terms. So that path of appreciating something before using it, of tree of life before tree of knowledge, it started to make more sense to me.
4 points in the US, probably about to be 5, and then 6, and then we're fucking done. We got them.
But that's not the only thing I noticed that Shabbos. Listen to how Eve describes the tree when she's talking to the snake. It's filled with language parallels from the verse describing the trees. Vatere ha'isha ki tov ha'etz lema'achal, v'chi ta'avahu la'inayim, v'nechmad ha'etz lahaskil. The woman saw that the tree was good for eating, and a delight to the eyes, and that the tree was desirable, nechmad, as a source of wisdom. It's a very similar list to the first verse, right? Except that Eve, she switches the order. The first thing she says is that the tree is tov lema'achal, that it's good for eating. And I couldn't help wonder if that switch was somehow a catalyst for what happened next. Actually eating the forbidden fruit. I was really curious to hear what Rabbi Foreman had to say about all this. Maybe Eve's switch was just a coincidence, a negligible difference. But on a personal level, it made me think of so many different situations, times my kids are upset or I'm struggling with a colleague at Aleph Beta, and at times my first impulse is to take a tree of knowledge approach. To assess the situation, what's the best outcome here? And then jump into action to get to that. But when I choose Nechmad L'Mareh, to take a tree of life approach first, meaning just to listen and appreciate the other person, make no judgments, it inevitably leads to richer connections.
So anyways, it really does seem like a key to living a good life is, can you approach Nechmad L'Mareh and then Tov L'Ma'achal? Okay, I'll stop here. But mostly what I communicate is that it's mattered to me a great deal, and it's very moving.
Hey, Emu.
Hey.
There. I agree. One of the ways I would put it is that essence always has to come before fruits, right? Fruits themselves are the product of the trunk, right? The trunk needs to be related to before you can relate to the fruit. Right? So some level, that's what it is. Or to put it another way, there's something unapproachable about God or about this tree that requires me to hold back, that I can't have it for a while. So to me, what happens is that when you take Yira and you combine it together with Ava, right, then you get something really mind-blowing.
Here's what I heard Rabbi Foreman saying. In our relationship with God, as in all relationships, some restraint is a good thing. It forces you to behold first before tasting, as it were, meaning before you benefit in a more self-serving way from the relationship. And ultimately, this restraint enriches the tasting. But Rabbi Foreman was actually saying something a little more than this, because the way I just described it, that still has a utilitarian bent to it. Wait now, and the experience will be more enjoyable later. For Rabbi Foreman, beholding before eating wasn't just about the joys of delayed gratification.
Bro, Moonanite, if you get blown up in space first, I'm so sorry. I think we're one of the few space stations right now. And I apologize in advance. Aliens hit low Earth orbit. I apologize.
It was a value in and of itself, a way of honoring the other person, regardless of what you ended up getting from them.
The fact that I am beholding without tasting, why am I doing that? I'm not doing that just to enhance my own pleasure. It does enhance.
It's sort of beholding its integrity to some extent.
Beholding integrity, we need one more location in the States, and then we have full control of the United States of America in this game, and Kazakhstan. We are going to be trying to unify the Americas. We're going to be starting with Bahamas, Cuba, Dominican Republic. We don't have Haiti yet, but we'll take it soon. And then all we have to do is crack Georgetown, and we're going to, because we're going to use Georgetown to take UK. And when we take UK, we're going to use it to annex all of the EU if I fucking have to. So help me, Cthulhu, we are fucking going.
It's no longer in
Right.
service
Why am I
of you.
doing that? Because I respect the thing, and therefore respect demands that I appreciate it in and of itself before taking from it. Right? Now, why do I respect it? I respect it because of power, because it has
Because it's deserving. It's deserving of respect, and that you're calling power.
Yes, you're respecting the power of the thing.
Mhm.
You're respecting its demand on you that you just behold it. I'm not just a thing that can be taken at will and even united in love with you. So
It's very interesting. Like you have Orla, right? You plant a new tree.
Yeah,
you
there you go.
can't eat. You have to respect. Then
Yeah.
you can eat. When you have an animal, you can't just eat. You have to slaughter, pour the blood on the earth, return, right? And then you can eat.
Right. So what's happening, ironically, is that there's lots of different values here, and unless you play it in slow motion, you don't get to see them all unfold. Right. In other words, I might start by saying, well, you know, I'm a tree of knowledge kind of guy. I'm just interested in tachlis. I want to know the difference between good and evil because I want to do in the world, right? Okay. So then we say, well, 1 second, hold on. There's something else. There's a tree. It's a smell. You have to love the Torah. Torah is not just something that practically helps you do. You have to fall in love with the Torah first. So you say, okay, you're right. Sorry. It's not
really what you're saying is so profound. It's so good.
Yeah,
Hey
it's
there.
not
good.
It's not love.
How is it going? We're spending a day of I'm going to be over a bit of time dredging all of lovely chat through delving into all the Abrahamic folks' literature in some capacity, because a lovely homie who I love and adore went and did that thing they do where we run our mouths about something we don't know nothing about, and I decided we're gonna just like forcefully make people deal with this with me because I want to and I can and you can't stop me. We're playing Terra Invicta, and yeah, it's been really fucking dope. I've had a good time. Like, personally, I think that if you look at all folks of a myriad of faiths, all the Abrahamic faiths, so the Hebrew homies, the Christian and Catholic homies, the Islamic homies, you'll see that there's a beautiful part of the amazing tapestry of the legacy of what we have all built so far. But I also think you can't leave out Shinto and Buddhism as well at the bare minimum. And I see how Sikhism might be one of the first actual breaths of integration in a integration in a very impactful way. So can't really stop me.
I be in love with the Torah, right? But what I don't understand is that my holding back on the doing and my willingness to love the Torah in a non-conceptive way actually brings another value, a third value into it, which even is before love, which is respect.
We have just taken the whole of the United States. We now have nukes. Well, there you go. America. Fuck yeah. Damn right, brother. Damn right. Yeehaw, motherfucker. Yeehaw. Fuck with me. I don't even want any more nukes. I have enough of them to proliferate the universe. I plan on taking as much of this with building a ground military and navy as I can. And I'm also going to be pushing hard into space in a bit. But as you can see, we've detracted from economic building and we're kind of stippling knowledge efforts, oppression, so we crush anyone with differing ideals. Not much is going into funding, but we'll do it later. I'll do it now. I'll stop complaining. There you go. And for the most part, then we're just building military and army. We're about to go full millistate. We're about to fucking take over. Hey, Canadian folks, I'm not trying to read into and eat into the fears that y'all have had to go deal to being subjected to through folks saying it's going to happen. But I am going to annex Canada. But it's cool. I'm also going to annex the whole of the Americas if I get a chance. And since the tippy tips touch, taken in Russia too. Let's fucking go. I already have Kazakhstan. We have really good boost propulsion waiting for us. We've again been pushing hard for military, but we're going to drop that down and we're going to shove into boost now since I can, and ground control since I can, mission control, and just push economy a bit too. So we'll be splitting it mostly, oppressing other ideals, boost, mission control, economy. Basically, Kazakhstan gets it better than the States for now. Let's fucking go.
I've
Back to the lovely rabbi and his associate as we sit here and, enjoy another beautiful day on a beautiful place with beautiful people that deserve the fucking best. And don't forget, soon we'll be talking about analysis frameworks for substrate neutral oversight, as well as extending consideration when requisite and when we can have something to stand on for, not just an anthropomorphized view of what the human brain is. So, in the words of many a folk to come before me, stay tuned.
Respected you enough not to just go for your fruits, right? Not to see you as a thing, a commodity, right? But now I've respected you. So now when I join with you in love, the love itself is more powerful, right? It's this merger of love, respect. Now, once I love, respect you enough, now I can have your fruits. And that's a whole different thing.
Really profound. Because I do think like the way I was raised and the way I think religion is often taught
we've taken the States.
Is actually run to do mitzvahs. Run to do mitzvahs. It's good. Just do.
It probably says one view because I just think of it this way. It's fine. It doesn't matter if I have none people, 1 people, or 50. I will still probably call myself a one viewer Andy when I'm railing on larger creators for not taking the time to read stuff. And it's fine. If I can stand on that, if I can keep using that as a way to slam both myself and folks with larger platforms than I that try to defer to laziness, I'll take it,
Do. But if you ever stopped me to say do you really love God? It's just a whole other lens.
Right.
To me, the energy of doing and focusing on outcomes is a very different energy than withholding and respecting. Respect is the beginning of a demand to behold. First behold, then love, right?
And once you get your beingness correct, that beholding and respectful loving, then you can bring in the doing of asiyas mitzvahs. But before that, it's toxic, which is why the tree of knowledge alone is toxic.
Crazy.
Rabbi Foreman was adding such a layer of nuance to my observations about Nechmad L'Mareh and Tov L'Ma'achal. Why did God want us to hang out with the tree of life first before eating its fruits? The simple answer is building a loving relationship always has to come before just benefiting from what someone else has to offer you. But Rabbi Foreman was answering an even deeper question than that. I think, implicitly, he knew that if love was all the first step was about, God wouldn't have had the tree of knowledge there in the garden at all. Why tempt us? He'd have just made a 100% tree of life paradise, and we'd have developed all the love in the world for him. So there has to be a reason why the tree of knowledge was there, and we knowingly had to behold it and wait to eat from it. And that reason, Rabbi Foreman was saying, is that's how you develop respect in addition to love, which is the real foundation of a solid relationship. The kind of relationship God wanted to build with us in the garden. Beautiful, right? But there was another layer of nuance to this argument that I found fascinating as well. It doesn't take a genius to know you shouldn't use someone without caring for them. But the temptation of Tov L'Ma'achal is much more subtle than that. When we're in utilitarian mode, tree of knowledge mode, we aren't necessarily just out for ourselves. We could be taking action for noble reasons. But even then, these actions are hollow without a strong personal connection grounding them. Even more than hollow, Rabbi Foreman had called the tree of knowledge toxic on its own, which are strong words. But I think what Rabbi Foreman meant by them will become clear if we jump back into the conversation. Having laid out how our relationship with the tree was supposed to develop, Rabbi Foreman now turned to what went wrong.
I also think it pays to tease out what happens, how things go wrong when you don't have those first 2 stages. I think the snake's temptation is already several things down the road, right? Snake's temptation, don't you want to be like God having been evil? That's like a very blatant power grab. But let's even go before that. Let's say my real sin is that I'm passing over the tree of life, right? And I'm going straight for doing. So let's say I'm Chava and I have the Lishma thing, right? I say no, there's this wonderful tree in the world and it's God's words. And God's words are meant to guide me in my life. So I'd sure love to know what God thinks about good and evil, right? And that's my first mistake. I want to know what God thinks about good and evil so I can live my life before I appreciate the magic of the fact that God is even just talking to me.
Yeah, that to me already feels tragic because it's so outcome oriented.
Right.
Like, what you want from me, my fruits?
Also really interesting about it is that notice that the other trees are nechmad l'mareh, right? And with this tree, it's ta'ava le'inayim.
Rabbi Foreman is referring back to Eve's description of the tree right before she eats the fruit. Vateireh ha'isha ki tov ha'etz lama'achal v'chi ta'avahu la'inayim. The woman saw that the tree was good for eating and a desire for the eyes. Eve switches the order of descriptors, but Rabbi Foreman was noticing another difference. Eve and the earlier verse both called the tree tov lema'achal, good to eat. But in chapter 2, the trees are called nechmad lemareh, pleasant to behold, and Eve calls them ta'ava le'einayim, desirable for the eyes. Similar concepts, but they're not a perfect match.
So it's interesting. You have to ask yourself, how did it become ta'ava le'einayim, just not nechmad lemareh?
That makes a lot of sense to me.
No.
So the eitz is tov l'ma'achal, which is inappropriate. That's supposed to come later. And then the einayim now get involved. The einayim, oh great, einayim are here? That's the beholding one. Maybe they'll get us back on track. But no, now the einayim can no longer even behold in a nechmad kind of way. So tov becomes ta'ava.
Phonologically, tov almost plays off ta'ava.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's a total corruption, right? Tov is theoretically a word that means good, although here it's utilitarian. And then ta'ava is this lie you tell yourself.
Lusting after it with my eyes.
Yeah, I'll be satiated if I get this.
Right, and lusting after it is...
We're keeping Cuba and Kazakhstan. We're going to bail out of other nations slowly as soon as I find the button. I found it. So we're going to still retain control in Bahamas in some affect, but we're just not going to force it hard. We're a little bit stretched. So we're going to hit abandon on these two. We're going to go check our claims again. And so Dominican Republic, we're keeping Cuba. We dipped Bahamas, we dipped Dominican Republic, and we're going to dip Uzbekistan. And then we're going to go back to Kazakhstan, States, Cuba, unify United States and Cuba, and go from there. That's going to be how we rock this. We just took Uzbekistan to be a problem and to make it harder for other people. They will still have holdouts. They will still have the ability to manage. We're just pulling out there. And if anything happens, well, I mean, we have Kazakhstan right here. And I would like to see somebody fucking try.
It's interesting. You start with Chava and you say, okay, Chava, why do you want that tree? And she says, well, I really want to know God's value system. Why? Well, it would really be useful for me in my life to be able to make decisions, to have this, objective value system of good and evil, and then to be able to make those godly decisions right? That's why I think those words are very helpful to me. They give me this utility. But if I'm doing that without loving God, I'm just consuming what God has to give me in this tree. So then what happens is, in the absence of love, really all I'm left with is the utility. And once I start realizing how big that utility is, I realize how powerful this thing that the tree gives me is. So it's like, wow, I'm really much better off having these concepts of good and evil. That's a really powerful thing to have. So when you marry love and fear together, so that becomes a loving awe, right? But when you separate them, so it's just straight out fear and admiration of power, right? But nothing really more than that. That's when the snake comes in and the snake says, oh, but you know what? God doesn't really want you to have that tree. Oh, so is God keeping that power to himself?
He balanced it.
Rabbi Foreman was describing a really dark, slippery slope from desire for knowledge of good and evil to becoming power hungry. But I think it's a really wise insight. Pursuing anything with cold-hearted singularity becomes a kind of power grab. And being so obsessed with power leaves you vulnerable to being manipulated by someone like the snake, who will try to convince you everyone, even God, is just out for power themselves. By the way, Rabbi Foreman
The snake will try to convince you that everyone, inclusive of God, is just after power themselves. Meanwhile, I am like actively doing that very same narrative in this game.
Has some support for this idea about the snake that he didn't happen to mention in this conversation. Remember in creation story number 2, God is always Yud Ke Vav Ke Elohim? The one exception is when the snake talks to Eve. He says, Af ki amar Elohim? Did Elohim really say you can eat from all the trees of the garden? Just Elohim. No Yud Ke Vav Ke. It's like the snake saying, don't be fooled. God is only Elohim. And this whole exercise with not eating the fruit, that's just so he can keep all this power for himself. That's the deep lie that the snake tells. And it sends Eve into a tailspin, which I'll let Rabbi Foreman continue to describe.
Well, what I admire about God is his incredible power. And I am teaching myself to be powerful in that way. It's a very short step to say a very powerful person who admires power. Wouldn't God admire me even more if I was hyper competitive for that power, if I wanted a little bit more of it, right? And before you know it, I want to be the one who makes these distinctions. I want to be the ultimate sayer of good and evil. I want to displace God and be the owner of the tree, right? It's kind of why power corrupts. It doesn't start corrupting you. It starts with just like I'm admiring God and God is powerful, and that's true. But unless you tell yourself the whole truth, you'll be corrupted by that.
Really interesting. Do you think that's why she does this thing that just don't understand her motivation for, right? Why does she turn around and give it to Adam? And I always thought that it was shame, that she actually felt like, if I'm going down, I'm bringing down someone else with me. But you seem to paint an Eve that is really interested in knowing good and evil because she thinks that's the right thing to do. And the very first thing she does is actually pronounce good and evil. She actually undoes the only good and evil decree that there ever was, right? Don't eat from this. She's like, oh, I can decide this is actually good to eat. And so she commands man almost.
Right. Like if I was Eve, I would say, wow, I feel newly empowered in a good spiritual way. I know, I understand God's values from the inside. I understand these new concepts of good and evil. And God has opinions, all this stuff. And I feel hooked into some of his opinions. And it's amazing. Right. And then I see Adam ambling along. And I think like, I'm supposed to be his mate. He's a yokel. Right? He's naive. He's all lovey-dovey. Right. He has no sense of what we could achieve, what we could do, of this incredible power that I have. And I'm supposed to love him. I want him to be like me, right? So I hand him the fruit. But in essence, even though there's some love in what she's doing, kind of, because she wants to love an equal. But the problem is that what she was meant to do.
She is Nechmad L'Maret. She's supposed to appreciate his integrity.
What she was supposed to do was she was supposed to be another human being who could do what only humans could do with Adam and love him for his humanity and have them both be humans in relationship with God. So
instead, she gave him a list of his flaws.
Right. So instead, that gives him a list of his flaws. And she says, I think I'd respect you a little bit more if you were more than human. If you had these incredible godly powers, which God doesn't quite want us to have yet, but look how amazing they are, right? So I'm actually shooting Ezer Kenegdo in the foot. Because the whole idea of Ezer Kenegdo is what real love is to love the humanity in your significant other. And she's actually loving him for a rejection of humanity and wanting to be something more than that.
I think that's profound already. It's actually one of the hardest things.
We're going to take Canada by increasing unrest and incentivizing them to love me. I sound evil. That's good. I should keep doing that. I like that. That's fun. I'm going to keep doing that. That's fun. Don't judge me. Or do judge me. That's okay. I don't really mind. I'd judge me. I'd judge the fuck out of me.
Things to do in a marriage is Nechmad L'Maret. It's actually stop trying to change the other person.
Yes, right. To be only human and to be able to love someone who's only human. Yeah, that's true. Yep.
Nice.
Anyway, so those were good points about Nachmad L'Mareh. I think it's beautiful seeing so much in Nachmad L'Mareh coming before Tov L'Machal, in her subtle inversion of Tov L'Machal, and then seeing it as we've done, that Tov L'Machal then corrupts Nachmad L'Mareh to make it into Tava L'Einayim, which is more of a self-serving thing, right? Is what happens when you really take love out of the picture and don't relate to the tree as it is.
In episode 1, I told Rabbi Foreman he'd taken the story.
It's cool. My HB1 in the big 2024 is probably going to be something silly, like Annex Canada. I want maple syrup for my like cream of wheat, or I start dropping nukes on whatever rock the literal space aliens in this game came from until there's nothing left. That's my decree. I get maple syrup for my cream of wheat, or whatever the fuck rock Victor 9 is trying to space in from, gets glassed. Lutzen? Oh, we're fucking turning it to fucking dust.
Story of Gan Eden from me. After this conversation, I felt he'd given it back, a richer, fuller version of it. I had a sense of God's original plan for the tree and for us, but also how that plan tragically got derailed. But there was still that one question I keep mentioning that we hadn't answered.
I mean, if I was in office for that event, I at least would have like made them give people, like if I was in office for January 6th, I would have at least made them give people appropriate trials and not like dicked them down dirty. I at least would have gotten like hugs from everyone and total appreciation from the masses, and I would have been like the one person literally head pat by all the partisan people. If I do run for office, it's probably going to be independent because I don't want the RNC or DNC fucking with me and telling me what I should say for more stuff. So I'm about to be their biggest op and their biggest ally. Biggest op when they're inappropriate, biggest ally when they are appropriate.
I could understand why someone might want to eat the fruit, but why in the world would they want to eat the tree itself? Absurd as this may sound, Rabbi Foreman saw it as the natural outgrowth of everything we'd been saying.
Okay, now, Imu, what if I was someone who was obsessed with the fruits? I was obsessed with what I could get from the tree. So now let's play this little game. What do I get from the tree? So I start with knowledge of good and evil. Okay, that's great. But if I don't think God loves me, if I don't care about connecting to God, all I care about is his rules. There's something hollow at the heart of my relationship with God. I'm not willing to worship him because I love him. I'm only willing to worship him because he's got these rules. And I'm enamored with these rules. And if I'm the knower of all these rules and other people don't know the rules, I can actually start telling them what to do. And I'm the one who's looked at, and I'm the one who's admired because I know what to do. And how do you feel, Imu, when everybody admires you? Because you're the one who knows what to do.
Powerful.
That's a bit of a power trip. And you like that power. A powerful person, one who admired only the powerful side of God, might be tempted to think, well, maybe I should have a little bit more of that power. Might become power obsessed, right?
You'd want to eat all the fruit, have all the knowledge, but then you might want even more power than that.
And then, because you hang around the tree, you begin to intuit that the tree had another power too. And it wasn't in the fruit. It was in the trunk. It was in the tree itself. And the power was immortality itself. If I could only consume not just the fruits, but take in the same way I took in the fruits, the tree itself, then I could be immortal, just like the tree is immortal.
You sound like a Silicon Valley tech guy, right? Originally, they get into it to try and make the world a better place, and then the tech investor or the tech entrepreneur gets more and more powerful. People give them more and more resources to back their next ventures and build their. By the way, I'm a capitalist. I think capitalism is wonderful. But there is this thing that happens when you...
My favorite thing to mention every time I get a chance to, when folks start having to consider capitalism or anything else, is give me a second. I'm ready for this. I'm I'm ready for this. No, I've got this. Y'all, you know what never gets enough of a shout out? I have a bookmark for this. It's that there are lovely folks that go really hard to ensure that their capital fucking ability to contribute to folks that they earn through capitalism directly benefits social programs. And I think that is really dope and deserving of respect. And also, since a lot of people don't seem to mention this, I make it my typical bugbear to whinge about it every chance I get, because there are folks that work really hard in the system of capitalism to provide sources and resources to people that may not otherwise have them. And I think that's pretty bomb. I think that's really bomb. I can have like a blank tab group. Bro, I'm keeping that. Anyways, so there's grant-funded healthcare and there is also grant-funded medical care. These are just two examples. The reason I bring up Rise Above the Disorder is that they are currently helping in 135 countries and the Open Path Collective works in the States. But again, so if you contact these organizations, they are able to help people find health and health care. There are more links in the Discord and the resources channel. I will update them when I feel like it next time. When that happens, I don't know, but I'll get to it. But one day, I have no fucking clue, honestly, when I'll do it. What are we going to name this group? We're going to name it Grant Funded Care, because that's to the point and very accurate. All right, cool. So just shout out to all the homies who were misinformed that under capitalism, there is no current way to affect the healthcare and otherwise social concerns of folks that need it, because there literally is. It's called make money, and then you give it to fucking grant-funded programs, and you just donate to the people who need it, and you make sure that it gets to the people who need it, and you hold organizations accountable. Because I wish I could pay more taxes to make sure people had healthcare. But since we don't want to like blanket do that to everybody, and there's currently no opt-in form, I instead do this kind of thing, which is where we can just chip in where we can. That's important. Anyways, back to it.
Become more and more powerful, and you saw more and more powerful. People give them more and more resources to back their next ventures and build their... By the way, I'm a capitalist. I think capitalism is wonderful. But there is this thing that happens when you become more and more powerful and you solve more and more problems, that some of the Silicon Valley elite starts thinking about the last great horizon. And it's sort of spoken hushed at parties in Silicon Valley. But
it is so important to remember to remind people that capitalism isn't the ill in the world that folks might ascribe to it. No, it's just fucking apathy, laziness, and bitch-ass motherfuckers. And so how do we address that? We just work harder and we push where it needs to go. And we can all do that under the current system without burning something down that would negatively impact millions, if not billions of people.
How do we cheat death? How do we get our, upload our minds into a cloud?
The problem, the tragedy is that God doesn't want you to look at the tree of life that way. It is true that it's a tree of life because it's an expression of God, the source of all life. But God's not interested in you eating from the tree and actually becoming immortal. That's not the point of the tree of life. The point is, while you're alive, you should breathe in from the tree. You should have a taste of eternity while you live in this world, right? You should enrich your life by connection with God, the source of all life. But if somebody wasn't interested in love and they were only interested in power, they wouldn't relate to the tree of life that way. They wouldn't relate to it by breathing it in. And the tragedy is they would begin to destroy the tree in an effort to take the last gift that the tree has to give. And therefore, God has to protect
links.
the tree.
I should have given you all links.
And that's
My
why
apologies.
He banishes us from Eden.
Here you go.
We think he banishes us from Eden because he can't stand us.
By the way, the bot in all of the chats occasionally spams these and other resources here and there. I'm pretty fucking awesome.
Living forever. I think he's trying to preserve the integrity of the tree. Later, there will be a time for this tree. But I have to keep this integrity of the tree so that there'll be something to give later.
How do you measure a life? Is it quality or quantity? The tree of life was supposed to enhance Adam and Chava's quality of life. But what if they just cared about quantity? They might consume the tree to steal its most essential power and lose the real gift it could give them. And so they had to go. With that, the story of the garden truly felt like it had fallen into place. But as I sat back, something Rabbi Foreman had just said piqued my interest.
Later, there will be a time for this tree. But I have to keep this integrity of the tree so there'll be something to give later.
Later when? We get kicked out of the garden. Game over. We never see the tree again. Or so I thought.
But what I want to explore with you next time is the possibility that this isn't the last time we've seen the tree of life. And I don't mean metaphorically. That's not seeing the tree of life. Seeing the tree of life is actually beholding this vision. It reappears. The story of the tree of life isn't over. And once we begin to understand that the two trees are really one, it opens up to us not just the story of the Garden of Eden in a new way, but the rest of the Torah in a new way too.
I'm super excited. I can't wait.
Okie doke. We'll see you then.
After this session, I turned my Tanakh inside out looking for the return of the tree. But I got nothing. Give it a try. See what you find. The one thing I kept coming back to was the connection between the tree and the Torah. If the tree was a precursor to the Torah, as Rabbi Foreman had been arguing, then was Revelation the return of the tree? I knew that alone couldn't be what Rabbi Foreman meant. He said the tree itself was coming back. That meant trunk, leaves, fruit, the works. But I felt like getting the Torah, Tree 2.0, had to be part of the story, somehow. And that made me wonder. I thought I knew what happened at Revelation. But then again, go back a few weeks, and I thought I knew what had happened in the garden. Next time on A Book Like No Other, the tree returns. It really does. And yes, it changes the whole story. Again. This time, the story of our beloved book, this incredible book like no other. But don't go yet, because there is a mini epilogue to this episode waiting in your podcast feed. Rabbi Foreman and I explore some amazing implications of the idea that the tree of life was meant to extend quality, not quantity of life. Subscribe to A Book Like No Other to get notified when all new episodes are up, and if you're enjoying this journey so far, please rate this podcast, write a review, and share it with others. A Book Like No Other is a product of Aleph Beta, a nonprofit media company dedicated to helping people fall in love with Torah. If you like what you're listening to, I'm going to ask you if you can please consider joining the ranks of our paid members at alephbeta.org. Aleph Beta is a little bit of a weird nonprofit. We're almost entirely crowdfunded by people like you. So I just want to make this plea that if this Torah
I dropped their link in chat. We're going to be online for like maybe 40-ish more minutes, so I'm going to go stare at the front page of YouTube and see what unhinged shit our cohorts have been up to.
I like what you're doing. Your contributions go towards teaching and spreading high quality.
This lady actually, Miss Omar, the Honorable Miss Omar, is actually one of the most prejudiced bitches I have bumped into on the internet. And mind you, I've grown up around all sorts of folks. Like, I have met fucking former clan members that are less fucking prejudiced than her.
Audio editing was done by Hillary.
That's sad.
A Book Like No Other's senior editor is Tik Behecht. Adina Blousey keeps all the parts moving.
Hey, that was amazing. That was crazy. I didn't think you were going to be able to tie it up like that. But this is really compelling. Really compelling.
Oh, sorry. I'm laughing not because it's funny. I'm laughing because I'm trying to, like, keep my shit together.
Yeah. Right? You're actually not allowed to touch it, possibly, if you're approaching.
Well, first of all, it could be that she exaggerated with Lo Tigubo, right? It could be that that would be an embrace and that would be okay. And tragically, she was like, no, we can't even touch it.
I'm not sure. Maybe it's
y'all, this is going to be really, really silly and really, really dumb, but like 1-2 punch really fast, okay? Here, let me also move this over here. That's better. Okay, cool beans. So we have a link tree. Unlike most other Twitch streamers, we have a link tree that is never and doesn't have an OnlyFans on it. We do have a GitHub, which might as well be the same thing. And I needed to come here to get something, so I really should pin certain repos. This is kind of messy. Damn. Okay, cool. Be committing. Gal be committing, bro. We're looking for scripty scripts. That's all. Scripty scripts. So, Your girl finally made publishable user scripts, which really isn't that great. But we do have Nuke Watch Later, which has been like so impactful and is currently probably turned off. Yes. Yes, it is. It blows up the fucking watch later when I need to. So I had like 1,000 items on it, and I can't deal with that anymore because I'm a person, not like a fucking punchline. So I decided that I would do the right thing, the righteous thing, the only appropriate thing, and that is massacre my watch later till it is nothing but dust and see that my better day. Anyways, I'm curious because if Mr. Nux is gonna whinge about what's the word here? What's the word? Oh yeah, the Honorable Miss Omar, then I'm going to take a peek because personally, I can definitively say I haven't been waiting on her downfall, but I have been waiting on her to experience consequences.
Going to jail for fraud. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar is crying on the news out of fear of getting deported due to immigration fraud. 173,000 Somalis are currently trembling about an overnight deportation where they're disappearing overnight, and Trump is celebrating. Now, I know, everyone's complaining, not enough is happening. A lot is happening, though. So we're not only here to highlight the pessimistic side of the world, like a lot of these other freak shows on the internet, we're also going to highlight the upside, which is absolute justice. And I love a little bit of justice. You know who else does? God. All right. So
God do be love and justice. We were just going through a part of the beginning of that. Y'all, I think I want to play a little bit of, I love this game, and I've been trying to set my categories when I'm streaming a teensy bit, but I'm like, honestly, until I finish automating that and the title adjustment, it's going to be slow, if at all. So anyways, really fast. I kind of want to change games just a skosh. What do I want to mention? So here's what I'm thinking, right? Where the fuck is Play Night is my first thought. If I had any words, it would be where the fuck is Play Night and who has done hidden it from me? Under what fucking realm do they think this is okay? Anyways, there it is. So let's go look at Librariru. I kind of want to play Mega Blank. I finally unlocked the last Helldivers difficulty. Oh no, I don't need this. Nice. I still do because it took too long. Anyways, so I kind of want to play a little Mega Blank for a bit before I get offline, and we'll be here for like 40 minutes. As long as I don't pause champ McFucking shit champ the hell out of Mr. Nux's video, I might get there. I unfortunately do pause a lot, and I'm struggle bus every time I don't accidentally 4x something. So we're going to try, but really fast before I do, I'm going to take a quick little tinkle and be right back. So yes, I do have a tab group called Are the Trans People Really Okay? Because they get gaslit by the ACLU, and I get upset because I don't like when people are fucking reductive and lie to me. Clearly, I have fucking shit I stand on. I have morals. I don't like when people are lied to, and I don't like when organizations give me deceitful information. Oh, by the way, what am I trying to get to? TLDR, they start also classifying shit that does impeding people from doing drag with sheer clothing that exposes breasts, buttocks, genitals, and those regions. They got classed in here when there was literally a bill that only tells people not to do that.
No,
and it's like
you cannot start making these claims. God damn it, Jaxie! I'm hostile. You lie and gaslight me all the fucking time. You degenerates, reprobates, and miscreants fuck with me all the time. Always mess with me. Always fucking making me paste horses. No, let me remind you.
Millennials are getting
okay. I'll be right back.
Whacked on the internet.
Hey there!
Ooh-wee.
Oh my gosh!
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Queer women's the house.
Ooh-wee.
Copyright strike would be against YouTube's community guidelines.
Oh my gosh!
You are allowed to use somebody else's clips in your video if you are providing additional content such as commentary.
I do agree with him on that. I still could have done something.
Ooh-wee.
this lovely female pops up, scrolling through his Instagram.
Give her attention. This is really bad. Yeah, no, I don't know if it's a good idea. Don't you think she would try like suing me? Good idea.
Choke on my own vomit. Frustrating me. I want to like choke on my own vomit.
Jumped in and saved her attention.
Oh my god.
Ooh-wee.
Oh my.
To help her.
Red flag number 1.
Actually, no, I don't think it's a good idea to hit her up. I think I just need to back off and move on with my life. Like, this is really bad. No, I don't know, dude. I don't even know. I don't even want to give her attention. To help her. Because then what if she like is gonna do some to me and like I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't know if it's a good idea. I might just want to like message her. Don't you think she would try like suing me or something if I like hit her up? Like, should I just back off and not say anything?
People hating? Yeah, this should be fun. Ooh-wee.
But she's also a Twitch gamer and
She shows zero empathy.
Red flag number 1.
I should have jumped in and saved her.
Hey there. Oh my god.
Lifeguarding skills. That's why this situation will never happen.
She's just a hustler. Number 1.
Lifeguarding skills.
Number 1, Twitch gamer, and she also makes YouTube videos. She's just a hustler.
To help her.
Ooh-wee.
To help her. To help her. To help her. To help her. To help her.
Red flag number 1.
To help her.
Ooh-wee.
Number 1, Twitch game. Number 1, red flag. She's still a Twitch gamer, and she also makes
access to queer women for healthcare.
No, of course not. It's not just that.
No, I think it's a good idea.
I'm feeling like a hater today.
This man is frustrating me. He's frustrating me. All men frustrate me, but this is really irritating me.
There are a lot of white people now. I'm not saying it was that.
I want to like choke on my own vomit.
But I'm not saying it wasn't that.
I genuinely hope that this woman is okay. This is downright despicable.
I'm kidding. Oh my god, why did she bring up Ray?
So, recently defrocked YouTube upload person with the VODs, Ian Foote, who pops off about being a violent misogynist and wanting his daughter to be harmed because he's really inappropriate. And also, he tries to excuse dropping anti-Semitic shit. He's a butt munch with the way he chooses to treat others. He could choose to do otherwise. That would be nice. I wish he would choose to be kinder. I'd always pop off in his comments and be like, I appreciate the Ian growth arc. I appreciate watching Ian grow. I have to start from the bottom, now we're here. Okay, fine. Dramatic Ian Rain. Okay, can I get my Ian mood on? How do I do that? Like, how do I get an Ian vibe on, honey? I got this. Hold on. I need to sound like Based Man at the core. Okay. I'll change the track. There's a more appropriate one for this. Hold on. With love and respect, let's get our shit together. They stopped being real with me. My life completely fell apart because no one would be real with me. I used to be amazing. I was always able to find the silver lining in any situation. I was always very resourceful, and I never ran from the light. But now I'm just a fool. Like, there? Okay, cool. It made sense to me. Clean myself up, take care of my body, take pride in my appearance, get a high-paying job. Get high, don't forget your towel. Get a high-paying job, don't forget your towel. That gives me freedom to work to work from wherever I want and set my own schedule, find a woman I want to marry, use my good looks, wealth, charm to win her over. I just wanted to be a husband and a father, work hard, make money, have sex with my wife, raise my child, enjoy my life. I didn't want to be a hero. I didn't want to be famous. I just wanted a family. They kept accusing me of using people, being greedy, only caring about myself, being motivated by lust, being arrogant. I wanted to make money so I could afford to buy a home and provide for my family. Yeah, and to make sure that they were safe. One of the things that I hated about Selena was her lack of passion. When she was so calm. She was so calm and cold and clever and calculating and selfish and ruthless and fake. There was absolutely no passion whatsoever. I used to be a passionate person. I used to be driven and aggressive and dominant and resourceful and fearless. People trusted me and they respected me. They were honest with me. I was always welcome.
My camera
Everywhere
froze.
I went, I was loved. Selena,
Dag nabbit?
I have 3 common law relations. I have had 3 common law relationships. I wanted to leave Canada after that. I wanted to move to a...
How is it that my camera freezes the whole time I am AFK, but the moment I come back with more popcorn, it unfreezes? What in the Garfunkel?
Country where no woman would be able to do to me what Selena had done to me, and have a fresh start, and once I was stable, let my daughter know that I still loved her and that she was always welcome. I hate Canada. I think it's an evil country. Everything about this country is structured to undermine and destroy the nuclear family. Canadians celebrate LGBTQ perverts and feminists and honey culture. It's not a safe place for a man to start a family. Selena dragged me into court until I was bankrupt and couldn't afford a lawyer. Then she took my kid away. I was broken. I was a broken man after that. Sharon cheated on me and I lost my shit. But I wasn't ready to break up with her anyway. I was just angry at the disrespect and humiliation. You know who I really hate? Baby boomers. I fucking hate them. I was really hoping that COVID would wipe them all out. We don't support this. This is these man words. We're reading his words. God damn it. I listen to men. Don't use silence. I will idpol you about not silencing the 3% of Asmongold's audience who are women, okay? And can I express the fact that I hate homosexuals on this platform and not have it taken down, because I do. I truly fucking hate them. I think that they are absolutely fucking disgusting, and I hate the fact that they have no choice but to be consistently reminded that they exist. Feminists hate me. The way that I see women is...
Okay, we'll leave the AFK tint on Ian Foote saying that, and I quote, "Feminists hate me." Because, most people who don't think that it's okay for him to, wish death and sexual assault on his daughter probably don't like him. All right, we're going to speed through Mr. Nux at a nice clip because I've spent time being a shitter.
So let's see what Donald Trump had to say about this.
Came out, think of this, $9 billion. And
billion.
That's just the beginning.
Billion.
They stole. Think of it. In their country, they live on nothing. They have nothing.
It's a shithole.
They steal $9 billion. Are we stupid? I mean, how do we allow that to happen?
Great question, Mr. President. You see, I've been saying for a very, very long time, and this is why I get canceled all the time and demonetized, and YouTube doesn't like promoting my stuff. Somalians are retarded. They're retarded. Like, no, I don't mean this as...
Okay, so for someone to... Okay, every time Nux says this, I get fucking sidelined. Okay, so here's the thing. If he's going to reference that they have an average IQ of 68 in Somalia, if he's going to call them the R word, there's one tiny little hiccup. That would be 60 and lower. Like, to medically classify someone as that, it would have to be below 60. Pop my stress ball? I already have a popped one over here. My pink one's already popped. I have the yellow one as my favorite color, as the last one I fuck with. Green's my second favorite color. Yellow's my favorite. Pink I like a lot, but it's like my top 10 or something. My favorite colors are, I like green and yellow. I like all the verdant greens and yellow and pink, and I like wearing black. I like wearing white. Yellow and white are probably my confidence colors, and I'm going to shut up now.
Is like a slur. This is a diagnosis, motherfucker. They are actually statistically retarded. The average IQ in Somalia is 67. So if this is true, by the way, you could look it all up. So how is it possible that a community with the average IQ of 67 is completely trolling and blindsiding the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, and the entire establishment there? How did they get away with so much unless they knew about it? So this is literally the two sides. Either Tim Walz knew about all this fraud and he's going to jail for a long time because they are actively looking into this, or Tim Walz was completely and utterly fooled by a bunch of people with the IQ of 67. So realistically, wherever we go, this is just an unfathomable W. A lot of people keep focusing on the right-wing infighting, and I'm working on a right-wing infighting movie for a later upload, hopefully today if I can get it out on time. But the reality is, all this right-wing infighting has nothing on the way the Democrat establishment is literally killing itself. So anyway, we're doing a bit of a deep dive today on the level of destruction you're seeing that every single influencer pundit doesn't want to talk about because everyone's too into the turf wars of it's Ben Shabibo versus Tucker Carlson. I don't care right now. now we have to talk about retard getting deported, all right, which is much more important and funny. So we'll cover that later. Don't you worry. Definitely subscribe. I cover everything on this channel, and I have zero fear of the retards getting upset at me. Donald Trump decided to tweet right after this, $9 billion was stolen from the state of Minnesota by illegal Somalian criminals. They must pay a big price now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is getting really good. Really good. In fact, even better than you probably think. Now, spoilers for Elon Musk calling out Gavin Newsom towards the end of this video, but you don't understand the level of victory that we're having in the actual political side of things, despite the fact that on the influencer side of things, it's a little bit of a shit-throwing context. There's a lot of poop flinging going out there, but in the real world, actual moves are being made, and we're going to cover it.
I spoke in the fall about the iceberg I saw ahead. Something's fraud that's much larger than what's been visible to the public. For the record, this is the assistant U.S. attorney that's investigating the Somalia fraud. When I said that, it wasn't hyperbole or rhetoric, it was a warning. And today I want to talk and I want to show here a sense of what that iceberg looks like. Because I think people deserve to know what that is and how big this problem is, because we can't solve the problem until we grapple with.
No, so you're just being racist against Somalis? Yes, absolutely. They're retarded. Okay, all right. I should answer seriously, not just with hyperbole. People are going to take that out of context. All right, so here's the full context. They're retarded. They're also scamming us. They've run multiple scams, up to $9 billion in scams so far that we've discovered, potentially more that they are using to funnel and send back to their homeland of Somalia, which they are actually super loyal to. All right, they don't give a shit about America. They are just parasites on our country to suck American blood and transfer to the Al-Shabaab terrorist organization, branch of Al-Qaeda in Somalia. And this has been exposed as a fact. This is factually happening. Over 78 Somalians have already been arrested in this giant fraud ring. And also you have people like Ilhan Omar, Somalian congresswoman, who's now worth tens of millions of dollars for some interesting reason. No one knows how she got that rich so quickly. Over the last 3 years, she became from someone in debt to someone worth tens of millions. So that's the context. This community is a blight on America. Fuck them. No, that's so mean of you. Yeah, well, unfortunately, I don't believe in the, oh my God, a baby is crying, let's tear up the Constitution. I don't believe in that, actually, which is why some people like me.
The size of it.
It's also why some people hate me.
So the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services pulled the claims data for these 14 programs.
Oh, we got the data?
To 2018.
Oh, boy.
And those 14 programs in Minnesota have cost $18 billion.
$18 billion. Oh my God, dude. And this is all because it's on the government sector. If this was on the private sector, we would have an army of people in jail already. But just by the fact that it's in the government sector, this just got let slide. Oh, we are so done, man. We are so Orange Man is gonna kill these guys. Metaphorically, obviously.
Since 2018.
It's gonna happen.
More than $3.5 billion in 2024 alone.
Comfy. Let's go.
So that's a sense of the magnitude of the problem.
That's
These are
crazy.
14
That's crazy.
Medicaid programs, which is just a
Don't do against illegal immigration. Yeah, we gave it away. Fuck these guys. What are we doing? Like, literally, what are we doing? Like, I'm an America First guy also. Believe it or not. I know this is hard to hear, but I believe that America should be taking care of Americans. We should not be importing people that literally are parasites.
Medicaid, these waivered services.
Not just dehumanizing to call them parasites. Well, then they shouldn't suck my blood. If they wouldn't suck my blood, I wouldn't call them parasites. I'm a very simple guy.
That have been flagged as having issues with program integrity and fraud. Now, I'm sure everyone is wondering how much of this $18 billion was fraud.
Yeah, I want to know.
It's not the $1 million question. That's the $18 billion question.
Yeah.
The answer is far too much.
Fair enough.
And the task ahead of all of us.
Oh boy.
Is not only.
Oh, heads are gonna roll. Heads are gonna. You see me rolling. Patrol. Why am I? I'm enjoying this immensely. This is the Hanukkah treat that I wanted so badly. So Ilhan Omar decided to go on CNN and defend her people. And defend her people with the average IQ of 67. This is not racist. This is a literal fact. It's a literal fact. All right. Somalia is a shithole with inbred dumb fucks that are fucking cousins giving birth to the dumbest fucking people on the planet. With a crime rate that's through the roof, patrolled by armed terrorists that are literally tyrannical bitches killing each other. And let's not forget, rape was legal there 5 years ago. So this place is shithole of shitholes, and for some reason, leftoids thought we needed to import them and build a little community of them as a nice voter block in Minnesota because they needed some votes there in order to steal elections. You get it. That's the strategy. I say it how it is. That's why people subscribe. That's for sure. So Ilhan Omar went on CNN to defend her people.
Oh, we are
retarded. We are retarded. Oh, but that's not what she said.
Doctors, we are teachers, we are entrepreneurs, and we are elected representatives of our state.
Yo, I have really good news. I'm just thinking of this right now, but Somalia needs doctors, entrepreneurs, and engineers. Because that place is a literal sinking, you know, fucking crime-ridden shithole of disease and quagmire. All right? They don't have wells in Somalia. They couldn't figure out how to make wells. Okay? All right? Like, literally the shithole of shitholes. All right? So if you guys are really mass-producing doctors and engineers, I feel like we should be sending them to Somalia ASAP. All right? So this is my claim. This is my pitch. As someone that supports the sovereignty of Somalia, we should be sending all the Somalians back. Let me know in the comment section below if you like my analysis.
And so these vile comments and this sort of creepy obsession that that he has on me and Somali Americans really is dangerous. And it's beneath.
It's dangerous. That's why if you look at the number of hate crimes that specifically Muslims have been getting in America, it's at 9% of all religious hate crimes are against Muslims. That's why Islamophobia is super important. You know what else has 9% of religious hate crimes against them? Christians. That's right. Statistically, there is an equal amount of hate crimes against Muslims and Christians. I don't hear people talking about Christophobia, where people are attacking Christians. For some reason, no one likes to talk about that. But 9% of religious attacks are against Muslims. Another 9% are against Christians. Over 70%.
I caught the echo. I noticed what it was from. My gain was a bit high. I fixed it. We're good. I'm sorry. I'm actually the most quiet person known to humankind, and it is a chore.
% are against Jews, by the way, in case anyone was counting. But no, obviously, it's super dangerous. That's why Somalians are literally getting hate crimes all over the place. They're not, but in her imaginary world, she likes the idea of, I guess, human shields. So she kind of wishes there were a little more hate crimes against Muslims so that she could run defense. Here's an interesting statistic, since I'm just whipping out all the numbers today because I'm having way too good of a time. 89% of Somali families in the U.S. are on welfare. So out of all of the doctors, teachers, entrepreneurs, and engineers that the Somali community is churning out, 89% of them are on welfare.
I mean, if they got their license, if the 89% of like people from Somalia that came to the States, if a large portion of them happens to be doctors, I would expect they'd have to like reapply for a license that's applicable in the States, but that's neither here nor there. I guess the focus of this is about like a wide-scale fraud operation. Like if y'all get caught up in the first bit, lollips.
Which is why I have to say something I've said before. Now, do I think that repealing the 19th Amendment is definitely funny? All right? Do I think it's funny? Yes. Do I think it's feasible, gonna happen within the next couple of years? No, I don't. My political stance is, will it be funny? I'm hoping we're all on the same page. All right, I'm glad we're here together. We need to literally set the system that taxpayers vote. If you're not paying taxes, you shouldn't have the right to vote. You're literally a fucking parasite. What are we doing? Why should you have the right to decide on how our country serves you by gives you more socialism? All right? Taxpayers should be voting. This is insanity. So we're loading up our country with Somalians where 89% of them are literally just drains on the financial system. Grok says it's only 81%. Great defense. Great defense. Only 81% of them. 81 is for all Somali households. 89 is for Somali families with children. So what's the problem? Says Libtord. Libtord says, what's the problem? The problem is this community fucking sucks. They suck. Not you being racist? No, I just don't want my taxpayer dollars to go to people that we're importing that can't protect themselves or fend for themselves and need my money to live. All right, you should stay in Somalia. Literally enrich Somalian culture with your doctors and entrepreneurs. So anyway, I don't think people realize how bad the fraud ring is getting because at this point, they're actually tying in the politicians.
Ilhan Omar, Tim Walz, Attorney General Keith Ellison. We see a web of connections between them and those directly involved in the fraud. For example, Ilhan Omar alleged introducing the 2020 Meals Act. Which
so she introduced the act that ended up being a multi-billion-dollar fraud scam. Wow. She probably had nothing to do with that. That's probably not why she's worth tens of millions of dollars right now. We should look into this and deport her immediately.
Ultimately subject to fraud.
This is literally on the news.
We want that.
This isn't like some random fucking retard YouTuber like me.
Increase
this is on
luck by
Fox
2
News,
when opening a
actual
chest.
news site.
Not that I even know what luck
you don't
does.
understand how cooked they.
I don't even know what luck does in this game. I'm gonna go look it up. Luck mega boink. Let's do.
Man.
A campaign victory party at the Safari restaurant. That's where one of the men who run that restaurant has associations to the convicted individuals. And then there's Tim Walz, House Oversight Investigation role.
Right, he was the one that was making sure that there was no fraud and that there was $18 billion of fraud. Interesting.
His role as governor. Or Keith Ellison, the attorney general. His job is to enforce the law in Minnesota, but instead he's getting donations after meeting with the Feeding Our Future representatives. Feeding Our Future, the biggest known yet part of this entire fraud. Excuse me.
I can't believe the Zionists would do this.
Theft ring.
So true. They're literally stealing our tax dollars. Like, I'm joking around about it because justice is finally turning around, but this is absolutely frustrating as fuck. Like, if there was any other, like, if this was a white community or a Jewish community, or an Asian community, this would be literally fucking everywhere. This would be on every news channel, on left-wing and right-wing news. Meanwhile, CNN's head is in the sand. They don't even want to address it unless Ilhan Omar is directly there talking about how they're all doctors and engineers. So a lot of people are unaware, but this is pretty insane. Tim Walz is panicked now that the FBI raided a Somali health services building after billions of Medicare fraud was exposed. This is actually crazy. Like, the FBI and the feds are just showing up and raiding random health services in Minnesota. Tim Walz will never have unsoiled underwear ever again.
I think visually too much. So the thought of Tim Walz having soiled underwear is like, honestly, I'm not going to be touching this popcorn for a while.
Bro, look at this, man. They just roll in, they pull out all the boxes. Bring out the boxes, boys. We gotta catch some retards. The seriously retarded governor, Tim Walz. He's fat and gay. Gay and fat. The first ever white male DEI hire. They wanted him to be vice president of the United States. But it turns out he's fat and gay. Not easy to be a gay fat retard like Tim Walz. Yup. So yeah, so the FBI just rolls up. They I think they showed a warrant when they entered. They just packed up the fucking entire health services area and they just left. And yeah, people are literally losing their mind. And the only reason why we know about this is because of Twitter. It's thanks to Elon Musk buying Twitter. This is 1 million views and 118,000 likes. That's the only reason why people know that this stuff is happening. Meanwhile, Democrat Somali Omar Fateh, he was the one that ran for mayor, but he lost. He lost because... it's pretty hilarious, actually. He lost because his opponent ended up rallying the Somalian clans against him in an ancient blood war, ancient blood feud between Somali clans, which is now deciding elections in Minnesota. Because that's, American politics hasn't been retarded enough. We needed to import ancient Somali blood feuds to make society just a little smoother. So this dude, literally, in my opinion, he should go to jail for this, for obstruction of justice. But in my opinion, one of the major failings of the Trump administration thus far is the lack of imprisoning people that are obstructing justice. I think we need to start roll out the tanks, bring out the guys with trank guns and start fucking catching the guys that are literally protecting illegals from ICE. So.
Hello everyone, Senator Omar Fateh here. I'm in the Cedar Riverside neighborhood and I wanted to speak to you about what we've been seeing here in the Twin Cities area as well as throughout the state of Minnesota.
What are we seeing?
President Trump has the full force of the federal government targeting the Somali community.
Let's go!
What we're seeing is that our neighbors have been detained, at times even American citizens.
That's a lie! That never happened! But I want to let you know that it does not have to be this way, and that you're right. You can self-deport. It doesn't have to be this way. You can deport yourselves.
I want to run them by you.
So far, 1.9 million illegals self-deported since Trump became president. That's right. I know. If you look at the actual,
he a thirsty boy, you say? Which one of them? Our dude in game? He a thirsty boy. He's wearing purple in the desert, like a champion.
Deportation numbers, it doesn't show, but 1.9 million illegals self-deported since Trump became president. That's the official number according to the White House. That's pretty good. Join the tally, guys. Join the tally. Join the squad.
First, when ICE or an ICE agent comes to your door, you have the right not to open and to request information. You can ask for a judicial warrant that's signed by a judge. You have to have a judicial warrant and not an administrative warrant. We saw that play out.
That's why ICE agents are going to start camping outside of people's homes and grabbing them when they're in the public sector, which is perfectly legal, by the way. They're not allowed to enter private property. They are, however, allowed to nab you in public without a warrant. They do not need a warrant. That is literally in the Constitution.
Earlier today, in the F building. In the towers behind me.
F for Respect building?
In which an ICE agent came saying that they had a warrant to search the premises. We had Representative Mahmoud Noor, who did a great job.
Mahmoud, clearly a white Christian male. Straight, obviously.
And
probably far-right national.
With them and saying that, well, not so fast. You need to have a judicial warrant and not an administrative warrant.
So anyway, this dude's making straight-up propaganda videos while he looks like the fucking, this guy. All right, so bro literally loses Minnesota mayoral race, goes back to old job. Yeah, so this guy's out here teaching his people how to literally avoid law enforcement, how to break the law and be here illegally. Now, interestingly enough, if you look at his actual page, and you'll notice he literally has a funding section over here from CARE. CARE, for those of you who are not aware, is a designated terrorist organization in Florida, as well as a couple other states, as well as a designated terrorist organization in multiple areas in the Middle East, including Saudi Arabia. This is the Muslim Brotherhood. All right, this is straight up Muslim Brotherhood funding, and that's who funds this guy. So anyway, just to make you understand who we're dealing with, 81% families in Minnesota are on welfare for versus of Somali families are on welfare versus 21% of American families. Wow, it's almost like not all cultures are equal or something. Oh, but that's racist. You're not allowed to say that. All right. In order to cancel that racism, I'm going to show you a video about people discussing how a Somali raped a kid and then was released by a woke judge to rape another kid.
So now,
I'm just going to say that I stand by what I said yesterday. When people commit violent crimes, like murder, rape, robbery, and assault, the Mount Rushmore of violent crimes, and they get let out by someone who thinks it's fine to let them out, especially repeat offenders, I feel like the people that let them get the fuck out should probably go to jail with them. Or, you know, maybe not directly with them, because people who do that should probably be kept alone. But Nuck seems like what you said, Nuck seems like the guy who thinks period tracking apps should be required to report to cops. That's a weird fucking take.
the feds are stepping in again. It's time to clean up a case involving a Somali man tied to multiple kidnappings and violent sexual assaults. The Minnesota prosecutor...
I don't know how you jump to him wanting period tracking apps out of here, but what the fuck ever. Okay.
Gave a sweetheart...
I don't think that sounds like a reasonable jump if it's not clear, but what the fuck ever.
Deal too. What? Newsmax crime correspondent Jason Matera has all the disturbing details. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Mark and Charlotte. So cops in Minnesota were telling me, Jason, you've got to dig into this one. It's ugly. They weren't kidding. A guy allegedly kidnaps and rapes numerous women over a stretch of 8 years, gets a plea deal that keeps him out of prison, and then turns around and allegedly kidnaps and rapes another woman.
This is why there aren't a lot of Muslims in the Epstein files. They don't even need the Epstein files. They don't need an island. They don't need some secret island. They just need a woke judge to keep letting them rape more children. Isn't that great? Isn't it great to live in a society with woke judges letting vagrant terrorists decide to rape your children because they're woke, and rape was legal in Somalia 5 years ago. We should appreciate all cultures equally, guys.
Just a few months after that plea deal. It all starts in...
Oh, so let me get this straight. So you have the Somali guy, raped a bunch
There's a lot of places where rape still isn't penalized, so...
of kids, gets arrested, goes to the judge. The judge gives him a plea deal. He doesn't even spend 1 day in prison. They let him back out, and then he rapes more kids. Interesting. Wow, interesting. Wow.
May 2024, when the Hennepin County DA's office, it's the county Minneapolis sits in, charges Abdullah Mohammed.
Yeah, chat, sorry. This is Racism Hour. For those of you that are unaware, we do this every couple of days. We have Racism Hour. It's when we let all our racism out, and then we go back to the world like normal functioning citizens. But during today's Racism Hour, fuck this guy. Literally fuck this guy. Like, what are we doing?
With 6 offenses related to a serious sexual assault. Prosecutors say Mohammed met a woman on...
Mohammed, police be upon him.
Snapchat brought the victim...
That's a classic white supremacist name. Most white supremacists are named Mohammed these days. I don't know if you're aware. It's clearly a Zionist. Like, this is obviously a Zionist Hasidic Jew that did this.
To his apartment.
Clearly,
and then
obviously. Korean name. Mohammed, very popular name in Korea these days. All the Korean immigrants named Mohammed. They're out there raping people, probably.
Threatening to kill her or her sister if she didn't comply.
Wow.
But when police pulled Mohammed's DNA during the course...
Is it like Islamophobic to mention that this guy's name is Mohammed? Like, I feel like that's Islamophobic. I don't know if it is, though. Like, I don't know. I'm just asking questions.
The investigation, suddenly, a whole lot of cold cases...
like I'm being too sarcastic today. Someone's going to murder me on Twitter. Someone's going to fucking kill me for this.
Weren't so cold any...
It kind of breaks my heart hearing the man who's received multiple death threats saying that someone's going to murder him, then having to amend it with on Twitter. It does break my little fucking achy breaky heart.
This is a nightmare!
Authorities say his DNA matched a 2017 incident that involved a 15-year-old girl being kidnapped and raped at gunpoint. According to court documents, Mohammed offered the teen a ride, but instead of driving her to the designated location, he kidnapped her and then orchestrated a graphic assault.
It's so weird that these societies became so much less safe when we imported people that think rape is good. Damn, that's crazy.
Involving other Somali men.
I mean, there are extremists that, like, there are people, like, there legitimately are folks that, like, do go for Islamic supremacy that think that, in their words... I don't like reducing people to monochromatic representations of shit, but in their words, they think it's beneficial to rape white children. Why? I don't fucking know. Honestly, that's fucking disgusting. You shouldn't fuck with anybody. But at least equal opportunity fuck with people. I mean, try that shit on a fucking wood chipper.
In the car. Officials say Mohammed's DNA also tied him to another rape and kidnapping case in 2018.
No, this dude's DNA is in just a whole lot of little girls' vaginas. That's pretty crazy. Wow, that's wild. Wow. We should let him out of jail more times. Right? Can we fucking get rid of these woke judges already? Like, it's so frustrating that we need to live like this.
Involving a woman he also met on social media. So, you have multiple kidnappings and rapes on the board. What did the Hennepin County DA's office do? They gave Mohammed a sweetheart deal.
Bro.
He was allowed to plead guilty to lesser sexual assault charges for 2 victims, and in return, prosecutors promised not to pursue charges for the assault of the 3rd victim.
Two-tier society. Literally. They're literally importing the third world to rape and kill us. To rape our land, to steal our money, and to rape our children. It's absolutely diabolical that we need to live like this. And just calling this out makes you a racist. Literally just calling this out makes you labeled a racist.
Kidnapping charge was also dismissed. In the end, Muhammad walked.
What he meant to say is calling it out makes you get. He forgot the word get. So what he ought to have said as calling it out makes you get called a racist. But he's probably having a rough time. And so I'm not going to go full fucking like syntactual nerd on him. But grammars are important and...
Dude, all these judges need to get cooked. I mean, they will eventually. Probably after they die, they will be cooking for a very long time in the place that we shall not name. They'll be cooking. Oh, they will be cooking. But I want them cooked in this world. All right, I don't really care, to be honest. All right, that's for God to judge. God to judge where they get cooked later. But here, I want them cooked here too.
Without spending a single day in prison.
Serial pedophile rapist, not one day in prison. All right, and then the judges are going to say, "I can't believe Trump isn't releasing the Epstein files." Get out of here! This is insanity.
And the result of that deal, Mark Charlotte, it is exactly what you would expect. Authorities say that just 3 months after pleading guilty to those lesser charges, now back in the street, Muhammad kidnapped another woman in September, drove her about 70 miles to a hotel, held her captive for...
Do I have a magnet here? Nope.
Held her captive
right,
for a
let's
week?
Go in.
No.
For 6 days.
Oh my God.
And then he raped her.
What a nightmare.
And even though Muhammad is now facing new state charges for this latest batch of offenses, the Justice Department isn't leaving his fate in the hands of the Hennepin County DA's office. So how that turned out, federal prosecutors have stepped in and charged Muhammad with kidnapping, one involving a minor. And if he's convicted, he could be looking at life.
It's crazy. He should have had life a long time ago. Bro, in fact, he shouldn't even have been in this country. Bro, what a nightmare. What an actual nightmare. So anyway, I just wanted to show that for an anecdote at how justice has been handled in Minnesota. But the good news is, it's not going to be going on for much longer like this. First of all, mass deportations, which I think is a massive W. And there's no other way to live. America can't survive without these mass deportations. It's becoming more and more obvious. But also, Tim Walz has to show up in Congress now to testify.
As for the Minnesota fraud, Congressman Comer tells Fox that he is prepared to subpoena Governor Walz to come in and testify before the House Oversight Committee if Walz doesn't cooperate with their investigation. Brian.
So sometimes these things take time. What's the next step here?
So you heard Congressman Comer talk about wanting to get those bank records. He said specifically what he's looking for, things called suspicious activity reports. He wants to try to track what, if any, money was sent from Minnesota back to Somalia, who was sending it, who got it, how much of it was taxpayer dollars.
Brother, it's happening. It's happening. The wheels of justice turn slowly, but they turn. They turn. So, so right now it looks like there's $18 billion of fraud.
If we lived in a sensible society, the people running that state would be removed from power permanently.
Obviously.
Over the past few
and go to jail.
Weeks, the Somali fraud story started off at around $1 billion, right? And that was bad enough.
Yeah, that's when I covered it. Look, I've been on top of the Somali story. Definitely subscribe for more updates. I love this Somali story. It's very, very nice because we all knew this was happening, but now there's proof. See, here's the thing. My racism was previously unfounded, but now it is founded, in fact, factual founded racism. My favorite.
Like, it's not actually racism in case somebody has a second grade reading level. It's just, in his case, he might be actually correct. It's pattern recognition.
The best kind, honestly.
That quickly became billions. And then yesterday, that number skyrocketed. The U.S. attorney in Minnesota, talking about a completely different scheme here, announcing state programs were targeted with fraud, and the state is absolutely swamped with these crimes, he says. The feds believe a significant amount of the $18 billion paid out by Medicaid to Minnesota programs was fraudulent.
My luck is at 40%. I don't know what that's worth, but we're going to go with it.
$9 billion more added to the already billions we've seen.
Added to the top
Added
of the
up,
shit
you're getting
cake.
close to potentially $20 billion in potential fraud. A huge sum of that, much of that stolen by Somalian refugees.
But you're not allowed to say that because that's obviously racist. You're not allowed to say that.
Who begged for their lives.
Bro, we're not just moving the Overton window. We are nuking the Overton window.
To be allowed into your country and then thanked you by stealing a tremendous amount
Really
of...
glad we're all on the same page. Dude, people are really waking up to this en masse, which is why you're going to be sharing this video around with your friends and also subscribing in order to help this video skyrocket in views and likes.
I'll like the video. I'm sharing it with chat. I've timestamped it. I'm reacting to it. But Bro, I think you overestimate how many people I tolerate talking to on the daily, asking me to fucking share it with my friends, bro. Do you have any idea how little I like talking to people some days?
Positive comment. A positive comment with just some thinly veiled racism. Not too racist for like YouTube to pick it up, but just some nice thinly veiled racism. All right, it could be any race you want. Just leave it in the comment section below. That's the theme of the video. Fuck. I'm sorry, man. I'm not trying to be rude here, but this is crazy. Now, I know what you're thinking. Nux, you're not being racist enough, all right? You're just talking about one specific Somali fraud ring. Well, don't worry, guys. I have a new Somali fraud ring to introduce you to. This is Democrat Congresswoman from Maine, ladies and gentlemen. She goes by Hijaba the Hutt, and she has something to tell you.
Policies, how can the politics in Somalia can be, resonate what we have here in the United States, the democracy that we have.
Execute and the damage going up per execution. Is it great? I don't know. Am I going to take it because it looks cool? Yes. That is the big reason I'm taking it. Not because I know what it does. Not because I pretend to know. Just because it looks cool.
How can you help us, be a better country?
What do you mean, how can you help us? America's job is not helping you. All right, if we help you, that's very nice of us, but we don't need to do that. There's no obligation to do that. All right, you should be thanking. You should be groveling. All right?
Build back what we used to have back in long time ago. So hopefully.
Yeah, hot take. You never had it. You still live in mud huts, just like you've always lived in mud huts, because you have a population with the IQ of 67. All right, look, it's a war-torn shithole. All right, everyone's so excited. Somalia was a glorious community back in the Bronze Age. Somalia flourished. Dog, you're still in the Bronze Age. I'm not trying to be rude here, right? I don't need to go back to the Bronze Age to see it.
Also, like, a really important thing is integration, not like, the opposite. Anyways,
see it today, it looked like the Bronze Age. All right, Somalia never, Somalia is living in huts now, and they lived in huts during the Roman, during ancient Rome. All right, and they lived in huts a long time before that. All right, they've been living in huts since huts were a thing.
We will be able to help our country, our former country, Somalia.
I love how she corrects herself. Our country. Oops, I mean our foreign country. Bro, Somalia first is crazy. It's crazy. She out here, the Ben Shapiro of Somalia. Oh my God. Somalian Maine State Representative Deka Halak. I prefer Hijaba the Hutt, for those of you that want to pronounce it correctly. But dude, get them out! Let them go! Bro, we literally imported pirates into our country! We imported pirate culture in here, man. What are we crazy?
We didn't import Luffy, though. That's the thing. Okay, cool. Pirate culture. Imported it. Sick. Not really sick. But we didn't import Luffy. And I will just consider that a generational L.
Yes. Are we suicidal? Yes. So this here is a nice Somalian woman screaming about, generic lovely things. Now, this is to everyone that believes that diversity is our strength. Yeah. Don't you want her as a neighbor? Man, I wish I could have her as a neighbor. Man, I would love to be trying to drive my car down the snow and then be surrounded by these people. No, actually, ICE is part of the United States. It's very important. We need it. You can leave. You should go.
Fuck ICE! Fuck Donald Trump!
Isn't it amazing?
I can appreciate our commander-in-chief.
I think we import people and then they just hate our president. Isn't that crazy? Like the democratically elected president, we import people that are literally trying to insurrect against our president that was democratically elected by the people. Now, the thing is, she comes from a shithole tyrant-style regime. So, I mean, obviously she doesn't understand this whole democracy thing, probably.
Don't show them anything!
Get the fuck out of here. More whistles. You need to leave. You're not welcome. Get the fuck out of here.
What's that mean you're not welcome? Not welcome? It's a public road. It's a public street. Not welcome. Excuse me. Excuse you.
I thought everyone was welcome. I thought everyone was welcome.
Diversity is our strength, except you have to leave. I'm really glad we're learning.
I thought everyone.
This is us! We are citizens! We are here!
Why are you here?
Hell yeah, dude. Bring this into more cities. Yup.
Where are you from? Where are you from? That's what happens when you let the third world in.
What do you mean? What do you mean? This is just classic Americans. When I look at these people,
spitting it off.
When I see this, I think America. Don't you? Don't you think America when you see this? I'm sure there were a couple of these in the Revolutionary War.
Spitting at officers, blocking traffic.
Don't spit at officers. First off, that might get you put in jail for a lot longer than you think. Secondly, it's remarkably inappropriate. Third, when someone spat on me when I was in middle school, I was forced to go make sure that they didn't try to spit hepatitis, or no, not hepatitis, to make sure they didn't try to spit HIV on my ass.
And again, let me make this clear. I am not against immigration when the immigrants assimilate. I'm not. And they're a positive on the country. I am against immigration when the immigrants don't assimilate and are a net negative on the country. Have I made myself clear?
Bitch ass nigga. Shit, I just get him out of here.
The realest motherfucker of all time. But yeah, anyway, so this is just a 5-minute compilation of that shit, essentially. So, anywho. So, Donald Trump decided to select the new governor of Minnesota because Tim Walz is obviously not winning again. Bro's cooked. His political career is over, and honestly, he might be in jail. So definitely in the world of politics, he's done. So Donald Trump endorsed the next person that he wants to take over.
You know who's running for governor? Mike Lindell. Do we like Mike Lindell?
Mike Lindell, ladies and gentlemen. So check this out. Tim Walz decided to tweet this.
It would have gone harder if it was Mark Landell and a reference to Eldon, but that's my complaint here. I'm very bitchy, as you can tell, and have very particular complaints. Basically, be about FromSoft or you're not about me.
Meet Donald Trump's pick for governor of Minnesota. And then he has a little highlight reel for how this Mike guy is actually kind of gay and pathetic.
Do people know you as the My Pillow guy, blah, blah, blah?
Uniparty, the deep state globalists, and the media tried to completely bury the truth about the 2020 election.
Fact check. True. They literally stole Georgia. This was proven last week. So no, he was right about that one.
You didn't do an audit to match them up.
Were audited against the machine
No, they weren't.
count.
No, they weren't.
In these counties,
no,
they
weren't. No, they weren't. Who told you that?
The county officials.
Oh, did they tell you that? Well, they're going to have some answering to do.
No matter who says there was no widespread fraud in the election, whether it's local election officials, secretaries of state, judges, or even Donald Trump's own attorney general, Mike Lindell's conclusion is the same. They are all wrong.
No, they're not lumpy.
All right, so in conclusion, either he is correct, because there was some fraud. I don't know if it was enough fraud to actually turn the election, but there was definitely some fraud. So either he is correct, all right, that's one option. The other option is he's just a regular-ass guy with an opinion. All right, these are the two options. It's actually pretty simple. Either he's a regular-ass guy with an opinion, that's a wrong one, or he was correct about his opinion. Those are the only two options. I'm not exactly seeing, like, the issue here. So yeah, a real American, someone who has respect and credibility and says what he believes. As opposed to a guy that literally oversaw $18 billion of Somalian fraud. Yeah, we'll pick that guy any day of the week. Hope Waltz, that's the daughter of Tim Waltz. Hope Waltz questioned Trump's order on transgender athletes in women's sports. How dare Trump want to ban transgenders from women's sports? We hate women. Obviously, the left actually hates women more than the right these days. People on the right, people on the right don't want women to have the right to vote. All right, people on the left want women to abort their children, chop their penises off the men to turn them into children, and then turn them into women, and throw those people into women's sports and women's bathrooms to abuse more women. So personally, I'll take the radical right over the radical left any day on this one. But anyway, so this is Tim Walz crying about being called retarded by Donald Trump.
True. This creates danger.
It's dangerous that he was called retarded by Donald Trump. Donald Trump called him, quote, the seriously retarded governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz. Greatest line ever written in the history of Twitter.
And I'll tell you what, in my time on this, I'd never seen this before. People driving by my house and using the R word.
Are they medical doctors?
Oh my God. So you mean you got to call Trump Hitler for 4 years and now someone called you retarded and you're having a mental breakdown? You're crying on stage like a little bitch? Bro, I think you're retarded.
In front of people. This is shameful.
I have
yet to see an elected official, a Republican elected official, say you're right. That's shameful.
Bro, these people will literally, laugh that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, literally laugh that Donald Trump is dying one day. This is what Tim Walz said. Laugh that people are firebombing Teslas and throwing bricks at police officers and shooting at ICE agents and endorse violence in all those areas. They'll call Trump and every person that voted for Trump Nazis and fascists and Hitlerites and all that shit. But someone called him retarded.
I mean, you'll get called a Nazi if you say don't kill people. So, I mean, just, it no longer means anything, y'all. It's fine. Fuck it.
And he literally is waiting for every single Republican to come out and condemn it. Well, I, for one, endorsed calling Tim Walz a retard. Signed, me.
He should not say it. So look, I'm worried. We know how these things go. They start with taunts, they turn to violence. So
this dude literally endorses violence against ICE agents and stuff like that, and Teslas and all that shit. He literally endorses that. He literally constantly talks about how he wants to bully Donald Trump and stuff like that, and punch him in the face, and punch a Nazi, and Trump's a Nazi, and his supporters are Nazis, and punch Nazis. Bro, he doesn't call you a Nazi because he thinks you're a Nazi. He calls you a Nazi because he wants to justify your murder, in my opinion. So yeah, anyway, he's retarded.
Deeply concerned.
Deeply concerned that I was called a retard. Anyway, you're retarded. So, anywho. Bro, this dude has been having a generational meltdown. It's pretty insane. This dude literally just
It'll be really funny when, bro, at some point, everyone is going to just be called a Nazi now, right? So I wonder how long it is till, a legit Nazi is
That's cultural appropriation. And I have to explain, no, I got called that for saying it's not okay to wish death upon, like, the whole of the IDF.
Gathering and crying in public.
Look, who's ever in charge? And I said, unlike
You're in charge.
the president, I'm the governor now. Whether these programs happened before we got here or afterwards,
They didn't. They happened after you got there.
it doesn't matter. We're here now.
All right, you were here and you were there when it happened.
Now, we're the ones fixing it.
You're not fixing it. You're literally there overseeing it while it's happening.
My guarantee on this is that I certainly will have this thing fixed. And
Yeah, now that it's become a public issue and retards like me on YouTube are talking about it, now you're getting it fixed. But while it was going on and $18 billion disappeared, then you didn't want to fix. But now you want to fix.
see that we're on the front end of it. That's how this works. And so would I have wanted to stop this? Would I have gone out? You know, if you think the governor goes out and checks somebody on Medicaid and that they were there? No, but that's...
Oh, so you just didn't know that this was going on? You were literally just completely outsmarted and fooled by a population of people with the IQ of 67? All right.
Somebody in government needed to do that. If they didn't do that...
I mean, he was completely... So not that, like, he wasn't entirely outfoxed by people with an IQ of 67. He was outfoxed by folks from a nation with an average IQ of 67. Slight difference there. But yeah, basically.
Or if there were loopholes in this, and what we found is these are poorly written, and it left openings, and the goal was to get the money out. We'll fix that. But yeah.
Except you didn't fix it. Except that's the difference. You didn't fix any of that.
I'll take accountability for it, but if
but you didn't take any accountability for it.
Seeing here is you're seeing a weaponization. We'll continue to fix it.
Oh, Trump is weaponizing the government against an $18 billion scam, literally that happened under your nose, whether you knew about it or not. Get out of here with this victim shit. I can't stand the leftoids. They're pathetic. They're like, look at this manlet. Look at this absolute manlet.
My favorite person who's like, who identifies himself as a manlet is definitely Coach Greg. I fucking love when he does, because I'd never think to say it about anyone. But when Coach Greg says it, it's funny as piss. Got to appreciate that, man. He's funny.
Cuck, it's crazy. It's unreal. By the way, a lot of Minnesota lawmakers have been talking about how they've allegedly been getting threatened by Tim Walz. And I believe them. I personally believe them. Melissa Hortman was murdered. She was a Democratic lawmaker in Minnesota. She was murdered by a guy who was an appointee of Tim Walz in the past. Now, I'm not saying Tim Walz had anything to do with that, but I am saying that she was the one Democratic lawmaker that voted against giving free shit to illegal aliens, and then she found herself assassinated by a guy that was appointed by Tim Walz. Now, everyone's trying to pin that on right-wing violence. That's fucking retarded. I don't know if Tim Walz was involved in that, but I will be very happy when this guy's behind bars, because my personal gut feeling is that he wasn't not behind it. That's my personal gut feeling. So anyway, Tim Walz got called out on a generational run by everyone's favorite bald Jew, Stephen Miller. All right, so Stephen Miller went on Fox News, not CNN, because he's been banned from CNN because apparently he's too based. This is true, by the way. CNN officially banned Stephen Miller from coming onto CNN because he's too scary. So anyway, so now they bring him on Fox News instead, and he's just even more unleashed than usual.
First of all, regarding the situation in Minnesota, and by the way, not just Minnesota, we have Somali refugees that were dumped here by Democrats in Ohio and Massachusetts. Let me just say, we should not be shocked when you import a population whose primary occupation is pirate.
I love how honest
got fucking blood magic unlocked at least.
Is, man.
That's kind of
Let me get this straight. We imported people who are known as pirates.
That they are going to come here and steal everything we have. Somalia has this giant coastline, and the only industry they have created after hundreds of years is piracy.
Yeah.
Stealing
Come on,
with anyone going through.
Oh my God, he's being racist. We should ban him from CNN. He's a Nazi. He's a fascist. Gavin Newsom, by the way, called him a Nazi. Gavin Newsom, governor of California, called this guy a Nazi. He's just completely right. He's just completely right.
Who has actually built something has made. So yes, the pirates have stolen all of our money, and they have to go home, Jesse. That's the situation we're in right now.
Okay, well, Tampon says you guys are after him, and it's mean and it's unfair, Miller.
So he's presided over, this corrupt, incompetent loser has presided over the largest theft of American taxpayers in history. It's never been equaled before. The amount of money that's been stolen is larger than the entire GDP of Somalia.
I was checking how much longer the video was because I'm getting offline after this. Y'all, thank you for tolerating my undeserved bitch ass, by the way. Appreciate you oodles. I'll get the timestamps in before stream ends today. Woo woo.
That's a crazy metric. That's a crazy stat. Bro, that's a wild juxtaposition. Yo, when you just put that next to each other. That's insane. Oh my God.
In other words, the Somalians they brought here have thefted more than all the Somalians in Somalia have ever created for themselves in all the time that's existed up until now.
Oh my God. We literally imported pirates. They're stealing our booty, and they've stolen more booty than the entire country that they came from ever made. Bro, this is diabolical.
So there needs to be a lot of people going to jail. And I can promise you that
lots of people going to jail. That's what I like to hear. I want to see it.
Occasionally, Mountain Wade Warband US servers get populated and can get into a good team deathmatch. That's pretty. I mostly played single player, but that game is lovely. I really do I like it a lot.
I want to see
good mounted combat. Good mounted archery.
There's a lot of talk, not a lot of jail. Let's
Department
go.
of Justice is launching an investigation that is commensurate in force and in purpose with the scope, scale, size, and magnitude of this controversy.
Okay, so they just doubled their GDP thanks to tampon. Way to go. So the commie boot camp. Sometimes we laugh at this. We see him doing sit-ups. Is that a concern to you, Mr. Miller?
Well,
yeah. Anyway, I don't care about communist boot camp. Honestly, I'm covering the Somalia retards right now. Speaking of Somalia retards, this is a crazy vote that's coming in. It's gonna happen. This is inevitably gonna happen. Republican ways pushing a vote to expel Representative Congresswoman Ilhan Omar from Congress. Florida Representative Randy Fine, bro, this guy's been cooking. It's insane. Told Axios that he is actively considering a privileged resolution to expel Minnesota Representative Ilhan Omar, which would need a 2/3 House majority to pass. The push to follow Fine's criticism of Omar's statements as anti-Semitic.
The push to expel Omar, 2/3 to pass. I feel like that's quite possible.
What? And her counterclaims labeling his genocidal rhetoric. All right. This is just classic Jew versus Muslim turf war. That's what we got here. Except the Jew is an American that's honestly just acting like an American, and the Muslim is literally here to pillage our land. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty great. I love that. Amid unproven allegations of immigration fraud and Minnesota welfare schemes, unproven, sure. Omar denies all ties and calls scrutiny racist. Looking into me as a racist. Bro, they gotta get her out.
I have only given up screaming "re" out of an act of pure joy because society, my dudes, summons blood magic 5% to increase max HP upon killing enemies. Oh yeah, we're doing that. That's about to be bananas.
They gotta remove her! But this is crazy. I'm excited. I am excited. Hell yeah, dude. Let's do it. Now, I wanted to wrap up this video with some interesting speculation. Do you really think Minnesota... So right now, this Minnesota $18 billion fraud scandal is the biggest example of fraud in the history of the United States of America that was exposed. This is a fact. This is the biggest fraud ring for taxpayer money ever in America that's ever been exposed so far. But this is also basically the only state that's been looked into this deeply right now. What's California?
Oh, curse only? We'll see. It said %.
Because California is the actual cesspool, all right? So this is, as you can see, Gavin Newsom walking among the shit. The fraud in California is probably also insane. Gavin Newsom spent $24 billion to end homelessness, just on homelessness. Forget all the vaccines and food for starving people and welfare and all that, all right? Just on homelessness, they spent $24 billion, and homelessness actually increased by 35,000 people. So they spent $24 billion to end homelessness, and homelessness increased. It's not that they didn't put a dent in it. There's literally more homeless people than before. Where did the $24 billion go? Now, in my opinion, and Elon Musk co-signs this, he agrees with this, I think that the biggest fraud in all of America is happening in California. And the crazy thing is, I think that we're actually going to start looking into all these states and see exactly what all these states are doing and how all these foreigners from all these different areas that are able to get away with so much stuff because they're not technically citizens are probably committing unbelievable fraud. I think California is going to get exposed big time. And the crazy thing is, the Democrats want Gavin Newsom to run for president in 2028. They are going to fucking lampoon this fucking fraud. So anyway, that's today's Racism Hour. Thanks for being here. Racism's 45 minutes today. I'll have to make up for the fact that it was only 45 minutes of racism with another extra additional racism episode this week. Definitely subscribe.
Ooh, another edition of it. I'll be tuned in.
I'll see you in the next one. But for now, get them out. Let them go. Get them out. Get them out. Shake in your boots. Quiver. Get your butt quivering because Tim Waltz, your butt's going to need to be real flexible for where you're going. Bye.
Welcome back to a series so epic.
All right, my lovely chat. I'm getting offline. I'm gonna put my timestamps in. I appreciate you, first and foremost. You think the Pentagon disappearing $2 trillion is the biggest fraud? Well, I mean, if it's been attested to properly to them, but just not the people, that might have to come in on how the fuck they classify fraud. But we'll see. The federal government is the one that issued the funds to the states for a specific reason, and the lack of accountability and transparency from the states once given federal funds is the consideration and concern there. And furthermore, that's why that might be more of a concern in their case. If it's going through the Pentagon and it's going through like appropriate channels that just aren't disclosed to the public, that might be different. We do not know. The courts will have to suss it out. On the other hand, the courts sussing out the fraud in Minnesota is like actually a thing. So we'll have to legitimately wait for more info on it. So Dope. Also, I didn't even consider that had been a thing until you mentioned it. So I haven't even begun to look, and sucks for me. But at least I'm not going to fucking say I did when I didn't. So that's cool. If y'all want timestamps for today's stream, we got timestamps. And a frozen camera that I fixed by punching my desk. So take care, y'all. Please have an absolutely lovely one. I'll be back around tomorrow. Similar bad time, similar bad place. Actually, maybe the day after tomorrow, because I kind of want to use tomorrow to do some silly shit. And yeah, take care. Appreciate you. Wishing you the absolute best. Wishing you a lovely fucking night. And take the fuck care, my dudes.